podcast that we did?
Yes, the Babylon 5.
Yeah, there's the part where I try to teach you to sing Doug Space Nine at the end. It's really funny.
Oh.
Are we live? Let me make sure. Oh wait, I'm trying to close this I don't know what I'm doing.
Did I scare you with my bum 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 bum?
Go away, Photoshop. Okay, thank you. There we go. All right. Live dashboard. Okay, we're live.
Woo, we're
doing
live.
it. Booyah. Doug Space Nine. Dog Space Nine. Dog Space Nine. Dog Space Nine. Look, it's Dog Space Nine. Hi, Miles.
Hi, Miles.
Miles, look, he's got a cat on his shirt, but it's made of pizza. You want to kill it?
No.
All right, let's do it. Doug Space Nine, we're back.
We're back.
It's been too long. That's my fault.
Well, what we're trying to do is to really create that desire for content in between seasons.
That mid-season break. Yeah, totally. That no one asked us to do. But we're back, and we're going to talk about the first 2 episodes of Season 2 of Deep Space Nine, and we have to talk about Discovery.
Yes.
I actually put that in the description for the first time, just assuming that we're going to talk about Discovery for a while. Because we have to talk about it. So Season 2 ended.
Yeah.
And it was awesome.
It's so good.
It was really good.
So good, yeah.
And I am like overjoyed to be a fan of Discovery now.
Isn't it great?
Like, it's so much better than hating Discovery.
Yeah. But it's the thing of like Deep Space Nine. If you just watch season 1 of Deep Space Nine just after like watching a bunch of TNG, I could see you being like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, and going back and rewatching season 1 of Deep Space Nine now, I really liked it. But as a kid, I actually bailed.
Yeah.
I did get most of the way through that show or that season and then bail and just not watch it until I became a teenager, and then I got really into it.
And some people hated it. Hated it.
Yeah, and I can see why. It's like really weird and different, but it's not like it's just like it doesn't feel like it's as good of a show as TNG,
right?
Which is what upset me. Whereas Discovery season 1 was just bad.
Right.
Where it wasn't like it's not just that it's not as good as TNG. Like I mean TNG was so far in the past. For me, it was just like poorly written and weirdly acted and just like kind of emotionally manipulative in a way that I didn't enjoy. Whereas season 2 was like just good Star Trek.
It was really good.
They had like so many great points and messages and themes.
The change of showrunners was a huge thing. I mean, it helped immensely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really liked the Red Angel storyline, and I like how they wrapped it up. I have one huge gripe with the last episode.
Yeah, sure.
So we're getting into spoilery territory here. But in the last episode, they're like, we have to take Discovery into the future to get away from Control.
Right.
But then they kill Control.
They're like...
And like, Control is neutralized.
Right.
We've won. Let's still go into the future. And it makes no sense.
Yeah,
why did they go to the future still?
I had been talking to other people online about that, and I was like, listen, we bought the tickets. We paid for the tickets. We said goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
We spent like all afternoon packing. I know Control is done. We're still going on this fucking trip.
Yeah.
We're not canceling the trip. I put too much time into planning this trip to the future.
It really made no sense. Like, you were good at headcanon stuff.
Oh, well,
were you able to explain this?
Well, the argument there is like, it doesn't matter that this Control is gone. What if like, Control had saved itself in a subroutine of something, or it split itself off and there's like still some little probe ship with some asshole who's, been taken over by Control. They're doing it, in my opinion, I think it's not like even like here's a theory to, make it work. I think it's just not explained well. They're like, this sphere data is super dangerous.
Yeah.
We just have to move it out of the way, An argument can be made about like, is really bringing you to the future, like, you could be just fucking up the future now instead.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it doesn't make that much sense. Hey, what's up, Confusion? Welcome. Is that a cat? Look, we have a dog. It's Dog Space Nine today.
Dog Space Nine.
No, yeah, I'm.
That to me gets to the idea of like, they create this sphere data that they created is this in universe, like the most dangerous thing that they could have. So then it's like, and then it's also indestructible.
Yeah,
they can't kill it with anything
because it's protecting itself.
Yeah, so they've kind of created like a rock that's too heavy for Starfleet to lift.
Yeah, which is interesting because it seems like
put it into the middle of a sun. You know what I mean?
Like, time travel and time travel mechanics is like going back in time is super dangerous.
Right.
because you can fuck up your present. But like if you're going into the future, you're gonna fuck up the future's present.
Oh, yeah,
So it still
it's
seems
all
like super irresponsible.
But this is what I love on another level, is that once you start to pick apart time travel, you're like, oh, wait a minute, no time travel of any kind makes any sort of sense, and it's all like super unethical by Starfleet standards, you know?
Right. Yeah, and you know what I like is the way that Lost approached time travel, which was like whatever happened.
Right.
If we go into the future or we go into the past, we always went into the past. You can find the evidence of it.
Right.
There's no way to not go into the past
That's
if
like
we had already gone into the past in our future.
time loop model of it.
Yeah, which I like. I actually think that makes the most sense.
The trouble with that is that especially for people that are into certain aspects of Star Trek, it like, oh, so you've just eliminated free will from the equation, you know?
Sort of.
You could say like, well, it's you have free will to always make these same choices.
Right, like you made the choice to go back in time.
Right.
At some point.
A different you.
Or you were sent back in time in some way. Like whatever happened, you always went.
Right.
Like I love Back to the Future. It's one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite trilogies, even though the third one is bad. But the whole idea of Marty McFly going back in time and then coming back to his present where it's fixed, where his like whole life is better, never like sat super well with me because it's like he just doesn't remember his whole life.
Did you watch
Miles is just like
Endgame,
sitting in the weirdest way possible on your lap.
Yeah. He never ever is like affectionate towards me either.
Yeah, he wants your love. He's just afraid. I have not seen Endgame yet, but I did go see Captain Marvel last night.
Yeah.
So now I'm ready to see Endgame.
Yeah.
And Captain Marvel was great. I really liked it.
Yeah, I did too. I thought it was really great.
It was super fun.
Well, I will have a no spoiler quote from Endgame, where somebody goes, "So you're telling me that Back to the Future is bullshit?"
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. It seems like people are really liking it. And I was like iffy on Infinity War because it was like half a movie.
Yeah.
Even though it was like so long.
Well, so I liked it. I thought it was great. I mean, I wish all of the superhero movies were like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
And part 1 of 3. You know what I mean? I would be so on board for that. What was weird is people who, after watching the Infinity War, were like, "Oh my God, they killed all these people. What are they?" It's like, well, of course they're gonna fix it. Like, what do you?
Right. We've already seen the preview for Spider-Man: Far From Home.
Yeah.
He's not dead.
Yeah.
He comes back. And like people are saying, well, maybe that takes place before Infinity War.
Even if it does,
that doesn't make any sense.
They're not gonna kill Spider-Man.
Right.
Like that's.
Right. Totally. Like they're probably. I mean, I haven't seen Endgame yet, but they're probably gonna kill some big characters because like they have to.
Right.
Otherwise, I'll probably be disappointed if they don't. To be honest.
Right.
But
that's reasonable. That's like
reasonable.
That's like it's the end of a 20-year film franchise.
Totally, which
with
is nuts.
aging actors and.
Wait, no. 10 years.
10 years?
20 films.
20 films, 10 years. Okay.
Yeah, Captain Marvel was the 21st film.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
And the de-aging that they did on Samuel L. Jackson and Phil Coulson was amazing.
I like that Phil Coulson is Phil Coulson.
Yeah.
Samuel L. Jackson. It's Samuel L. Jackson. That tells you everything you need to know about both of those actors' career paths.
Yeah, did you watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I love Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
You still watch it?
I still watch it. I don't know. The most recent one I remember is the space season.
I didn't watch it.
Oh.
I was obsessed in the first season.
Season 1 is I did not like season 1 as I was watching it, but I was like, I know how this works. It's just like Star Trek. You go through a rough season, you give the show room to find itself, you know, and then it keeps getting better and better. S.H.I.E.L.D. just keeps getting better and better. His last season, if there might be one after it, but their space season is fucking amazing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's so good.
I bailed during the Hive season.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, how many times do we have to deal with Grant Ward?
Well,
like, can we just get rid of him?
So I like that because this is like we're leaning in on comic bookdom. You know, this is just like batshit crazy comic book stuff.
Sure.
I'm a hero. I'm a villain. I'm this. The world's in danger. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But it's worth it because you get like a really solid Ghost Rider storyline.
I didn't get that.
The Ghost Rider thing is so good.
I was so sick of the show. I just like couldn't watch it anymore. And for me, like season 1 was like getting Firefly back.
Right.
It was very similar in a way that I loved, and then they changed it dramatically, and they got rid of some characters that I really liked, and then they replaced them with people that were okay, in my opinion, and it just became like very bland, and I don't know.
I didn't like Firefly season 1.
You didn't like Firefly?
No, I think Firefly is good for what it is, but it is
Wow.
definitely the weakest season of what should have been like a 5-season show.
Firefly, the 14 episodes that they made to me are like the only thing that rivals my love of Next Generation for favorite show ever.
Wow.
I love it.
Wow.
Yeah, this is why talking to you is so interesting, because our taste in shows is so different.
I mean, I like Firefly. But it's like I don't like it the way other people like it. To me, it's like, oh, that's like a not bad. They did a good job there. You know,
Yeah.
honestly, something that's generally considered like maybe not a great show, like Continuum, I like better because it's like a fully formed thing. You know,
Yeah,
that
that's
Canadian time.
I still
cop
haven't
show.
seen that.
I mean, it's hokum. I like I like Legends of Tomorrow, the CW
Right.
show, far better than Firefly, but it's a more fully realized thing. Firefly, I feel like so much of it is the potential of it that people like. It may be the way that like I liked Discovery, even though it was a flawed show, because I
Right.
knew that this was going to be part of a greater whole. I feel like some people like Firefly in the same way, where it's like, oh, but this is filled with so much potential. Not like, if this was it, if someone was like, here's a 14-episode miniseries, I feel like you'd be like, what?
For me, I would. I mean,
But you like it on
what
its
we
own.
have on its own
Yeah.
is some of my favorite television that's ever been
that's
made.
great.
I just fucking love it. Like, I think Out of Gas, in the middle of that season is like one of my absolute favorite hours of television ever made.
Right.
I just love it. That show gave me the sense of being with a group of people out in space more than anything else that I've ever watched.
Gotcha, yeah. I do like that. The characterization, the humanity of it is really there in a way that Star Trek is intentionally written to not be that. These are like
Right.
super beings. They're the best of our best in a society
Right.
that already has been evolved to be better than what it is now.
Yeah.
And Firefly is like, we're just people.
Yeah. And I like that too. I like the idea that, I mean, it's a very anti-Star Trek show, but it has a similar like moral center.
Right.
If that makes sense. But like the universe that you're in is an amoral universe, and
Right.
then you have these moral people that have to live outside of society because society sucks.
Right.
And that to me is super interesting. Like
Yeah.
the whole premise of I could go on and on about Firefly. I love it.
We're going to have so many different streams for every...
I know, we're like way off the rails at this point. I finally said we're going to talk about Discovery, and then we didn't. And then we just got away from
Well,
it.
what it used to be is me baiting you into discussions about Discovery. Now
Right.
that you're like, I like Discovery, it's like, all right, let's talk about
I know, right? Can we talk for a second, though, about Captain Pike? Because...
Oh, yeah. So you were saying with Red Angel earlier that you like that storyline.
Yeah.
So does this tie into that, or do you want to switch to Pike? I just didn't want to take away my derailment to take away your Red Angel theories.
Your derailment would never upset me in any way. Okay. But we were actually texting in the middle of the season because I was convinced that Captain Pike was going to be the Red Angel.
Right.
Because I'd forgotten that it was like a woman.
Right.
Because you can kind of tell it's a woman.
Right. Like the shape of the suit is very, let's say, hippie.
Hippie?
Hips.
Hips. I thought you meant like...
It's got long hair.
Yeah, long hair and dreadlocks.
Soak it up.
Yeah, the Red Angel is super high.
You guys ever tired of traveling?
More like red eyes on the Red Angel.
Red eye, dude.
But because just being conscious of Pike's backstory from the original series. But then you get to that episode where it says previously on Star Trek, and it shows Pike on the original series.
Yeah, they show the cage.
I freaked the fuck out.
That was the one where
so excited.
When you hadn't seen it, I was like, have you seen the latest one? No.
Right.
I'm like, you're going to fucking blow. It's going to blow your mind.
It blew my mind.
That was my impression of like you.
Yeah.
I said, this is you 2 seconds into the next Star Trek.
I remember that, and you were so right. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
It was so fucking good.
I was yelling at my TV. Are you fucking kidding me?
Me too. I was yelling at the TV.
Yeah. That is a level beyond what any Star Trek has done so far.
That was the best fan service that
Yeah.
I might have ever seen anywhere.
Right.
It was so cool.
It's fan service. It's 100% fan service, because I feel like if you'd never seen Discovery, if you'd never seen any other Star Trek but Discovery, you'd watch that and you'd be like, this isn't really giving me any kind of context for what's about to come. But it doesn't matter. It's not for you.
Right.
It's fan service, but in the best way.
Absolutely.
Where like some people are like, putting Worf on DS9 is fan service. Like, maybe they could have made a new character that was good.
Right.
It's fine. But this is like, no, this is pure fan service in a beautiful way.
I agree. I agree so much. Hey, Ball and Chain, what's up? Yes, we were talking about Star Trek, and yes, that is a Pizza Cat shirt.
Boom, in space, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, what I loved about it is that like the fan service was necessary for the story.
Yeah.
So like the story that they wanted to tell you needed that bit of information, and that was the clearest, best way to tell it.
Yeah.
Was to show it, because it happened on the original series.
Right.
But for someone who's watched it, it like grounded Discovery in the canon.
Yep.
So beautifully.
Yeah, and it
for a
is-
show that has just like. This first season was like, I don't give a shit about canon.
Right,
like,
right,
we don't
right.
need canon. We're making our own new canon. The second season was like, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Klingons could look like this in the future because we're going to make those houses all start interbreeding. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the universal translator works this way, and this guy can actually be heard. He doesn't just make those noises.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what was the other one that I was thinking about?
Holographic communicators.
Oh yeah, we'll never use the holographic communicators again. What the fuck?
But
They went out of their way to apologize for the sins of season 1.
So that was
Oh, and like, oh, I'm sorry, we killed your favorite character. Well, he's alive in the mycelial network, and we're gonna reconstitute a body for him.
So that one I feel
I'm
like
on board.
That
I'm
one
on
I feel
board.
like was part of the plan. I feel like that was.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Because regular Star Trek would kill someone off mid-episode, bring them back,
That
wrap up the
episode.
episode, be
Right.
done with it, never come back.
Right.
This to me is like a great take on that. Of
Yeah.
killing a character, letting them stay dead for a little bit,
Yeah.
having legitimate suffering portrayed and attempted to be grappled with, then using standard Star Trek tropes and bringing them back, and then saying like that you can't just bring someone back to life and just move on, you know?
Right.
The one that I always think about is the O'Brien, which is spoiler for future Deep Space Nine, when he goes into brain jail for
Right.
what feels like a lifetime.
Right.
And then, yeah, he's fucked up in that episode, and then he's fine after that.
Right. Oh my god, Miles is just hacking over here. Yeah, or like Captain Picard, the Inner Light, like he lives this whole lifetime, and they do address it a little bit. They do try to say, oh, it was hard for him to come back to his body and all
Right,
that,
right.
and they bring it up in an episode after that. But O'Brien is an even better example where it's like never talked about.
Never
again.
talked about. Yeah.
Yeah, so I that was a moment in season 1 where I was like, maybe I don't watch this show because I hate this so much when
Right.
they killed Dr. Colbert.
Yeah.
But and the way they brought him back was clunky. But,
Yeah,
but that was like season 2 in a nutshell for me. It's like a couple things were clunky, but I liked what they were doing so much that I
Yeah.
didn't care.
And now
it's like, I don't care that they neutralized control before they went to the future.
Sure.
Because the idea of spending the whole next season in the future is the most
It's so
exciting
cool,
idea ever.
It
It's
is-
so cool.
And I feel like now it gets into the realm of like, oh, now you can have like nitpicky fun with it, where you're not like, oh, I just already hate everything they're doing. So my nitpicks feel like I'm trying to just also say, this isn't really Star Trek.
Yeah.
So now it's like, well, why did they do this with Control? This is the way we talk about Deep Space Nine. We
Yeah.
don't talk about it in a way of like, and therefore all of Deep Space Nine is bullshit.
Right.
We talk about it more in the fun version of nitpicking.
Exactly. And I feel like Discovery Season 2 was that for me.
Yeah.
Where, like, the overall story arc was so great. And, I mean, the highlight of the season for me was the episode where Pike has to confront his future.
That's so amazing. It's one of the
so
most beautiful moments in
good.
Star Trek.
So good.
Yeah.
And he's like, I am Starfleet, I stand for love, and whatever he
Yeah.
says. That speech was like what was missing from all of season 1. Like, what is Star Trek in the eyes of the creators?
Right.
And he fucking just says it, and he just speaks it out loud, and then makes his decisions based off of the ethos of Starfleet, and that was a beautiful moment.
So I think one of the aspects I love, we've talked about this plenty of times, the episodic versus serialized.
Yeah.
And I think we both love serialized, you know, it's
Yeah.
in the same way that the Deep Space Nine episode that we'll eventually talk about is a 3-parter, you know. Multi-part episodes in Star Trek have almost always been the cream of the crop of Star Trek.
Totally.
But I also think that means that once you kind of start down a multi-parter, you're on a path. It's not often that you'll see like a 2 or a 3, or when you get to late season Deep Space Nine, like they're like 4 and 5 parts.
Right.
Where you're like, you know what? I love this arc except for this one thing in the middle. It's pretty much of a whole, you know. Discovery has created this situation where like season 1 is a weird dark arc of Star Trek, in the same way that there are weird, dark, one-off episodes, single episodes of old Star Trek where you're like, that sort of stands out like a sore thumb and isn't the best.
Yeah.
Because they decided they're going to do this exploration of the mirror universe, and what is it like if you have this kind of situation in Starfleet? An old series would have done that in one and done, and it could have been bad, it could have been good. I still like season 1 of Discovery, but I definitely get that it is one of those like hard to like single episodes of older Star Trek, you know?
Yeah, for a whole season.
Right, where there's some, like, I think of TNG, where they do the one where it's the conspiracy, where it's like, oh god, like, Star Trek is being infiltrated by aliens.
I love that episode.
It's a great episode.
So good.
But do you know what the one right after that is?
Yeah,
It's where they unfreeze the people from the past, and you've got, like, the guitar dude.
Right,
It's like, tonally, you're like, what the fuck?
The neutral zone.
Yeah, it's
Is
just...
that the next episode? Is
It's
Conspiracy
literally-
the second to last episode of that?
Yeah.
I guess it is, huh?
Yeah, which conspiracy would have been a
sounds
great
right.
season ender,
Right.
And you would have thought, like, what are they going to do next season? Fight more, like, you know, alien bugs things?
Yeah.
No, the very next episode is like, let's take people unfrozen from the past to the neutral zone, and
Right.
like, let's have
Data replicate a guitar for
a country music star
for this country music.
Yeah,
dude.
and then like a whatever, like the salesman. Let's have a salesman.
Yeah,
It's just
the next episode is literally let's make fun of present Americans.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
very
from 1987 when the show came out.
so
It's
so
weird.
that episode, it's okay. I don't like it, but if that had been like, what if we do a whole season of like, we're gonna find people from the past and we're gonna talk about integrating them into the present. You know?
Yeah.
I think
that could be interesting for sure.
I think
it was
Discovery
like a
has
whole
that.
season of like what if a mirror universe person infiltrated the Prime universe?
Right,
I mean,
right.
And which is a cool idea, but like the execution of it was terrible.
Yeah,
you know.
I think
for
on
me,
future rewatches of Discovery, I'm gonna like season 1 less, and I think you're gonna like it a little bit more.
maybe.
But not you're not gonna be like, oh, it's really good. I think it's gonna be one of those like Deep Space Nine. You know, now you're like, you see what the future promise of the show is, so you can kind of appreciate the first season for what it is.
Yeah. Maybe.
Or you'll just
Maybe.
always just be like,
Maybe.
this one doesn't.
Because, I mean, my least... I hate to say it, but I'm not a big fan of Tilly. I enjoy her,
Right.
but, like, I'm not invested in her,
Right.
if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't like Stamets. Like, I just don't like Stamets. I don't enjoy when he's on screen. I can't think of any moment of Discovery where I've enjoyed when he's on screen.
Right.
I love Dr. Culber. They killed him in season 1.
Right.
Ash Tyler, I didn't like until season 2.
Right.
Michael Burnham, I loved in the pilot, but then didn't like for the rest of the season, and I'm still kind of iffy on.
Yep.
Because she is so extreme. She's
Right.
just like, well, the only solution, we can't destroy this. The only solution is we have to throw it into the future. Everyone has to get on board with this. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like her solutions to problems are so extreme.
Yeah.
And they seem like huge leaps in logic that don't make sense to me.
Right. But that everyone is like, oh, okay.
But everyone gets on board with, and it confuses me.
It's something that that's something I would like to see explicitly explored. I don't think they will.
Yeah.
I think it's the way that Star Trek often has these, we've talked about that, like character traits that are, you know, I'm not comparing the two by far, but the way Bashir is like, he's like this creepy dude,
Yeah.
that they don't ever really like, let's dig into this. It's just like, that's just what it is.
Right. Yeah, but so like all of season 1, there really wasn't that much that I liked. I mean,
Right.
like the things that I like about Ash Tyler all happen in season 2.
Yeah.
And I actually thought they did a great job with Ash in season 2
Yeah.
of like redeeming an uninteresting character and
Yeah.
making him, or like he was such an interesting premise that was completely squandered.
Yes.
And then they started to explore it finally and like go into the conflict of who he has become, which was really cool, and also make him a bit of a badass, which
Yeah.
I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
But so it looks like the Section 31 spinoff is going to be his show, maybe, and not Michelle Yeoh, because that's what people have been thinking. But Michelle
Right.
Yeoh went to the future with Discovery.
Right. So she said in an interview that Section 31 is going to come after season 3 of Discovery.
Oh.
But she's not, you know, a showrunner or part of production. So
Okay.
as far as I know, there hasn't been anything said on that. But
Right.
I would imagine that she would know something about these things. So
Yeah.
my sense of it is that they're going to do season 3 of Discovery, then they're going to do Section 31.
Okay.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they're like, you know, showing season 3 of Discovery, and then while that's being shown, they're doing the production on. So they'll be able to have like something to come out right afterwards.
Yeah.
Because it really looks like what I think CBS All Access has done, because the subscription numbers have been phenomenal according to them.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things online, I love getting into arguments with people that are like, Discovery is a failure, it's ruining the franchise. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, imagine if it was a success, we'd have like 10 new Star Trek shows. And then my other counterpoint often is like, CBS is only making 3 new Star Trek series to cover up what a failure Discovery is.
Yeah.
Which is like, it would never make sense. Discovery is failing so bad, we're going to make more Star Trek.
Right.
But I think what they're doing is they're trying to get to the point of having like nearly year-long Star Trek coming out on CBS All Access.
That is what I've heard.
Because what they have now, which I'm sure they're fine with, is people that just sign up for a month and drop it. Or people that do the free week and then don't even, go any further.
Just binge the whole season.
But there's plenty of people who are signing up, obviously already for one show. So the idea would be if you have Star Trek running year-round, the people that are like signing up and then watching it as they come out and then dropping off when it's done, they will stay for the whole year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm staying for the whole year at this point because I am obsessed with Survivor, and Andy and I have been rewatching all of the old seasons, and it's the only place where they're all there.
Yeah.
And Twilight Zone is really good.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I'm looking forward to that, but I haven't watched it
it's
yet.
been really good. It's totally referential to the old show while being its own new thing. And there's been some. It tends to go a little wonky right at the end of the episodes.
Yeah.
But some of them have been really solid. They've all been enjoyable. Some of the endings have been a little weird and left a weird taste in my mouth in a way that the original series never did.
Right.
The original series, like, the ending usually made the whole thing make more sense.
Right.
Whereas in the new version, the ending sometimes makes the whole thing make no sense.
I've been curious to see if this new Twilight Zone will be influenced or have a visible influence from Black Mirror. Because I feel like the success of Black Mirror is what made CBS go, you know what? We have the original Black Mirror that we can just remake.
I mean, yeah, totally. That's hard. I've seen a little Black Mirror. I fucking loved it, but I haven't seen that much.
Did you watch the Star Trek one?
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh God,
I gotta watch that.
That's
a show I want to watch from the beginning. See all of it.
But it's anthology, so you can just watch that one. It's like watching a short movie.
Right. Right. Totally.
It's. Some people hate it. Some people that love Star Trek hate it because of some of the an argument could be made of how it critiques kind of Star Trek in general or fandom, So, but it's still.
I really want to see it.
So good.
So my hot take about Discovery Season 2 is that Captain Pike, Anson Mount's Captain Pike, and by the way, I also love Spock. I thought they did a fucking awesome job with Spock.
Yeah.
So good. But Anson Mount's Captain Pike is now probably my second favorite captain.
Yeah.
He's just so good.
Yeah, it's very well done. It's a very fully realized captain.
He's a great character, and like Picard, he's someone that I want to follow.
Right.
And I can't say that really. I mean, Cisco has always been my second favorite because he's a great character, not because he's a great captain.
But he can be your favorite commander.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, what about Chakotay?
Yeah, Cisco definitely.
Commander Chipotle. I mean, I don't know. The writing, the acting, the story choices, the way that they tied him in with his pre-existing canon, it all just worked on every level for me.
Right.
And I was just so into it, and I was so looking forward to Star Trek every week again.
Yeah.
And it's been since the days of UPN and Enterprise where that was the thing for me, and it's so great to have that back. It's so exciting, and I'm so sad the season's over.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to what they're doing with the other shows, I have a feeling that I'm going to have mixed feelings about Section 31 where I'll watch it and enjoy it, but I don't know. That's the one that has been, and not because I'm someone who's fully on board with yes, let's have an evil CIA as part of Starfleet. I get that one of the founding principles of Star Trek is this perfect utopia of no conflict humans going out and spreading peace and joy to the universe and kicking the asses of bad guys.
Yeah.
But I really do like the realpolitik underpinnings of it to say, yes, this is utopia, but why can't we try to show some other sides of utopia? In the same way that God bless Saint Jean the Horny and his wonderful creation of Star Trek, but TNG became much better when people were maybe the bridge crew can kind of have conflict with each other. Maybe everything doesn't have to be,
And Deep Space Nine is all about that.
It's what I think for a lot of people makes it their favorite of the shows.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to believe that the people on Deep Space Nine had never heard of Section 31. So, because eventually they're going to have to disband the public knowledge, or they're going to have to disavow public knowledge of Section 31, or officially disband it, even though it's continuing in secret.
Yeah.
And that's kind of an easy fix.
Yeah.
But it just seems
so.
Something that I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because when you look at American history and like the way that history is taught,
right,
it's taught with like
how many people know the OSS at all as a thing?
I don't even know what that is.
It's the precursor to the CIA.
Oh, okay.
You know, so
yeah, I have no idea.
Right,
yeah,
and then just like the history of like the Secret Service and things like that. You know? And there's great fiction that I've seen that makes. Well, I think Wild Wild West does that, where they're like, when I'm not saying Wild Wild West is a historical fiction, but where they take something like the Secret Service and make it like, oh, but there's like actually this conspiratorial aspect to it. Modern fiction has all kinds of like the CIA and FBI and the NSA, and you know, they'll make up new organizations, and it all feels like, yeah, that could be plausible. I could. What am I thinking? Born Identity, you know, the Born series.
Yeah.
Where you've got like this whole, like, I've gone way off the map here. One of my favorite things in the Born series is you watch this whole movie of like, what the fuck is all this that's going on? And then there's like an end to the movie where the guy's in a hearing and he's just like, okay, let's talk about this project. Boom, boom. What about this other project, Blackstone? Yep, we're done with that. Okay, let's move on. Like, it is literally nothing to the oversight of the government. It is just a folder with a name on it, and there's someone in power who's like, what's up with this? And
like the Ark of the Covenant just gets like put in a shelf somewhere. And
again, I know that what I'm saying, these are all...
Until they come find it in the shitty movie 20 years later.
But these are all, to me, very believable fictions that work within representations of what we have in our own country of, you know, actual secret agencies.
And you know why it's starting to work more for me? What you're saying, I think, is true, and also the fact that season 2 did such a good job of planting where this show is in the timeline, and also reminding me how weird the original series is. And you've been saying this all along.
The time.
You've been saying this all along, that like the original series, like the stupidest shit happens all the time, which is so true. And like Discovery purposefully being a little bit weird and stupid sometimes fits in a little bit with that timeline.
I love it.
And it's a very removed part of the Starfleet history. And people forget I forget that, because you have stuff like Generations where they put like those two captains on screen together, so it feels like that is a direct continuation. But it's 200 years.
There's a whole gap of time.
Huge gap of time, and none of the other Star Trek shows do anything like that, where they're all just like back to back to back.
You have the whole Kittimer massacre, or no? What is the one? Is that where
Star Trek 6?
The Enterprise C goes back in time.
Yesterday's Enterprise episode, So like, it wasn't Kittimer; it was like, some outpost,
but that's the thing that basically ends the Klingon War.
I don't remember. Yeah.
Because the Romulans are attacking, and then that Castillo, and then Yar, and then they fight the Romulans.
You can call me Dick. Oh wait, this is a good question. Confusion says, so where do you guys rank all of Stargate versus all of Star Trek? Worse, better? Is it even a comparison that can be done?
You're the one that can answer this, because I
rank all of Stargate versus all of Star Trek.
I haven't watched Stargate.
I fucking love Stargate. I've seen it all. I think that the quality of Stargate gets really consistent and stays consistent all the way through the end of Stargate Universe, but it's a way goofier series. And it gets serious sometimes. Actually, I take that back. The last 2 seasons of SG-1 were not very good. Once Richard Dean Anderson left. God, that's hard for me. Like, Star Trek reaches for this moral ideal that, to me, is so valuable for society as a whole, so it will always be more precious to me. But I think that if you look at the enjoyability factor of, like, every episode of Stargate versus every episode of Star Trek, I'd be curious to see which one we'd rank higher. That would be a project.
I still haven't watched Stargate because it's not on any of the streaming services I have. So, I mean, I can buy it, but
it's on something.
I checked Amazon, which was a surprise. I thought it was going to be available.
Yeah, or maybe it used to be on something.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I watched it on DVD, and I have since gotten rid of all of my DVDs.
I heard Farscape just came to Amazon Prime, so
except the last movie, The Peacekeeper Wars, which is the only thing I haven't seen because I don't want to buy it. Because I'm going to watch it once and never again. I've seen all of Farscape. Have you watched that show?
No, that's what I'm looking forward to.
I think you'll like it.
Yeah, because that one, it looks like goofy fun. I watched. I should say I watched a few of them during that when all of those were coming out. That was also during the era. I feel like that was within the Andromeda was out. And,
like the early
Hercules
2000s, late 90s era.
Jack of all trades and Cleopatra 25.
So I just edited that podcast we recorded like 6 months ago, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Was that era, like Cleopatra 25.
Formative era.
Yeah. Speaking of, So Doug and I recorded a podcast before we started Doug Space Nine about Babylon 5, and I just put it out finally. So you can go to that link and find it. But it just came out like 2 days ago, and it was actually really cool.
Babylon 5.
Man, yeah, there's a lot to talk about with Discovery, but should we get into Deep Space Nine?
We do a little Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the season 2 opener.
All right.
This is the first 2-parter for Deep Space Nine.
Let's do it. Let's get into it.
It's a 3-parter.
Yeah, and we only watched the first two parts.
The first 2.
Let's just get a little taste. I love the
here's my favorite alien.
slow pan. Yeah, this is a great alien. The slow pan like just gives you a nice feel for Deep Space Nine all of a sudden. It's like, oh, you remember this? This is fun.
Because also, I feel like you have to keep in mind that network executives at this time could reasonably be thinking, oh, what if there were people who were like, nah, I don't really want to watch Deep Space Nine, but then they heard from someone like, no, actually it's pretty good, so they're like, all right, I'll check it out.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to have a situation of like new fans coming in at the beginning of the season.
Sure.
So this is a good establish.
Right, which is actually makes it a brilliant move to not have a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I actually really, really like that. Like the ending of season 1 felt complete.
Yeah.
In a really nice way.
Yeah.
And then season 2, it almost feels like a continuation of a cliffhanger, even though it's not, because you just met, Vedic Wynn, and you'd just been introduced to a little bit of like the underpinnings of Bajoran religious, social issues.
Right.
And then it just explodes in the beginning of season 2. But like the underpinnings of that really did happen at the end of season 1. But it's not a cliffhanger. Like you can just start here.
Right.
And have it make sense to you.
Yeah, I feel like there are shows that basically take their audience hostage when they don't know they're going to get renewed, and then they end their last season on a cliffhanger. Where it's like, well, they better renew us or you assholes are out of luck. Like, no!
Right. I hate that.
Yeah, Discovery was great, back to Discovery, where you could not have a season 3 of Discovery. They didn't know if they were going to have one. Yeah. You could have ended it there where they're like, oh, they went to the future.
Yeah.
You'd want to know what happened, but there's not a like... the things they brought up have been unresolved. The only thing that's not resolved is the thing they do at the very last minute.
What was the very last
Going into the future.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, so and it was interesting that they don't show them in the future.
Right.
So it just kind of leaves you wondering. But you do wrap up.
Season 3
Captain Pike and
they come
Spock.
through the other side of the wormhole, they're like, well, that did not work at all.
We're in the same time period.
We don't know.
It has been 6 months here.
Apparently, I know fuck all about time travel.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool that they just spent more time wrapping up Spock and Pike. Yeah. I thought that just felt good for where that season had gone.
And a nice teaser for people like, please just do a whole series of this.
Which there's now like rumblings about.
Of course, because they're like, oh, wow, a lot of people want this.
And they did such a good job of recreating the Enterprise.
Yeah, they're like,
it was
reboot.
So good.
It's pitch perfect.
So good. It's like, that's what I wanted the J.J. Abrams movies to have.
Right.
Was a recognizable bridge layout.
Yeah.
It looks like it's the same bridge. It's just like they've made it with a better budget.
Yeah.
That's why the Klingon redesign from Next Generation never bothered me, because it's like, oh yeah, it's the same species with a better budget.
Right.
Which is, that's the type of thing I like. What did you think about the Telosian redesign?
I'm fine with it. I'm someone who's always on board with visual.
Yeah.
The way I think about it is that I was weaned early on BBC Doctor Who.
Oh yeah.
And so it's just like, okay, I can accept like cardboard and rubber masks.
Yeah.
And like the hokiest of the hokey, and just enjoy that they're doing. I mean, the Flight Space 7 that we did, it's just like, hey, it's cardboard and tinfoil. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You're just trying to You're trying to convey something.
Yeah.
So if you want to tweak the design of something, I don't really care. Like, I get it. These are the big brain Telosians. Right. How you choose to... That's why I didn't care about the Klingons. Like, oh, you're telling me Klingons look more like monsters? Fine, I can accept that.
Yeah.
I don't get as wrapped up. Just like, honestly, like the bridge, I see so many posters like, look at how good... And I look at the Discovery end of the Enterprise bridge, I'm like, I mean, yeah, it looks like a bridge with a starship. Yeah. I don't. You could show me that and ask me like, take the characters out, just show me the bridge and say, which reboot is this? And I could not pick it out of a lineup. I'd be like, I could be TNG, it could be Voyager. I don't know. They're all round rooms with a chair in the middle.
Yeah, yeah. For me, there's like I definitely care more about it.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's about suspension of disbelief.
Right.
Where if I'm going to invest in a universe, it needs to feel consistent in some ways.
Yeah, sure.
But it's a weird line, because like budget increases and improving how things look can work for me. But then you have situations like the Matrix movies where they got a budget increase,
right?
And they like went to town on all these CG effects, but it looks way worse,
right?
And my suspension of disbelief just went out the window.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't know. It's kind of varied, but Discovery season 2 for the most part nailed it for me. The Telosians was I got a little stuck on that because the veins in their heads weren't present
right
until the very end of the episode, like when they're using their telepathic powers or something.
Right.
Which was kind of a cool idea, but the issue with it is that when the Telosians first appeared in that episode, after having just seen previously on Star Trek where they showed the old Telosians,
yeah.
I'm like, are those the Telosians? I can't tell because they look so different.
See,
and that to me is like, why did they look different enough that I couldn't tell it was the same species?
Right.
That's a little too far for me.
Right. Yeah. That's fair. I mean, I knew what they were. I feel like that was, to me, I was like, oh, I get it. They're the big brain dudes. Right. But also they had said on the previous episode, I'm going to Talos 4. So it's like, oh, shit.
Right.
Oh, shit.
Right. You know? That was really exciting. See, this is how we have to do it. If we say we're going to talk about Discovery, we can't do it. But if we say we're going to talk about Deep Space Nine, then we can.
Okay.
Then it works out.
They open up on.
Okay, this episode starts with Quark just having a good day.
Yes.
Which I really like. He's like throwing a bone to Odo and like that quote about, sometimes declare peace.
Yeah.
Whatever rule of acquisition that was.
Throw your enemies. I wrote it down because I.
Or we can just hear it.
Every once in a while, declare peace. It confuses the hell out of your enemies.
Yeah. And then he meets up with this woman. Okay, we have to watch this scene because this is fascinating to me.
Oh, I like her.
How are your lobes?
Tingling at the sight of you.
Oh, the whole lobe stuff, though.
Not the black hole.
Okay, that is
No, I don't have time.
the slickest move. He takes a sip and he's like, I know what drink you're drinking. That was actually, I was like, oh, Quark. Like, that was such a good move.
Quark's good game.
Yeah, I mean, I that's a pretty slick
pretty smooth Quark.
pickup thing. Yeah, I like it. I thought that was pretty good. So then he gets this earring that he then decides to show to Kira, and then he's having such a good day that he's like, maybe I can get lucky with Kira.
Right.
It just does not work.
Oh.
But it's really funny. I don't know. I really enjoy it. I like him. Like, his obsession with Kira kind of cracks me up. But I think this is such a cool way to start an episode where there's this earring that we don't really know what it means, and now we're going to be like tracking down this person who's a hero to the Bajorans.
It's a MacGuffin
so cool.
that leads you into this mystery that then leads into a deeper understanding of the Bajoran-Cardassian conflict. You find out that Cardassia still has prison camps.
Right.
Which is really, I thought that was a really interesting thing.
Yeah, that was so... They go to... Oh, well, we'll get there. We'll get there. There's something here that we have to look at because it just cracks me the fuck up. All right, here we go.
Join you, Major.
It's coming.
One Raktajino with a Jacarine peel.
It's so like... It needs a beat behind it.
Yeah.
One Rectogino with a Jacaret peel. Join me in the Replimat. We'll share a meal. Like, I wish he'd kept going. It's so good.
Avery Brooks is the human embodiment of jazz.
He is. He totally is. I don't know. And okay, so this scene, like, they sit down and they talk about her taking a shuttlecraft to go rescue Lee Nollis because she knows who this earring belongs to and she wants to go save him. So this is like the first I don't know, look into the conflict that's coming between Starfleet and the Bajorans. And that, like, Starfleet is stationed here on the station. They're trying to help, but they can only go so far. And if it becomes a Bajoran internal conflict, which it will in the next episode, they get ordered to leave.
They can't have anything to do with it. Yeah.
But it's not the right thing to do. And like, it's again, the Prime Directive. It's Star Trek gets so much mileage out of this.
Yeah.
How, like, the idea of the Prime Directive of non-interference is such a great and correct way of thinking.
Right.
But it forces you to do the wrong thing so often. So where is the line,
Well, that's just it. And that's why I like to imagine, like, yes, someone had decided this is what the Prime Directive is, probably because Archer was just going around fucking up everything. We never get to see the consequences of what Archer was.
Right.
He pissed off a lot of people out there in the early days.
Sure. I wish they'd gone further with that. I wish they'd gone further with the idea that there is no Prime Directive yet,
Right.
and like how maybe there's like devastation that occurs, and that's why they create it.
Yeah.
But they were probably going in there and got canceled on season 4.
I would if you rewatch Enterprise and just think about like how many one-off people they introduced, and then you're thinking, well, we had such slow ships. These people are all like right in our backyard still.
Yeah.
These people are still our neighbors, and we were
Yeah.
just dicks to them out of the gate. I would love a season of something in between Enterprise and like Discovery. That's like an apology tour of space of Earth going around like, sorry you guys.
Yeah,
we
to
now have
all
a
our
Prime
neighbors.
Directive. Listen,
Yeah.
like this, we wouldn't have done this.
Yeah, that's interesting.
But I think that so there's this noble idea, well-intentioned, that if followed to the letter means being horrible to a bunch of people and ruining lives or letting entire planets suffer.
Yeah.
So then you have the people who are out actually doing it kind of making these judgment calls. Like, I would hazard to believe that there's a handful of captains in all of Starfleet that have not violated the Prime Directive.
Oh, sure. Yeah,
And those are
ever.
probably the ones who are like, you think of it, the trope in movies where you have like the super Boy Scout who is like following, like Superman, the kind of thing like, I'm doing what's right and legal to the point of it becoming immoral in
Right.
some cases.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, which is so interesting. It never ceases to be interesting to me.
Yeah.
And this episode has a really good version of it because when Sisko's asked to give her the runabout, according to the Prime Directive, the answer should be no.
Absolutely.
I think.
Right.
Yeah. Do you read that the same way?
No, not Prime Directive, because Bajor has warp and Cardassia has warp. So it's more of a like.
Right, but Bajor is not in the Federation.
Right, which
so
is-
going to rescue Bajoran citizens from the Cardassians
Right.
is an internal matter to Bajor and Cardassia.
So that to me is sovereignty versus Prime Directive. Prime Directive
Okay,
is
so
you
explain.
can't. Prime Directive is if they don't have warp, you can't like mess with their society. You can't give them technology. You can't let them know that this technology exists. It has to be observe only.
Okay.
No, and I mean, there's like
Sure.
we go down and we study, we pretend to be them.
But in the very next episode, when fighting breaks out and they are asked, like, ordered to leave the station, it's because the Prime Directive applies, because it's an internal matter. Even though they know that the Cardassians are supplying these arms to Bajor, and Bajor is like is about to erupt into civil war.
Right.
The Bajorans don't know that the Cardassians are causing that, but when he talks to Admiral Chakotay, when he talks to Admiral Chakotay, he says, well, it's internal, Prime Directive applies, you have to get out.
Oh, see, that's interesting. I feel like that's probably a mistake of the writing. Because
You think so?
I think so. Yeah, I'll do some offline research.
Okay.
But I can't remember another time when the Prime Directive meant, because that would mean that the Prime Directive would apply to like, Klingon stuff, where like, oh, the Klingons want to do this thing, where like Prime Directive, where it's not. It's like, no, the Klingons, that's just their sovereignty, that's their politics,
Yeah, I mean, we should say hi to Zarizo.
sorry.
Discovery, why torture yourself?
Boom, 'cause it's
luckily,
the best
we're already through our
stuff.
Discovery talk, but season 1 was garbage, and I love season 2. If you haven't watched season 2, it gets so much better.
I do love it for anyone that has been like following us, because you were like such on team
I
anti-Discovery.
hated it.
So you
Hated
coming
it.
around is either other people going, you know what, I will give it a chance, because
I hope so.
Because I felt the same way as him, and I agree with him on stuff. Or it's going to be like, Jesse has betrayed me,
Yeah, one of the two.
where everyone else who didn't hate Discovery already was like, I was already pro Discovery.
I'm comfortable with both. Which episode is that? We are watching season 2 of Deep Space Nine, episode 1.
Yeah.
We're in this episode of in this stream, we're talking about the first 2 episodes of season 2 of Deep Space Nine.
So yeah,
Okay, yeah. So,
But
Prime Directive, yeah.
whether it's Prime Directive or just sort of like Starfleet policy, but the idea is that this starts to this is what we're saying, is it starts to clarify what are the roles of
Right.
of Bajor, of the Federation,
Yeah, I feel like the Admiral. My theory is that the Prime Directive means what the writers need it to mean to move the plot forward.
Sure.
And I think that there's so much
It means
interpretation.
you can't legally do the right thing.
Exactly. Yeah. There's so much interpretation in the Prime Directive, and I don't know, like Data talking to Sarjenka in season
Pre-warp society, Prime
2.
Directive violation.
Well, she reached out to him and he answered, and that is like he didn't tell her who he was because he was trying to protect the Prime
But he
Directive.
shouldn't have answered. That
but
was like,
just like saying anything.
right.
you
Rescuing
know,
her is a Prime Directive violation.
Yeah, for sure. But letting her die is the wrong thing to do.
Right. Oh, while we're on the Prime Directive, and since we're just going to go off of
Wait,
things anyways.
TNG Q greater than Discovery Q? Do you have a theory about a Discovery Q? I want to hear that. Wait, is there a theory that someone on Discovery is a Q?
I mean, unless it's Control, there's no one who shows any kind of like
Omniscient
superhero.
power?
Yeah, but I've told you this several
Maybe
times.
the mycelial network is the Q continuum. Haven't you said that before?
Well, no, I've said that this is the same concept of mushroom space magic.
Okay.
That space magic, Q is space magic. The mycelial network is space magic.
What if, like, when Tilly sees that person in the mycelial network,
It's Q.
what if that is a Q? What if this mycelial network is the Q continuum?
But no, because later on they have like, oh, it's this particular species. They have like it is a specific thing.
The Q continuum?
No, whatever the mushroom monster was that was.
Well, maybe they evolve and stop telling people what they used to be, and then just present themselves however they want.
the Q continuum has existed far longer than humanity, so
Well, so is the mycelial network.
maybe the mycelial
I am
network.
digging in on this theory.
Maybe the mycelial network is where the Q continuum grows their mushrooms, and the Q continuum goes to the mycelial network to like trip balls.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Maybe the mycelial network is how the Q continuum transports.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they are like jumping. I don't know.
But I've said this to you before, where I wish that, and now we're going to go back to it, and that'll be the last I'll say, that a season of Discovery did the space weirdness that was so prevalent in TOS, where they're like in our local galaxy and they find like a clone of Earth, like a modern Star Trek that just balls out finds a planet that is like, this looks exactly like Earth, the continents are the same shape, everyone speaks English, which is fucking insane,
I know,
crazy,
not
hard sci-fi, yet is canonical to Star Trek. They've done it like twice,
several times,
right? If they did that in a modern Star Trek, I would love that. I would love that because
I've thought about that.
Because it's basically going, you know what? Star Trek is Star Trek. Fuck you.
Yeah.
It does not make sense.
Yeah, totally. No, I'm with you on that. Because the thing is, like, you can tell as crazy of a story as you want, anything.
Yeah.
But if you have a good point,
a reason
to the
for the story,
if the story is well told, I'm in.
Oh, so this was going about
English language is multiversal language. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like like this is an issue more in Enterprise than any other series, because in Enterprise they didn't have a universal translator.
They try to do it, but it's basically Hoshi is like a superhero. Hoshi has like magical language powers.
But I'm in. I'll buy it.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, and they don't. But it's very inconsistent the way that they
Super
do it.
Inconsistent.
But yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the universal translator being this like, it's fine.
Right. It's like transporters.
They're speaking their language, we're speaking our language. It's just hand waving.
Listen, if we're going to start picking at threads, are we going to talk about the Vulcan nerve pinch making no sense?
It makes perfect sense to me.
How come? Why is it everybody?
Because Vulcans are so much stronger. They can do something that humans just physically can't.
So then that means because I know Data does the Vulcan nerve pinch once.
Also, okay, you just ruined it for me, because I was going to say also Vulcans.
It's not a mind thing.
Also, Vulcans have like,
mental powers.
Psychic powers.
Right. I used to always.
But you just ruined it.
Yeah, because Data does one. When I saw Data do one, I was like, okay, the Vulcan nerve pinch no longer
then
makes
it's
sense.
my first theory that
It's
it's just a strength thing, and the Vulcans have stronger hands.
To what? To like hit our shut-off nerve? I don't know. It's just like I'm saying.
I don't care.
I don't care either. I'm just saying, like,
I buy it.
If we start picking at universal translator threads, we're going to wind up in some uncomfortable places.
Sure. Yeah. Totally.
Oh, so the Prime Directive.
Although the one thing I do care about, sorry to interrupt you, but this is a big deal. When you're talking to another species on the view screen,
their lips move in English.
Well, not that. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
When they change camera angles,
yes.
Like when you're watching the season 3 finale of Star Trek: The Next Generation, and it's Locutus of Borg, and it's like a wide shot of him and several Borg, and then they cut to Riker looking freaked out, and then they cut back, and it's just like a tight shot of Picard. I'm like, they have a camera operator on the Borg ship changing camera
yeah.
angles to heighten the tension? I don't think so.
Yeah, and ones where they zoom, I just picture, like, is there, like, a control room
Right.
on the ship where they're like, cut to camera 3. cut
Right,
to-
totally.
Tight on
But
Picard.
Discovery they finally tried to explain some of that by like having these cameras pop off the ship.
Right.
Which I thought was really cool because, like, all right, every Starfleet ship has all these little drones flying around
That
them
can do stuff.
that are doing things.
Yeah.
Sure.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
I'm in. Enterprise had it.
Yeah.
You didn't notice it.
Just didn't see 'em, right.
because it's like integrated in the ship so well. But
You know me, I'll always say that just because you hadn't seen it doesn't mean that it didn't exist.
Sure.
You know, the absence of proof is not, what is the absence of evidence is not the absence of proof? I
that
don't
makes
know.
sense.
I can't remember the phrase.
I feel like that was fine.
But yeah. Prime Directive. Prime Directive and how it applies to
Yes.
a
to
story.
this situation.
Oh,
Or to, yeah.
No, I was going to give another example with
Okay,
TNG.
sure.
They find the genetically engineered society that is
Yeah.
about to get destroyed by
Yes.
like a comet or whatever, and then they're arguing about does the Prime Directive apply, and they're humans.
Right.
They're humans who obviously had warp because they got to this.
Yeah, or like that society that was all cloned and then they gave them all the Irish people.
But at least that one, they begrudgingly agreed.
Yeah,
Oh,
totally.
that episode to me is the Irish people were enslaved as well response to Code of Honor, where it's like,
Oh.
Code of Honor is offensive because it takes like African tribal stereotypes and, you know, it just, you know, that's and I think a legitimate argument, like, this is a really kind of fucked up episode. So then they're like, well, let's just make one about Irish people. Like, that's not helping.
You know,
That's
I
not
actually
helping.
learned this recently that they made that episode because I think Maurice Hurley, like the showrunner at the time, is Irish and like wanted to do like
Space Irish.
wanted to like do something with Irish people. But I don't know if Maurice Hurley is the right person.
Right, but someone
on the staff like wanted to
Let's do an
something
Irish
with
episode.
And which reminds me of in DS9 a couple episodes back when they had Rumpelstiltskin. It was supposed to be a leprechaun,
Right,
but
right.
Colmini complained.
Yeah.
Like that is really offensive.
Please don't do that. Yeah,
Irish
yeah.
people. Yeah, which is hilarious.
Oh, I'll give
Yeah.
Discovery this. They haven't done like a culturally or racially insensitive episode.
Just
Which-
just a sensibility.
Well, sure.
Just a general sensibility offensive.
People can have
season.
their own debates about whether it offends, like, you know, the history of Star Trek.
Right.
But in terms of like, and I love Star Trek, but every other series has done something where you're like, whoa, that's like kind of fucked up. Like,
Right.
by the way that we judge normalcy.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, I mean, Star Trek is constantly dating itself.
Of course. I mean,
You know?
everything is. Anything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, time is moving forward.
Right.
For the most part.
If you're doing a story about your contemporaneous time, it then becomes a piece of its era, you know?
Yeah.
Star Trek is in that position of, like, we're projecting a future, so then as the future catches up, you're like, oh, well, yeah, we were kind of wrong, you know?
Yeah, and that's okay. I don't know. I mean, this. I've been thinking about this a lot recently because, like, Game of Thrones season 3,
Yeah.
or sorry, episode 3 of season 8 just came out.
Sure, yeah.
The Battle of Winterfell.
Right.
And everybody's complaining about it.
Yeah.
And have you seen it?
Yeah.
So it's Game of Thrones spoilers. It was a great episode where it was like this massive battle that reminded me a lot of like Helm's Deep
Right.
in Lord of the Rings, and like people are complaining that the White Walkers were destroyed in one single blow, which of course that was dumb, but like it's a show, you know?
Right.
Like people get so wrapped up in it and it being like real, and I'm guilty of this with Star Trek. Luckily for me, I don't feel this way about Game of Thrones,
Right,
because
right.
I'm really enjoying the last
Sure,
season. I
right.
think it's been like really
But you're
well
not
made.
in deep the way you are with Star Trek.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, because like just emotionally, I've never been that bonded to that show.
So in one of the Facebook groups I'm in where people complain about Star Trek and also love Star Trek, one of my favorite comebacks when people are like, well, why do they do this? I will write in all caps. Why, for example, well, why can't they make the Klingons look like they do in real life?
Yeah.
Why can't they make time travel work the way it really does? Like,
Right.
It's like, why can't they make the White Walkers the way they should be in real life?
Right.
Like,
What they're saying is, why can't you make time travel work the way that I think makes the most sense,
right,
personally?
Right, which is also just making
Which is
up bullshit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's this
High five bullshit.
there's this big line between like legitimate criticism and and just like being upset that it's not reflecting what you wanted.
I think what it is it's trying to backfill, justify your very valid to have subjective opinion with something that feels like an objective criticism.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
found a factual error in the way time travel is portrayed, therefore everyone should agree that this is bullshit.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, and I think sometimes creators get so up their own butts with like setting up where this is going and paying it off in the way that they intend to without realizing how the show feels to watch.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
like
You're too close to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best criticism of that new episode is that it's too dark and it's hard to see. Like,
Yeah,
it was hard to see. Like I was like sitting on the TV like this, like my eyes wide open, just like trying to make sure that
cranked the brightness
saw
up
everything.
and it was like, so I watched it and it was more washed out so that I could see it better. But
Yeah.
yeah, it just that visually
Which is kind of an insane choice.
I've heard that,
Which I kind of respect because it's so weird.
but I've heard that like if you had like a 4K HD TV and you
Yeah.
watch this on a Blu-ray DVD, like it would not be as bad.
Or in a movie theater where there's no light in the room.
right.
Yeah.
But it's like okay,
and
but
even
that's not
that-
the intended audience.
Even that, I'm just like, okay, well, that was their choice. And it made me sit like this and watch
Sure,
it.
yeah.
And I will never forget the experience of watching that episode because I was so invested. And yes, there are massive flaws in logic. And it drove me a little wild that, like, the Dothraki army is wiped out in seconds, but Brienne of Tarth and Podrick are still
fighting
and
away.
Jaime are still like fighting away at the end, and like this like wave of the dead come in and kill everything immediately except for the main characters.
Right,
That's dumb.
yeah.
But it's a TV show. Of course, that's what happens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All TV shows do that all the time. I'm used to that.
You mean the high level characters?
Sure.
So all the first level, fighters, they are all down.
Right.
But if you're like 13th level and above, you're fine.
Right. If
You have more hit
if you're like
points.
high on the call, yeah, you have more hit points.
Right.
Exactly. They have more HP. Yeah, it is more like a video game. If you follow video game logic, then that show makes more sense.
Or role playing logic.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly.
The player characters are fine.
Yeah. Okay. Confusion says that's the one thing I really love about Stargate. They, for the most part, try to explain how the technologies work.
Right.
That's a super good point. Is that Stargate knows it's ridiculous. Like they're so aware of how ridiculous they are, and they go out of their way to, like, give at least a passable reason for why these things exist.
Right.
And they can do anything. Like, that's what I loved about those shows, is they can really go anywhere with their story. I mean, they brought Daniel Jackson back from the dead. They did all sorts of crazy shit that made no sense, but there was always some sort of scientific-ish reason.
They're trying to ground it.
Yeah, they always tried to have, like, connect threads. They always tried to connect dots. And they were very self-aware of how the show felt to watch. And they knew what buttons to push to make you happy or sad.
Yeah.
I'm actually trying to get my podcast back up and running, and
interesting.
I know we're already busy doing this, but if you decide to watch some Stargate
Yeah,
and
I'll
you
watch-
want to do like what we did for Babylon 5 with Stargate,
I'll watch some Stargate.
I would be into that.
You have to give me the view, like, watch this. You
Okay.
know?
Well, maybe we just do season 1 of.
You know, my preference
SG1.
is to watch in order of release, not in order of chronology of
Yeah.
the universe. Like,
Totally.
Whenever people online are like, "I'm trying to get into Star Trek. What should I do?" Watch The Cage and go forward. Like, that's it.
Right.
Watch The
Well,
Cage. Watch TOS.
I think the best way to watch Star Trek is watch the way that the shows overlapped in release order. I actually was part of a watching group for a while called the Red Shirts that were doing this, and they had a spreadsheet. So you would watch like when
Voyager, a TNG. Yeah.
as they were airing.
Yeah. That's great.
Because sometimes they did special events like the 50th
Right.
anniversary of, or some anniversary of Star Trek. I don't know which one.
30th.
Maybe. Yeah,
That
they had
was the
Sulu.
Tribbles.
Yes,
Yeah.
that episode on Deep Space Nine, and then Sulu was on Voyager.
Right.
And they told like the Excelsior story
That's where they show Tuvok.
on the Excelsior.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that was like in one of the movies, right? So they like wrap up.
Oh, was that in one of the movies?
Because I thought that actor.
Well, Tim Russ was in Generations as a human on board the Enterprise C
Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
I'm wrong then. I thought they were like.
with Ellen Ruck.
Yeah.
From Spin City. Maybe because Stargate are more active with their plot in episodes. Yeah. Stargate has a through line to their plot that Star Trek doesn't have in general, but I'd say Deep Space Nine does have.
I'm making a note for me to get a copy of Stargate.
You know what we should do is just watch the movie and do a podcast about that and then go from there. Because that was the first thing that
Stargate
came
movie,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, and then we can
With
do like...
James Spader.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
I love that movie.
I love that movie so
Oh my
much.
God.
I'm sorry. Are you going to have a space movie with Egyptian iconic ancient Egyptian aliens?
Andy's calling.
Andy.
Hello.
Hi. Are you
What?
are you Doug Space being mining?
We are Doug Space Nining as we speak.
It was Dog Space 9 today.
Oh, it's Dog Space 9 because Miles is here.
Bum, 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 bum.
Bark, 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 bark.
Bark, 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 bark.
You have a very... having a hard time hearing you. You're down in the theater? Andy? I'm getting, like, no words. I'm hearing that you're talking, but I can't hear what you're saying.
Ensign, can you clean up that signal?
And heads. And heads.
There's too much interference from the surface, Captain.
They're deep underground. Our sensors can't penetrate the rock. Hello?
What is going on?
We cannot hear you.
Wait.
Hello? Hello?
I've lost her, sir.
Get her
me
back!
on the call.
Get her back!
Oh, that was good.
She's speaking Borg. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stargate movie is better than the series. They're very different. The Stargate takes, I think, until season 5 of SG-1 to really hit their stride.
Right.
And it's a little hard to get through the first few seasons because it gets a little slow. And they tried too hard at first to kind of match the tone of the movie. And the first episode of Stargate is great. They did a really good job matching the tone of the movie. It's like, oh my God, a continuation of a movie that I've loved since childhood. This is so cool. And it gets a little slow, but then when they really kind of find their footing, it becomes its own thing that is so immersive and engrossing, and I loved it so much.
I feel like
and Atlantis is awesome, and Universe is fucking incredible. Stargate Universe, the last show, is incredible.
And that's the one that didn't get it got like 1 or 2
two
seasons.
seasons. It's such a shame because they went way dark with it and kind of depressing, and it was like kind of a gut punch at first, but then there's so much beauty to be found in that show.
But it also sounds like Stargate never really took off in a wider cultural,
Yeah,
it still was relegated to sort of like, oh, there's that genre fiction show that,
Yeah, for a genre fiction show, it was very, very successful, but like all the subsequent shows kind of went down. But now they're talking about like rebooting it. I heard that Brad Wright, now that he's off of Travelers, might be going back to Stargate.
Oh, interesting.
Which would make me shit my pants.
Yeah.
That would be
well,
so exciting.
because now, I mean, I also feel like if Travelers did good enough with Netflix, he might have some like, hey, you guys, like, look, I can do some shits,
I'm so bummed Travelers was canceled.
I'm bummed. I'm glad that it ended ended
well
in a nice way.
It ended well. It was a great ending. I mean, as far as what you're
because
gonna
they could have done like a batshit crazy season 4,
Yeah, I mean, season 3 got a little off the rails, just a little bit, because I think they knew they were barreling towards
Jesus Christ, dude! I mean, like
reset.
3 seasons of time travel. Like, what are you expecting?
Yeah, but I mean, they were handling it so well as far as their. I forget his name, the archivist who was like seeing all these different versions of reality.
Yeah.
They were at least addressing the fact that the timeline was getting frayed to shit.
Right. What I loved about Travelers was they start off with this premise of like, this is the way time travel is, and then partway through you're like, oh, you were wrong, and you are dealing with the consequences of being wrong about time travel.
Yes, totally. It was so well done.
Then the inconsistencies become folded into the in-universe.
Into the canon.
Yeah, which is great.
Which I love. I love that type of storytelling because we don't know shit. We don't know how time travel's not real.
Yeah.
Yet. I mean, I don't know. Maybe someday, but
all I want in time travel shows is a modicum of effort to say like, yeah, okay, this kind of, and then if you pick at it, yes, it'll fall apart because it's fucking time travel. Of course, it'll fall apart.
Yeah, totally. Should we talk about Deep Space Nine?
We were starting about the Prime Directive, and you were saying about.
Well, I'm sure we'll circle back to that because there's a lot of that in this episode. But this is a great moment that I want to look at here.
Sure,
that's correct. But this is the first time I've seen it here.
What is he looking at?
Informed immediately
hid the past.
He's like, he's looking around for other graffiti. I swear, he's like, Do I see any other graffiti in this hallway?
Or like, is there anyone skulking who wanted to watch us, you know,
Sure,
take
maybe.
it off? But
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, and then also it's a little sort of like, it's been a long time since I've heard this, you know?
Yeah.
It's the wistful into the distance.
He's just like, I've been working really hard on my forehead. Because his forehead in this season has it's a little more indented. You know?
I think also maybe Rene Auberjonois took a space work class, so he's like, you know, look, I'm gonna kind of like wander in the scene here. I'm not gonna just stay static and say my lines.
Yeah.
The station.
Understood. They think scrawling a few signs is going to get rid of us. They've got another thing coming.
Right now, they're just trying to show us that we're vulnerable.
So yeah, this is introducing the Circle, this Bajoran
Alt-right
extremist
Bajoran.
faction who wants all non-Bajorans off of Bajor and off of the station.
Oh,
which is, I mean, I think I love this plot line. I love this whole story arc. I think it's so good. The whole idea that you have these people who've been oppressed for 50 years. They've been occupied for 50 years by a horrible, evil force. And then they're finally free, and then they start fighting amongst themselves because they want no outside influences.
Right.
Like the more rational, reasonable Bajorans are saying, you know, we need help. Like, we need some outside help. But then the Bajorans who are more afraid are saying, no, like, outside help is going to turn into oppression, and we just need to be alone.
Right.
And, you know, it's not like one is right and one is wrong. I'm obviously on the side of, like, you know, the Federation is
Openness,
good.
right.
And, like, let's ask for help when we need it. But the other side, to feel that way makes perfect sense, and to have it devolve into, like, almost civil war, I think is just such a cool way to go with the story. It's surprising, but it's like, it feels like teleological. It's like written out of what was already there.
Right. So I think that they made the choice you would have to make to do this kind of thing, which is the Circle is shown as clearly an enemy. They're violent, you know, their means undermine whatever justification there could be for their philosophy. Because it is an analogy to, you know, like white supremacy. That's 100% what the Circle is it saying, like, this is what it's like in America to say, you know what, only white people should be in America. Their symbol is a swastika, you know. That's what they're doing here.
Totally.
But there is a difference, I think, on a truly, like, literal definition, racial level. The Bajoran race, you know, you can see a justification for believing we want our planet just to be our own planet. Like, you know, we don't need to have to allow aliens in. But I don't think that they could have that kind of nuanced discussion in a show like Star Trek. One, because the analogy clearly is to white supremacy, so you do not want to show that with even a hint of support, or like maybe they don't have a bad idea.
Yeah. And I think that the analogy can definitely be drawn to white supremacy, but I feel like it goes, for me, it's like just a general way in which humans work, which is like, we get overtaken by fear. Like, after you have been oppressed, it takes real forethought to not become an oppressor. Right. You know, like after you have, like Reavers on Firefly, you know, when you stare into madness, or like what does Mal say? Like, the way to deal with the thing is to become the thing, something like that, when they're talking about Reavers. Yeah, I mean, I think that there is real wisdom in this storytelling. Yeah. I'm so into this whole arc.
I also like it because people complain about Discovery, SJWs ruining Star Trek, and I would just like to remind them, like,
SJWs,
social justice warriors.
Oh, right.
What politics? Why are they getting politics in Star Trek? Like,
are you kidding me?
Excuse me. Let's watch the season opener of.
Let's watch every episode of every Star Trek series ever, because that's what it's always been.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone gangs up on Sisko to convince him to let Kira take the runabout. Right. And this is going to get us back into this Prime Directive thing, where it's like they've learned to love and respect Kira, which is obvious. Right. And they are giving her this runabout and supporting her because it feels like the right thing to do for, like, interpersonally, I think, more than it is the right thing to do politically. It's
not the right thing to do politically. It's against policy. Sisko knows that it's morally the right thing to do, and he's going along with it, but also, like, just don't let this blow up in my face.
Right. And then he sends O'Brien with her to make sure that she comes back in one piece.
Which I think is also more. It shows that it's like not him just like a wink and a nod. He's like, I want to actively be involved in this.
Yeah.
I'm sending you, my Johnny Fix-It.
Yeah, but he must not have consulted with Starfleet before sending her, because
Absolutely not, because they would say no.
they would have said no, because
Right.
like the Admiral Chakotay says no in the next episode
Right.
when he wants to get involved. But they already got involved. I don't know. It's a really interesting situation that the show does not quite unravel as far as
Yes.
like what is the legality of what they're doing as far as the Prime Directive is concerned.
Yeah, that's a pretty common thing, I think, for Star Trek in general, and Deep Space Nine, especially early seasons, where there's just this vague veneer where they just, she can't do it because Starfleet won't let them. Okay, like, we don't need to pick it apart.
Yeah.
The show tells us, they're like, just know, if she gets caught doing this, it's going to be trouble for Cisco.
Yeah.
And she's not legally authorized to just grab a runabout and go.
Right.
What's interesting is that it doesn't address things like, well, does she have weekends? Can she just, like, go rent a car and
Right.
drive out there on her free time?
But she would never.
Yeah.
She would get
And it's-
fired immediately.
And again, there's things that you do as choices that are less interesting for the story. It's
Right.
more interesting to have Cisco slyly like, I'm going to give you some resources to go do this thing.
And I think he's doing it off the books. I mean, because he says like
100%.
officially you're going to collect ore samples or
Right.
something like that.
It's
I
it's
don't
a
know,
conspiracy.
it's
These
something
three
I
people
love
are
about
engaged
Star
in a
Trek.
conspiracy.
Exactly. It's something I love about Star Trek is that you have the Prime Directive, but then people break it all the time when it's the right thing to do,
I still don't think it's the
and they get into a little bit of trouble,
Yes.
but not that much trouble.
They've done did TNG, I think TNG touched on it, and I think TOS did for sure, of like having the captains having it be explicitly said like, here's the things that you did that were wrong.
Right.
Like trial shows.
Right, they did that in TNG with the Drumhead. They
Yeah,
put
yeah, yeah.
Picard on trial for every time he'd broken the Prime Directive. And when they laid it all out like that, it's like, well, he has broken the Prime Directive a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
I've seen
For someone who is like so into the Prime Directive.
Right.
And he calls it like a very correct philosophy all the
Right.
time. It's interesting.
I've seen posts online where it's like, the scorecard of who's broken the Prime Directive more.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's room to quibble there because, one, the show is very loose, I feel like, about what is and is not the Prime Directive.
Yeah.
I still don't think this is a Prime Directive violation, but that's fine.
Yeah, this I feel like is borderline, and then the next episode is also borderline, but
Right.
you have an admiral saying no.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, their reasoning for doing this is that there aren't, like, the Cardassians have said that there aren't prisoners of war anywhere.
Right.
When they have evidence that there is.
Right.
So then they go prove it.
Right.
And then they get out of it because they prove the Cardassians wrong, and Gul Dukat, says, "Oh my God, I'm sorry." And
Right. That's
Gul
a
Dukat
real interesting
obviously knew that there were prisoners. Gul Dukat knew there were prisoners and is lying. I'm like pretty convinced.
I believe that, but I think you could read that scene to have it be like he legitimately didn't know.
Maybe.
I
I choose to believe that he knew.
Yeah,
'cause,
I
like,
also don't think he's
He's
don't
an evil piece of shit.
and they don't follow up on it in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
I think the purpose of that particular scene is just showing that like, they just right away went to apology.
Yeah.
Like this is such a bald-faced getting caught with your ass out that the
Yeah.
Cardassians aren't even like, how dare you violate. There's a scene, I think it's in this episode, where Jaro, the Bajoran Dracula, says to Kira something like, you invited the Cardassians to war, and thankfully they did not accept the invitation. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
I mean, spoiler alert, you're a bad guy, but
Right.
also, no, they were in complete violation of all kinds of things.
Right.
They just got caught.
But he is speaking with the voice of fear,
Yes.
And I love that scene. I love
yeah.
when he says like
He's so good.
he's so good. What's his name? I forgot.
Frank Langella.
Frank Langella. I love Frank Langella.
He's
I forgot
such
he
a
was in
good
this
actor.
show. When he showed up, I'm like, fuck yeah, it's Frank Langella.
Oh.
We're in for some shit.
This is in the Memory Alpha. I don't know if you did the
I
look
didn't
into
read
this
it,
one.
no.
He asked to be uncredited.
Really?
Yeah, and he did this show. Apparently, it says that he only did the show as a thing for his kids.
Huh.
Like his kids wanted to do it,
Whoa.
so he did it, and then was just like, "Don't put my name in the credits." And he fucking knocks it out of the park.
He nailed it.
Yeah,
He's so good.
Yeah, and it said that there was one other actor who also did Star Trek just as like a thing for their kids. And I looked, and I'm like, I don't recognize that name. And I clicked on it, and it was the main bad guy Suliban from Enterprise. who's always after John or after Archer.
Oh yeah,
and I was like,
he's great.
And I was like, why are you doing Star Trek?
Isn't that actor on Star Trek a lot?
Yeah, he's been in a few other things. So I was like, that can't be right. So
is he? I was wondering if he was the Cardassian in this episode.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't do
the
any
one
deeper dive.
that they try to trick into
buying a prostitute.
Buying a prostitute. Yeah. This is a scene I wanted to analyze together because this is interesting. No, I went too far.
It's probably just a routine scan.
It's this scene.
Before we go,
this is it.
One thing we need to clear up between us.
What's that?
This mission can end only one of two ways. Either we bring back Lenalis, or we don't come back at all.
Right.
Understood.
And then her face. So yeah, this scene she's basically saying like,
this is a suicide mission.
You are expendable. Lenalis is not.
Right.
To O'Brien, he's like, great.
But also then he seems to do like a...
I thought that he
agrees, but I think it's just
can end only one of two ways. Either we bring back Lenalis, or we don't come back at all.
Understood.
Okay. He's like, oh, I'm gonna die.
But I feel like this is not an intentional choice of Colmini. I don't think this is written to the script, but just the way that his face moved looks like Kira's like, listen, we are either gonna die or we're gonna succeed. And he's like, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I didn't read it that way, but
No,
when you
me
pause
neither.
it on this frame, it's hard not to. The way I read it was like, I mean, Chief O'Brien has been on board with this plan.
Yeah.
And he was like coming up with a way that he could disguise the shuttle before Cisco even asked him to do it.
He's a soldier.
He's a soldier. He hates Well, he doesn't hate Cardassians. He hates what he's become because of Cardassians.
Fair, okay, fair. But he also will follow orders, you know?
Right. He's like, he was an in the trenches soldier earlier on in his career, and he fought the Cardassians. And he knows he's been to Cardassian prison camps before. He knows how they treat their prisoners, and he wants to get these people out of prison. So he's pretty on board with the whole thing in a way that I thought was kind of cool.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Because he is like he's not Law and Order the way Odo is.
Yeah.
But he's also not like he's like a meat and potatoes guy, you know?
Yeah.
He's just going by what he's going by.
Totally.
So yeah. I did like this.
All right, so then we... all this stuff about like bluffing their way out of being caught, I really enjoyed. It's very like Star Warsy, you know.
You want to do an early jump into the meme? Because that was that was what the meme for this episode came from.
I got a set already.
Yeah.
Wait, it was way bigger before. What happened?
Oh, it's reversed.
And it's reversed? What the hell? What happened? Transform. Flip horizontal. There we go. Tell me, Major, who is this Golmaraid?
Don't ask me. I just made him up.
Speech 100. What is that from?
Skyrim. It's like the skill development system.
Oh, okay. I've never played Skyrim.
It's like
so
you do.
I read this. I'm like, this is probably funny, but I don't get it.
Well, this is like a sort of a meme template where it's like,
right.
You do speech 100 when someone says something that's full on bullshit.
Yeah.
That then convinces someone else.
Nice.
So I think in the game when you play it, like you choose a certain dialogue tree and then it works, and then it's like, boom.
Gotcha.
Your
Cool.
speech skill just went up.
Have you played Skyrim?
No.
Okay.
I have it for my Switch.
You have? Oh, you got it. Cool. How are you doing on Breath of the Wild?
I finally went ahead and did the end game.
Ganon?
Because I saw like, oh, if you do the end game, it'll tell you what your percentage complete is. It puts that on the map. And I was like, 36?
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? Because I was just tooling around, like, not doing the Ganon end game. I was like, I did this, and I'm finding all this stuff, and I felt like I'd traveled everywhere, and I was like, okay, I'm just curious to see where I'm at.
Right.
And I realize now
Like,
that
I am nowhere.
the bulk of it is because of the Korok seeds. There's like 900 of them.
Right.
And that's why the percentages are so low.
And the shrines, too. How many shrines have you done?
I don't remember a lot of them.
There's 120, I think.
Yeah, I've done at least 100. I think.
Oh, wow.
I was really far into the shrines before I did.
Yeah, I finished all the shrines and I was like 45%.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Yeah, and then after defeating Ganon, I kept playing for a little bit, and I got my percentage up somewhere in the 40s, like 42, something like that. And
that's
then,
probably like hundreds of hours of gameplay, right?
I haven't. I looked once. I was like, "Ooh, that's a lot of hours."
Yeah.
And then I switched to Mario Odyssey.
Okay.
Because it is tough. I mean, in some ways, I wish I hadn't done the Ganon thing and just kept blindly stumbling through the rest of the game. But I'm in that position now where, like, I would like to get my percentage up higher just for the sake of doing it.
Yeah.
But also, no one's directing me anywhere. I'm literally just, like, trolling through everywhere and talking to people.
What I did at that point is I bought the DLC because it has something called the Hero's Path, where you can see where you've been. And then I just started exploring areas of the map I hadn't been in. I never got to 100%, but I did explore the entire map.
Gotcha.
And I like had a way to check that. And then I felt complete.
Yeah.
When I started Master Mode and like needed to take a break because I've been playing it for 250 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, that's such a good game.
Yeah, I can see going back to it because I'm at the point now where I've gotten good enough where I'm indestructible. Like I'm super powerful. I run around. I don't care about whatever's going on. I don't grab things. I don't save things.
Totally.
It's just like
that's the other thing about Master Mode is that like it's way harder.
Yeah, I've heard the monsters get really hard.
Yeah, like just trying to get off the Great Plateau was. I actually did the Great Plateau challenge. I streamed this back on YouTube, where blood moons don't start until you leave the Great Plateau.
Right.
So there's this challenge to kill every enemy on the Great Plateau before you leave.
Yeah.
And in Master Mode, there is a Stone Talus and a Lionel on the Great Plateau.
Wow, yeah.
And you can only use the weapons that you find on the Great
Did you
Plateau.
see the video of somebody fighting a Lionel with magnesis only?
No.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's insane. I was like, okay, there are people who are like way too good at this game.
Yeah.
It made me think if I ever did streaming, I'd want to make a stream that is like not good at Zelda.
Yeah.
Because I have played it again from the beginning a little bit, and I just fall. I get killed all the time.
Yeah,
it's
you
just
get
like,
so dependent on your upgrades.
Yeah.
That's the big takeaway for me from Master Mode was like I'm not as good as I thought I was.
Yeah.
And like I just taking all these enemies out. It's like I'm just swinging my sword. I have to like parry and get better at that. I have to do flurry rushes and it's a whole deal. I love it.
Reckless.
I love that game. It's so good. Okay, so then we get to the labor camp. My big fear in this episode was that the whole labor camp thing was going to be kind of lame because, you know, they don't have like the biggest budget.
Right.
But first of all, they're really cool baskets. And like they're just all collecting rocks. Like what is this that they're doing?
Once you start to pick apart the natural resource aspect of Star Trek, things get a little wonky.
Sure.
I feel like this is maybe like we're just making them do stuff for
mine.
no reason.
Maybe
it could be. I mean, maybe
they're sorting the dilithium rocks out of the.
You know, it could also be like, well, no, they don't look like there's any precious material. It
really doesn't.
It could be busy work if they're just being cruel, but that would also be.
It's just like, you know, make it look like a prison camp. Okay.
Right.
You know, and that's what they did.
What are they?
But I watched this twice, and I didn't quite get it the first time that they are actually just trying to get inside the shield. And the whole bluff is just to get inside the shield. So this guy...
Oh, right.
Is this the guy who plays the Suliban?
I don't know. I mean, he's got the same face.
What for?
Oh, no, it's not him.
It's not him, okay.
Appointment with him.
So, how do you feel about bluffing their way into the shield by trying to sell Kira as a prostitute?
I mean,
What's this?
that's how, that is exactly how I feel. I'm not quite sure.
Also,
You're Lee Nellis. What's this all about? I'm the guy in the back on. I'm not quite sure.
Lee Nellis spends so much time wrapping and unwrapping his hands in this episode. Like when he's in the infirmary in a minute, he's like really
Listen,
going
rocks
for
is
it.
rough
But
on
now
your
that he's here, can we talk about how fucking good this actor is?
Yeah, he's real good.
He is exceptionally good in this part.
Yeah.
He carries the weight of a lifetime of being looked at as something
hero.
he isn't.
Yeah.
So well.
Yeah.
And you can just like feel that he's uncomfortable at every moment. And here it feels like he's maybe shifty in some way.
Well, because he's like, I'm fine being a prisoner. Like, I don't want... I feel like there's a level of him, like, I don't want to be rescued.
He's always been a prisoner. Like, this life isn't that different for him. He's a prisoner no matter what. And he wants to be left alone. He wants privacy. He can't have that here, but he can't have that if he's released either.
Right.
So he tries to escape eventually, like trying to get on that other ship.
Yeah, and they give you they give you the glimpse here of like the other people are the ones that believe in him. The other prisoners don't even know that he's bullshit.
Right. His storyline is so interesting because when he talks to Cisco and he tells him the truth about who he is in the next episode, about how like he just shot some random Cardassian in his underwear.
Right. He's not the great war hero.
Yeah, he's not a great war hero
at this
at all.
point, Kira thinks that she's rescuing a war hero.
Right, and he's the only person who can unite Bajor, and it's because he's a symbol, and they're not wrong. Like he is that symbol. He can be, you know, a lie and a symbol. He is both.
This, I've told you this, my ongoing theory ever since the storyteller in season 1.
Tell me again.
That I have a theory that the Bajor... So, like, Cardassians they're like, I guess you could say, like, they're bureaucratic space Nazis, right?
Okay.
And Klingons are warriors, and Beta Zeds are, like, you know, Vulcans that aren't strong.
Sure.
Vulcans are like, you know, space
Strong
elves.
Betazoids.
With magic mind powers.
Yeah.
And Bajorans are just credulous believers. Like, hey, there's a wormhole. We worship them. We believe them. Hey,
They are a people of blind faith.
here's this cloud in the sky. We must do what the man
That's
says,
so
or this
interesting.
cloud.
Yeah, that's
will just-
super true.
Hey, this guy shot a Cardassian. He's the greatest hero we've ever seen.
Right.
Like, they just believe anything.
Do you think they were like that before the occupation? Do you think that the occupation has turned them into people that need hope any way they can find it? So
I
they
think this is just an
manufacture it?
aspect of them is that they want to believe in something. Yeah, they're like a planet of people that have the deep need for a faith of something bigger than themselves.
Do you think they were made that way because the prophets are real and they have found physical evidence?
It could be.
Can you imagine if, like, we had found tears of God,
Right.
you know?
Then it's like, well, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah, then, like, we'd all be different,
You know, maybe that guy who fights the cloud in the sky is right.
Right, yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So Lee
that's
Nels
so
is another example of that, where they're like, you know, he did this one thing, and it's become this myth, a modern myth that a huge swath of the Bajoran population is like, yup, that sounds good.
Yeah, totally. By the way...
they're a society with no skeptics.
Yeah. As soon as I watched this episode, the next animal that was born on my farm in Stardew Valley was named Lee Nels. Yeah, let's keep watching this scene because it's great.
I'm not quite sure. What would it cost me for an appointment?
More than you could
Interesting that it's so easy to sell a Bajoran woman to a Cardassian.
Which I get. Like, I can feel that.
It worked, yeah, it worked for
I
me.
mean, Ducat shows that later on. Like,
Yeah.
he's got a taste for Bajoran women.
Yeah.
Step back. I want to examine what I'm paying for.
Gross.
Sure, but
Yeah.
no sample of the merchandise until the sale's complete, okay?
Fake, but still gross.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't occur to me at first that, like, that moment when
Right.
the shield goes down is all that they're trying to do, and he tries to get in but can't quite make it.
But I also
so then
feel
it's just
like-
up to her to use her hidden phaser to
Right.
get the shield down and get them out.
But I also feel like this has got to be like, Kira's on board with this plan. It's not like we're making you act
Of
like...
course,
and-
of course. She's, like, doing this on purpose.
Right.
Obviously.
And I think she's taking some glee in, you know...
What's happening?
I also have to
Who are
imagine...
they? Oh, she shot me.
Yeah.
Shield down.
Boop, boop.
That's a cool gun.
I also like how...
That's a good stunt.
Is it easy, or is it just that these are just like highly trained people? Because they just... Two people with phasers are in there like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. And they do, like, have to leave people behind to get out.
Yeah, because
It's one of those things where it's like that battle on Game of Thrones. Like, you either accept that this happened or you don't.
Yes, yeah.
You know, you just recognize that there are some limitations on the production.
Yep.
And that, like, they're trying to bring imagination to life.
Right. You get the gist of it.
And you either go along with the story or you get stuck on the fact that this is like a lame prison escape.
Come on. We have a ship waiting.
Here, you can hit space. Oh, hold on. If we... The mouse has to go all the way to the right to get onto this screen.
Now I know.
And then you can hit...
Yeah.
Now you can just hit spacebar to start and stop.
Okay, now
Once
I
it's
know.
there.
I gotta...
We have a ship.
You just wanted to see that guy fly.
Well, because he gets... So first of all, he's like in the air somehow from getting shot.
Yeah.
But then it looks like they also shoot him when he lands.
Do they? Wait, just let me see that again.
And again, this is not me like nitpicking. Like, I get it. They filmed a thing.
Yeah.
And then someone afterwards like drew lasers on stuff. Like, I know
Right.
what's happening, but it's still.
You're right, they do shoot him again. You know what I love is this woman who's like waiting for the shield to come up. She's like,
Yeah, I guess.
I'm ready to run. I'm ready. When do I go? Do I go now? I go now.
Yeah, background actors are a very fun thing on rewatches of shows.
Yeah, and like you know that if one shuttle landed on a Federation planet and stole some people and tried to get away, there's no way that shuttle gets away.
Yeah.
And it's a little hard to believe with all those like Galore class warships that are coming in that they actually make it out at all.
Right.
But again, like, it's what happened, and you just kind of
it's
accept
fine.
it.
They do it. They make it.
And in my headcanon, what happens immediately is that they get Gul Dukat on the phone, who's like, let him go.
Right.
Like, if they don't get back to
the jig is
Deep
up.
Space Nine, the jig is up. We have to let them go.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I read this.
Yeah.
And yeah, I love this. Like, when you watch his performance, you can see Lee Nallis is like, no, dude, everyone keeps saving themselves for me. Stop it.
Right.
Stop it.
He's now knows that people might die.
Right.
Just for this.
And then this is such a defining moment coming up in a second here, where he tells Kira that they can't leave those men behind.
Yeah.
Because you're like, is he going to tell her that they have to leave now? And he doesn't. He's like, no, we have to get those men out.
Waiting. Yeah.
Some of the others might still make it.
Standing by. I'm picking up 2 Gunner-class warships entering orbit. They should be overhead in 1 minute 45 seconds.
Major, you can't leave those men behind.
Like, that tells you so much about his character.
Yeah.
1 minute 30 seconds. If we don't leave now, Major, we never will.
Take us home, Chief.
Well, that was just it, is that she had basically said before, like, we either would make it out or, Lee
Nallis gets it out. Nothing else matters.
Right.
Those other people don't matter to her in this moment.
And at the time she said it to O'Brien, she meant him and her.
Right.
Now she's realizing
4 other people.
Oh, it's also everyone else. Yeah.
And luckily those people are not killed. I mean, they're returned.
Yeah, they do a very, like, DS9 is better about it, but it's also a very Star Trek thing, like, oh, those people we put in danger, they're fine, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. Those people that might have been killed weren't.
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas, like, Discovery doesn't do that. Discovery would have slaughtered those people and made you watch.
Yeah.
So this is that scene we were talking about. Is he sincere that he didn't know that there were prisoners? I think he knew. I think he knew.
Intentions are a direct violation of Supreme Directive 2645. And I assure you,
Because here.
the camp prefect will be chastised accordingly.
See, I think that he's bullshitting.
Yeah. So I think
that's what he knows he has to say. I think he's a good actor.
I think he's not, because I don't think there's any advantage for him in this. Like, what would be the point of having a handful of Bajorans busting rocks on some planet somewhere, except for just abject cruelty?
Yeah.
I think this is just like, because the other thing is that...
But I think that the Cardassians have shown themselves to be abjectly cruel.
But I don't think they show Gul Dukat as being this level. Whenever Gul Dukat's lying, it's like, oh, yeah. There's like, that he's lying. He's doing it with this like, and I'm lying. In the same way that in the second episode when Jaro and Sisko talk, it's like they have this whole conversation where Sisko's like, he basically says like you're a blowhard, you're a piece of shit, and you can feel it. Like the audience is told that. I think here, if the writer's intent was that yes, Gul Dukat is in on this, then they chose to not give any sort of hint to it, because that's the one thing is that Star Trek, as much as I love it, never is like that dry and cold. There's always the pipe is visible. There, not the pipe is visible, but the motivations are there on the surface for you to find.
Sometimes I feel like Gul Dukat is one of those rare characters where his motivations are not really ever clearly revealed until the very end of the series, where he just becomes flat out evil.
Yeah.
In a way that's almost too much for me.
It's a little comical. Yeah.
Spear, well, if you're bored, well, if you like Star Trek, you can hang out with us. This might bore you even more if you're not into it.
Do you like talking about Star Trek and then whatever else comes to mind? So the other thing is that I feel like there's a hint of anger in Gul Dukat's voice there at this happening.
I think that he's acting.
I think that he's mad at that prefect who's doing this because it's like this. Yeah.
Look what he's doing with his hands.
It was a long time ago.
Wrap your hands, unwrap your hands.
I must say, some of the campaigns you led against the Cardassians were truly remarkable.
It's so funny.
Here's Bashir saying, well, your butt looks fine. Everything's okay in the old Bajoran moon, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay. This is a really interesting moment where he like.
But see, this is again. These are the credulous Bajorans.
Yeah.
Who are seeing like something to worship.
And they just thread the needle here, where when he gets up in front of that crowd and starts to speak, he does such a good job of not making it about him. And then Jaro shows up and immediately makes it about Lee Nallis, like being a hero.
Yeah, and he
Your
even does
children will remember this day.
What I love about the writing of this is where Jaro is self-effacing. He's like, I'm a politician. You, of course I'm going to want to do this.
I love that moment.
Yeah, because it's great, because it's like, he's acknowledging, like, yeah, I'm a slimy asshole, as far as you know.
Yeah.
But what you don't know...
This is that moment you were talking about before where he declared war on Cardassia. Luckily, they declined the invitation. Right. I think that's so cool. It's like, you went and saved this hero, but people are still pissed at you because... you could have brought the wrath of the Cardassians back down on us.
And I think I take this as, because as we later find out that he's part of this. He's part of the circle. He's like a bad guy. So he doesn't want Lee Nallis to be there.
Right.
You know, I'd be more willing to believe that he knew Lee Nallis was there. It's like, that's fine. I don't really care about this kind of thing. I think here he's just like, his plans are starting to be threatened, and he's just being shitty to Kira. You know, I don't think there was any real risk of them declaring war. That's what I was saying before. Is like, Kira didn't declare war on Cardassia. Cardassia, as Gul Dukat said, who I believe was angry and unknowing about this, is like, yeah, this was a huge violation.
Right.
We're gonna punish this guy who did this.
Right, and if the Cardassians were to declare war on Bajor, I think the Federation would step in.
Yeah, be like, oh, I'm sorry, because of a rescue of people that you were holding prisoner?
Right. They'd almost in a way be declaring war on the Federation, and they're not prepared to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so then we have the speech in front of the crowd. Is this where he tells Sisko the truth about him?
I think so.
For a moment's privacy. Enjoy it while you can. Judging from the crowd on the promenade, a moment may be all you get.
Yeah, I think like the nuance in his performance is so great. And that moment's a little... That's a moment where some people be like, I don't know about this actor, I think, where he smells the flowers. But like, look what he's doing with his back. Like, he's got that injury. Like, he's just in it, you know?
Yeah. And, I mean, he just has been on apparently a dirt and rock planet for 20 years or whatever. And now he's like, a flower. I'm going to smell this fucking flower.
Yeah, he's moving in a way that makes me believe what he's been through. Yeah, he's so good. I really like this performance. Yeah, this is where he tells...
Bajor could use your help.
This is where he tells the story, isn't it? No, it's not.
But before you go off saving Bajor...
So here's the thing that one of the notes that I wrote is that everything Sisko says to Lee Nallis could apply to Sisko himself. In regards to being the prophet.
emissary.
Yeah, the emissary. There was one particular quote I wrote down. Bajor doesn't need a man, it needs a symbol, and that's what you are. And that's 100% what Sisko is, like a symbol. You know, all of this stuff, and I get, like, at this point, he's still like, well, I'm Starfleet, I can't get involved in this. But he's basically saying, Lee Nallis, you do this. And Lee Nallis is like, but I'm not that, that's a fraud.
Yeah.
This is exactly Sisko's path. Where it's like, Sisko, be the emissary, unite Bajor, they'll be fine. Like, I can't, I'm not the emissary.
That's
I'm
so
a fraud,
interesting.
you know? It is the same thing.
Right.
But also, once again, the non-skeptical, credulous believers of Bajor just need someone.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's interesting. I never thought about that before.
And this is why, like, Jaro, to me, like, there's nothing surprising about Jaro. Jaro is someone who has a... if you have an idea and a modicum of charisma on Bajor, you are immediately gifted with a following of at least 10 people.
Yeah.
Like, it is so easy to start a cult on Bajor. Bajor's got to be littered with cults.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it is.
Yeah.
From what we can tell.
And they all fight each other, too.
Yeah, it's wild. There's this Quark and Rom scene.
Yeah, this is... I have mixed feelings about
5
this.
for me, 1 for you.
Because it's so hokey, but then it's like... And then it's also we're at, like, peak sniveling Rom.
Right. But then Quark gets branded at the end of this scene.
Oh, yes, that's...
By the circle.
I feel like, as we're talking about it now, is it basically like we have to see Quark being a complete dick so that then he gets branded? You're like, well, it's bad, but, you know, it's not like they branded Dax.
My theory is that they needed to pad the episode with something, and they they're like, well, if we're gonna brand Quark, he's got to be doing something beforehand. It's just the best they can
That's
come up
fair.
with. But this is actually kind of legit scary. Like
Yeah,
those dudes
again,
in those masks.
I get the Discovery is dark, but what the fuck, man? They have like
I know.
Nazis branded one of the characters in DS9.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky. But this is also kind of a wake-up call to Lee Nallis, where he's like, wow, there is a lot of shit going
This is
on.
bad,
and, like,
yeah.
Bajorans did this? Like, he's shocked.
Yeah.
Well, and I love that character because he doesn't want to be a part of this. He doesn't want to do have anything to do with any of this. But then when he sees these horrible things that are happening, he can't help but stand up and do something
I
about
just
it.
thought, is this also potentially retribution because Quark was the one that was given the earring that then
maybe.
gave it to Kira? Like, he was
Maybe.
the person that kind of... I mean, he's not the one that brought it to the station, but he is someone you could view as being responsible for getting this whole ball rolling.
Yeah, totally. This scene is interesting where Jake is upset because I'm going to mute the sound here, because he can't go on this date.
Yeah.
This was like such a great human moment.
Yeah.
Where all these political things like have this effect on this kid that shouldn't happen to him. Like he's being exposed to this like prejudice that
and it
shouldn't be a
takes
part
the
of his
broader
life.
themes and makes it
And
focus
focuses
into
it. It's so smart.
That's Star Trek at its best does things like that, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. And what was this scene about?
This is where he's the reveals.
Oh, this is the reveal where he talks about how he killed that guy in his underwear. And,
This was in the mountains surrounding the
yeah,
Southern Valley.
so good.
We were ambushed by
And then we're getting close to the end of the episode here. How does this end? I don't remember. Look at that sexy space station.
Opening mooring clamps on docking bay 6.
Major?
They got so much mileage out of this turbo lift.
The elevator, yeah.
In the next episode.
Minister Joro.
There's like a moment where Kira's going down and just staring at Cisco. And like she's going right past his
Yeah,
dick. It's
yeah,
like
yeah,
a little
yeah.
awkward.
This is when they bounce Kira.
Oh,
Kira
right.
gets
Okay, so
fired.
yeah, that's the end of the episode is that they fire Kira and replace her with Lee Nallis and send Kira back to Bajor. Which honestly was a really good cliffhanger. As far as how this story is unfolding, I think that was a really good place to wrap it up for this episode.
Yeah.
Super cool. Well, let's get into our rating. We are going long on this one. We got to take a break.
Well, this is the because we hadn't been meeting regularly, so we had a backfill.
I know we had
of,
so much to talk about.
Other things.
Where did I put? Oh, is it on my other account? Where did I put my spreadsheet? I forgot to get it up. That's not it. This one, maybe? So many Google accounts. There it is. Doug Space 9 spreadsheet. I was almost prepared today. I forgot one thing, and this was it.
Yeah, this isn't bad. All I have to do is show up, and I still don't do it
You
well.
still fuck it up.
I'm still late.
Okay, so we're into season 2.
Season 2.
Episode 1. The Homecoming. Okay. Let me just get this set here. All right. What is our rating from... When I was listening to that podcast, our original idea for a rating system was wharfs. Was how many wharfs do we give this episode? Which I'm in. I'm in on, I think.
Yeah, for whatever reason, when we first started, I was doing bars, strips, and
Latinum.
slips.
Which is good, but it doesn't quite make sense.
Well, because also it was like I was making it like mathematically reductive, where it's like I give this 7 bars, 3 slips, and 2 strips.
And
like,
the math just never worked
It doesn't
out.
make any sense. There's no reason for it.
Yeah. Oh, I should get a straw poll going.
Oh, yes.
So we're going to rate this from 1 to 10.
Yep.
How do we rate this episode? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Have enough people to vote.
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
As long as we get one person voting, we're set.
you can speak for the whole...
Yeah, we had to switch the day last minute, and I think that has affected our audience. But we're not going to be able to do Fridays for the time being, so we'll have to figure out.
Is that going to be... Yeah, if you pick a day that works...
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how it's going to work.
Is Friday like, oh, this is where the audience is Friday, or is
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really know. I mean, maybe we try an evening.
Yeah, could try
some
evenings.
days. Yeah.
The other thing is, if we want to try and do weekly, I can do weekly if we're doing this.
Okay.
Set a day. I don't know if that'll help.
Yeah, we can try that. I don't know. I mean, I have been so inconsistent with my content creation. It has really affected
right
how easy it's been to like have people show up. You know?
Right.
I'm even in my game streams. It's like all over the place, and it's
Yep.
I don't really know what the answers are for that at this point. I keep feeling like I build up momentum and then I get sick and I go away and then I come back and I have to build it up again. So I don't know if there really is a good answer.
Your body is self-sabotaging you.
Exactly. My body doesn't want me to be a content creator, I guess. Okay, so there is the link in the chat if you guys want to vote. If anyone is in chat who wants to vote, that would be great.
Knock, 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 knock.
And then we will...
Hello. I did a chair for it.
I got lost here. Where am I going? This one. Confusion's voting. Nice. You know... Oh, did I not post the link? There you go.
I saw you posted somewhere.
I did post it. Where did I post it?
Where did you...
I posted it here, but it didn't work. Okay, great. Okay, great. Well, that works out. Yeah, so Doug, what is your rating from 1 to 10 dwarfs?
I give this one at least 8 dwarfs.
Oh, wow.
I was trying to decide if it warrants an 8.5 or not. Because it's like there's nothing... It doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with the episode. Where a lot of times I'm knocking off points.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say it's an 8. It's not a 9 in the sense of where I was like, whoa, damn.
Right.
You know, it's like, it's a solid, good episode. Like this, if Deep Space Nine was all this level, you know, this kind of thing, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's an extremely competently well-made episode of Deep Space Nine.
Right.
The story and plot lines are all extremely well laid out and developed, and it reaches an emotional point that I think is really effective. I don't think that it's like among the great episodes. You know, it's like this arc is a great arc.
It's a great arc, yeah.
And is among my favorite arcs of the show because I love where it goes in the 3rd episode.
Yeah.
I can't wait to rewatch that. But as far as like this episode individually, I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it a 7.5.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I know that I'm giving it an 8 with bonus points for it because of the arc, because I know that it's like it's an integral part of. Oh,
we got 3 votes. Thank you guys.
Nice.
And a solid 7 in the chat. Yeah.
I know that it's an integral part of a greater whole, so it's. My brain just can't sort of like judge it fully isolated from the others.
Yeah.
So that's why I do, and I know that that's not necessarily a fair way to do it, but it's what, you know.
But it's what you're doing.
It's what I'm doing.
And that's okay.
Yep.
All right, favorite character. Who do we want to nominate for favorite character?
My favorite character.
Lee Nallis has to be in there.
Right, Lee Nallis.
Is that how you spell it?
That's good enough. I don't know. I didn't look it up.
Cisco,
Kira, Jaro.
Maybe Jake, maybe Quark.
Odo's in it a little bit.
Whoops.
There we go. That's it.
I made the poll accidentally, so there we go. Did I put Kira on there? I did.
Yeah.
Well, Brian, let's remake this.
Okay.
No, fuck it. If someone wants to...
Voice votes allowed.
Yeah, voice votes allowed. Okay, here's your next poll.
Because O'Brien would be one. But, okay, so my favorite character in this one, I'm going to go with Cisco.
Cisco?
Yeah.
Really?
Because I really liked, well, the appeal of Jacare. Not just that, though, but I just liked the way that he...
One Rectagino with a Jacarat.
I like the line that he plays between Starfleet regulations and what he wants to have happen. You know? I think that he does. I think that he does a real good job here. Also, I may be projecting further into the arc where I really like Cisco's role in this entire arc. Yeah, but it's a tough call for me. It was between Cisco and Kira, and I just end of the day went with Cisco.
Cool. My favorite character by far in this episode is Lee Nallis.
Yeah,
I think he's so awesome. Like he rides this line so well of reluctancy and dedication. Yeah, and it's kind of incredible for me, just like how well he does that.
Yeah,
like the actor and the character.
Yep, I think that's legit.
Let me just double check how to spell it.
Nalas.
Okay.
Nalas.
I spelled it wrong on my farm.
Yeah.
And chat, favorite character. Jaro and Cisco.
So it's Jaro wins.
So Jaro wins, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. If it's a tie, we have to
tie,
combine it. Yeah. I'm glad that Jaro wins that, because he should.
That was another one I was...
Minister Jaro, right?
Yeah, I think it's 1R.
Cool.
I was torn on that, because I was also thinking about that as my favorite character.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm torn on best performance. Lee Nalis, Minister Jaro, Cisco, Kira, O'Brien,
Odo Quark.
All right, best performance.
Yeah, and for me, here it is clearly going to be Jaro. It's Frank Langella. Definitely.
Frank Langella?
Yeah. And that's why sometimes if I
There's your poll, chat.
If I know ahead of time, like, oh, I know who my best performer is, that might affect me voting for them as well as best character. So
yeah.
I do let that affect me here, where I was torn between Cisco and Jaro for best character. But I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do Jaro for best performance, so I'll throw it to Cisco for character.
Yeah. For me, it's between Lee Nalis and Minister Jaro.
Yeah.
And, like, favorite character for me is who do I like the most personally? Like, as a person, like, who do I want to hang out with the most in this episode?
Right. We have different views of best character.
Yeah.
Because I think of who is the most interesting or dynamic part of the story.
And that's a big part of it, too.
Because sure. I will vote for villains as best character.
Yeah.
And for you, sometimes you're more inclined to not do the villains, I think.
So I just looked it up. His name is Jord Richard Bamer.
Well, his name's too long because he's breaking our goddamn
He's breaking the spreadsheet. Well, that's because it changed the font and the size.
Because it's copying what you have on the website. Because it's Chrome to Chrome.
Yeah, for me, his performance in this is probably on par with Frank Langella, but there's just more of him.
Yeah.
So,
and I do think that Frank Langella does a better job performing than the Lee Nalis actor.
You do think so?
Yeah, but I think that Jaro, Frank Langella, is given more to do. I think his character is a bit more of an interesting thing. Because here, we don't yet know that Jaro is a villain, you know? He's just, right now, he's just kind of like a, oh boy.
We got a 3-way tie in chat. Major Jarko. It's between Jaro, Cisco, and Kira. I like Major Jarko.
Yeah.
Do we have any other suggestions?
Major Jisco Nerys.
Major Jarko.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice.
And
then mushroom rating.
This is like whatever. 0. I mean, 0 mushrooms is... Well, no, because 0 would be like when they do flashbacks to the past where there's nothing at all. So this is like whatever baseline 3. It's like...
Yeah. Like, even though they escape and it seems a little iffy, it's not like space mushrooms that help them escape.
Right. It's like...
questionable...
They use transporters and, you know... So that's like baseline...
Baseline 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1.
1. It's minimal Star Trek space magic.
Agreed.
Transporters, universal translators, Vulcan nerve pinches, just, you know.
Yeah.
Hand wave.
Yeah, I can't think of anything in this episode that makes no sense.
The thing that makes the least sense is what are the Bajorans mining? Just like... and why are there not, you know, again, it's just abject cruelty on the part of the Cardassians.
Yeah.
It's busy work, but they make it seem like they're doing something that a fucking robot couldn't do.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, I agree. 1. Okay, well, we're gonna take a break. It's been 2 hours. We're break ready, so we're gonna be back in a few. We'll talk about the next episode. I'm gonna leave you all with what the hell? Why everything got like reset and turned around?
Wow.
Why did that happen? There we go. I'm gonna leave you. There's Space Batman.
Space Batman.
I'm gonna leave you with Cowboy Data. There's the next 2 episodes to watch. And we'll see you guys in a few minutes. We are back. Did I turn the... I did turn the mic on. Okay, great. So yeah, guys, because Space Batman won Best Alien of the Season, we now have a Space Batman ready to go.
Oh, I have my Well, we should probably do it at the end of this one, but I have my nomination for Space Alien of the Week.
Oh,
Yeah.
great. In the next episode?
It's actually in the one we just did, but...
who in the
maybe
very
one will-
beginning?
Yeah. But maybe one will pop up in this next one, too.
Well, we should go back
Oh,
real
go
quick.
to the very second 0.
Second 0?
Well, I mean, 0 seconds.
Oh, I gotcha. This guy?
Yeah.
The guy with the wannabe Twi'lek?
Him, yeah.
Yeah.
His name is Rib Fortuna.
Rib Fortuna. Yes. That's a good nomination. I do not second that nomination, but it's a good nomination.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's good, but we can do better.
He's no Space Batman.
No. He's no Space Batman. Wow, wow, wow. He's the man. The man who
From
is Space
space.
Batman.
Cha cha cha! So this is a very mod 60s.
Yeah, totally. When I see him, I just think of... that's all what I hear in my head is just Space Batman. Okay, Space Batman. Okay, wait. What am I doing? We gotta switch the episode on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I do it up here. Okay.
Oh, yeah. You're using the all access interface.
I am. Yeah, actually, I can't use Netflix for this because when you pause it, it does stupid shit.
Oh, yeah. I had to do a thing so it didn't go black screen when I paused for screenshots for memes.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. But this, you can just pause.
Yeah.
Every once in a while.
Time on Deep Space
Last
Nine.
time on Deep Space Nine,
you
you can. It will. I just lost my train of thought so badly. When you pause this one, sometimes it shows ads, but
Yeah.
if you just like do it a couple times, it goes away.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, another endorsement for CBS All Access.
I might pay for the no ads once they have...
I do pay for the no ads.
Oh, nice.
I use CBS All Access a lot.
I
I'm
don't-
shocked how much I use it.
I only bought it because of you.
Really?
Before it had started.
Did you use my code?
No. You had just
Aw.
said... We
I
were
could have
talking...
made $1.
No, we were just talking, and I think there was someone else there.
Uh-huh.
And you had just said something like, I don't know what the new Discovery is going to be, but I'm going to pay to support new Star Trek.
I said, okay, that sounds good.
that was you were talking about, because I may be wrong, my memory was...
That sounds like something I would say.
You signed up for it, like... You
Was
were
this
on
at,
board
like a tiny baby show or something?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
But it was, I don't even know if Star Trek had been like cast, but you were early of like telling me you wanted to financially support new Star Trek. And I was like,
Imagine
that's
my
right.
disappointment.
Yeah, but you stuck with it.
Yeah, and now I love it.
Yeah.
And because of my subscription, personally, they're making 10 more Star Trek shows.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we are back. We are into The Circle, episode 2 of season 2. How does this one start?
Frankly, Commander.
With this episode is all about people throwing shade at each other.
Yes.
It is just like, fuck you without saying fuck you.
You to be celebrating.
He's so good.
Yeah.
Like, look at what he does with his eyes. Frank Langella is one of those actors that does so much with, like, almost no movement.
Yes. Yeah.
Have you seen,
She's been
hold on, when we talk over, I worry that it's too loud. Let me hear it.
Sure.
Insulting me, and I don't appreciate.
Can you still hear? Oh yeah, you can hear what I'm saying.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
What do you guys think? When we talk over talking on screen, does it bother you? Let us know.
Okay, hand me the headphones.
Oh, I got you a pair. Where? No, I didn't.
I just want to hear. I have never heard what it hears. I've never heard
Never
what
heard
it
what
hears
it hears like?
Never heard what it hears like.
It's a little delayed, so it's kind of distracting.
Okay.
I'm glad you see.
So yeah, they're talking, I'm talking, you're not talking, you're vamping. This is your vamping. So, what do you think?
This is me vamping.
Whoa. Yeah, and I also have background noise.
Yeah, I love it. The soothing.
Yeah, so if you like when it's paused, there's still background noise.
All of the Flight Space 7 podcast episodes, whenever they're on a ship, I loop in the background noise from Star Trek engines.
Nice. This is, which one is this? I forget what file this is. I think that this is not Actually, oh, I think it's the infirmary.
Right, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, because it just sounded better.
And the infirmary as a background loop has more.
Yeah. Like just the Deep Space Nine background noise one wasn't as pleasing.
Yeah, there's one that's too monotonous. It's just like.
Yeah.
I use that for engineering scenes. And then just crank the volume up.
Is this one? When does he call him like hot air? Let's just keep watching.
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Oh, he also picks up his baseball, which I love.
Oh yeah, it's so aggressive when he picks
Yeah.
up his baseball.
Used to bluster, exaggerate, and dissemble.
It's me.
Did that baseball show up in the Buck Buckeye episode, or was it there before that?
I think it's always been there.
Has it just always been there?
I think so, yeah.
But the clock.
This is it. This is
May I assume you're satisfied with it?
that he had just did the blustery.
Oh, he just did it. Okay, cool. Oh, and yeah, then the way he just goes off to like a different topic. He's such a good politician.
Yes, yeah.
I love it.
The assignment of Lee to fill your vacant post.
I thought you'd want Lee to stay in the capital to strengthen the provision of government.
Frankly, I'm not
Cisco
sure
looks
it's
so
safe
angry when he's talking.
with what's going on these days.
The circle.
The fires and graffiti were a nuisance, but 2 days ago, one of my fellow ministers was attacked and beaten. We can't risk the thing.
Which is great because you know that he ordered that attack.
Yeah,
now,
yeah,
'cause
yeah,
he
yeah.
is the circle.
Yep.
Bye.
Look at it this way, Commander. We're entrusting Bajor's greatest hero to you. Could you have a better liaison officer than Leonis?
And also,
Now it's spelled different. It was
Yeah.
two L's.
CBS All Access has the worst subtitles.
Yeah. I was, this is a weird tangent my brain went on when I watched this episode last night. But when Jaro walks out the door doesn't shut,
I think not.
Yeah.
and O'Brien comes in,
Yeah. Your son's on the other line.
and I'm like, did the door sense that O'Brien intended to come in when he was standing outside, so it stayed open?
So the sensors have a queue sensing. So if there's like 9 people in line,
Yeah.
it senses that. And then when there's no one in line, then it's just the door right there. So the
Yeah.
last person goes in, then it'll close.
I would have preferred if the door went boop. Oh,
Oh.
I feel like started to close and then reopened. Okay, so Jake calls him down. The circle has graffitied their quarters.
Which we also know that Jaro had ordered,
Yes.
because now he's striking at Cisco.
Yeah. And it's kind of a manufactured act break. It's like he could just tell him
Yeah.
on the con. He's like, "Oh, Dad, they spray painted our quarters." He's like, "Yeah, you better come down here. You
Yeah.
better take a look at this.
You have to see it.
You have to look at this so you can look off across the room, so we have enough time to zoom out or pan out or fade out, so we can go to commercial."
You also could have done it with Cisco being told that and then cutting to Jake there seeing it.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be Cisco reacting.
Yeah. Totally. I mean, thematically. Well, it could have been Cisco reacting in his office, you know, when he was like responding to Jake.
Jake, what is it? Dad, I have to tell you something. And then just cut to Jake seeing it. You don't even have to have it described, you know.
Sure, that works too. Yeah, but there's ways where he doesn't have to leave the office.
I'm deciding we're re-editing.
Yeah, we're just gonna take the most minute of details and fix them in this
Re-edit,
show.
yeah.
Yeah, but there's a long history in Star Trek of these ridiculous act breaks.
Yes.
Where they're just like, "Captain, this thing is happening." Ba-da-da. And just like stand and look at something forever as the music fades in and then it fades to black.
It's why no matter how much you pay to not have commercials, you can always tell the difference between something that had commercials or was a movie.
Yes.
You know, it's...
You know what we should start doing?
What?
We should start ranking the cut to the opening credits, because they always do one there.
The cold open.
So yeah, the cold open. As far as like, is it believable that this was happening in the space, or is this an acting choice that you had to do and then wait for commercial?
Right.
Like how on the scale of like it actually happened or like completely contrived? Where is it? Let's rate this one. We gotta back up. Is he looking at Jake?
No, he's looking at
Where's
Jaro.
Jake? Jake's behind him?
No, he's not.
I need to know where Jake is!
Oh yeah, Jake's...
What's the problem?
It froze. Okay, it's back. So yeah, Jake is...
Jake's there.
So he's looking at Jake.
Yeah.
but he doesn't say anything for a really long time. Like a really long time. And wouldn't he say something? Wouldn't he see that and turn to Jake and speak? Would he wait that long in real life? How contrived was that moment? We have to answer this question right now.
So, to me, those aren't relevant to the discussion of how contrived it is.
Okay.
The pause is fine.
Okay.
Because people, who am I to judge? A man whose life I've never lived. And how much of a pause he needs to take with his son, whose wife had just died 8 years ago.
Okay.
But the timpani that they play, the rising timpani,
the musical swell.
Yeah, the musical swell. That's
Yeah.
where I'm like, okay.
Well,
calm down.
But I think for this exercise, we have to ignore the music.
No,
we
I
have
can
to
only
just
judge it by the music.
We have to look at his face and sit, because like if you're imagining like someone in a room reacting to something, or you're imagining someone on a set acting something, you know what I mean? Like so oftentimes in that exact moment in Star Trek is when I'm like, you're an actor on a soundstage.
Oh, I see.
That's what I'm saying. Is like it takes me out of the reality of the moment because I'm like, you're just waiting for commercial, and there's no commercial in the reality of the moment.
Right.
So
there
like
are no
how
commercials in space.
So my question is like on a scale of 1 to 10, was that a moment? Was he in the reality of that moment, or was that written that way because it's a script and he's on a soundstage? Like between like
it's both
soundstage and Star Trek, like where is he?
It was written that way because they needed an act break.
Right.
It was acted beautifully because it's Avery Brooks who just makes great choices and inhabits every moment that he's acting physicality.
Right.
Everything Avery Brooks does is with intention, and you can tell because when you watch Avery Brooks speak normally, he's the living embodiment of jazz.
Different. Yeah, he's so different.
I saw somebody say, people don't realize how good of an actor Avery Brooks is because they don't realize that he's acting normal the whole time.
Right.
And that's not him. He's not.
Right.
He does not act normal when he's not reading lines.
He like glows in real life. He's like he like this like positive beaming energy just comes off of him, and he's just smiling and he's cool. Yeah, and on this show he's just like, I'm
stern,
Benjamin
right?
Sisko.
Yeah,
he's like totally different.
Absolutely,
He's like, I am Benjamin Sisko. I've been sitting on Jesse's desk, so I'm in a weird seat shape right now.
Yeah, so
he's like straddling an orb on my desk all the time now.
Him flexing his eyes and staring off into the distance. To me, that's all like he's thinking. Avery Brooks is thinking thoughts relevant to Sisko in that moment.
Okay.
You know, Avery Brooks is inhabiting that moment.
That answers the question.
The
then.
falseness comes about because of the swell of music.
Okay, well, let's do this again with no music. I've seen the thing.
Wait. If we're going to do it with no music, I want to go back to here.
Okay, well, we can read the lines so that there's still dialogue. Well, there was no dialogue. Dad, I'm outside our quarters. Could you come down for a minute?
Is there something wrong?
I really think you ought to come down here, Dad.
On my way. What is it? I'm at work.
Look.
Jaro thinks he can threaten my son.
But he doesn't know it's Jaro. The circle.
No, he knows it's Jaro.
You think so?
That whole scene in the office with Jaro, where he's...
I think he knows that Jaro's full of shit, not that he's running the circle.
Yeah, well, I think this here is like... I just had a conversation with this guy where I
will tell you, I honestly didn't put that together, but that's a really good point.
I think it's the closest of it because...
That's a really... He like literally got out of that conversation and went down and spray painted Sisko's quarters.
No. Jaro had an appointment to meet with Sisko at 0400 hours because Sisko likes to schedule early meetings.
Okay.
This is a fact. Sisko loves an early meeting.
Or he's been up all night.
No, he just likes... I think it's a power move for him. Like, you can meet with me at 5 in the morning. Yeah. I'm the commander here. I can do whatever I want.
Okay. I like it.
Jaro is like, okay, I'm going to meet you. And now I'm also sending people out there to spray paint your quarters. So no matter how this meeting goes, even if you think you came away with a win, my dick is bigger at the end of this meeting because this is going to happen.
I love that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I actually think that could have been talked about in the writer's room. I think that you're right. I think I just didn't pick up on that.
Yeah.
But I think that subtext is there.
I think it's something that...
The way he picks up the baseball. Like, that's an intentional choice.
It's
like a
physical
power
threat.
grab.
Yeah.
He's like, this is something you own and love.
Mm-hmm. I could take this from you.
Yeah. But I choose not to because it disgusts me. You know, like that's like that subtext.
I spray painted...
We gotta watch him pick up that baseball. If we're gonna go...
How far back are we going for context?
If we're gonna go like this, we gotta do it.
But basically, yeah.
It's right here.
Circle. The fires and graffiti were a nuisance, but 2 days ago, one of my fellow ministers was attacked and beaten. We can't risk the same thing happening to Lee Nollis.
It'd be a shame if somebody crushed his head with
like,
a baseball.
What a childish toy that you have on your desk.
Look at it this way, Commander. We're entrusting Bajor's greatest hero.
I'm glad we've gone back this far.
Could you have a better liaison officer than...
Cisco knows that Lee Nollis is a fraud.
Uh-huh.
Jaro also knows that Lee Nollis is a fraud.
Okay.
And he's saying, well, think of it this way. You have the greatest hero of Bajor that you have to protect.
Can we go to the beginning of this conversation?
attacked and beaten?
Oh, you want to go like...
Yeah.
Can't risk the same thing.
I just kind of want to see this again. Where does Jaro come up to Ops?
What if I told you that I knew...
Oh wait, that's last time on.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
What you did today, Major, was declare war.
I think around here.
To us.
Well, then, that's a different matter.
A little too far.
Certainly it is. We need to find the proper spot for her. Starfleet doesn't...
Yeah.
Invaluable.
Once you see...
I feel like I'm going back by one
this
word
is
at
good.
a time.
No, this is
it? Okay.
When you see one of them that's not the two of them.
Who gave you that impression?
See, there's Kira.
Continuation.
Okay. Perfect. You nailed it.
I do this a lot for making memes.
Frankly, Commander, I'm surprised at your reaction.
To Kira being shipped off.
Right.
Surprises you, Minister.
But I was expecting you to be celebrating.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Nothing surprises you as in he knows he's the Circle?
At this point in time, he's basically... This is Jaro going, I took Kira away from you because I can. I know you don't want Kira gone, but I took her away from you because I have more strength than you in this. And I gave you Lee Nollis. But I'm just going to say like, oh, but no, didn't you hate Kira?
My take on this when I watched it was that, like, not knowing that he's running the Circle,
right,
from Benjamin's perspective, he, like, when he comes in, he's obviously, like, politicking immediately.
Yes.
You know, when he comes on the station. So Cisco already doesn't trust him because he knows that he's one of those politicians that are causing problems on Bajor, to be honest. Like, because, like, the provisional government is having issues, and then, you know, you have ineffectual leaders.
Right.
And this guy's one of them, and then he comes onto the station and starts politicking. It just makes him look bad.
And I think from a Starfleet point of view, at this point in time, Jaro's biggest flaw is that he is a politician for his own sake. He doesn't come across as someone who's interested in Bajor.
Right.
So it would be one thing if you're like, I love Bajor.
Right, he's just interested in himself.
He just wants power, right?
Totally. Yeah. And so, okay, so then he takes Kira away.
And he's coming to tell Benjamin, I took Kira away. He's not trying to pretend anything here, but he's doing it in this, like, it's a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah. And knowing that this guy is the leader of the Circle, we know that he's just obsessed with power.
Right.
Like, he's trying to take over all of Bajor.
Yeah.
That is his ultimate plan, is to, like, be... He's basically Emperor Palpatine.
Right. Early phase Palpatine.
He is, like, got his evil Sith Lord trainee, you know, people with, like, the Circle.
The Circle, his army, his people.
But he's also working inside of the existing government and is a high-ranking official in that government.
Right.
So that he can, like, push stuff from both sides to, you know, to take power.
To create a situation that he can then say that he's against.
It's Skaz here.
Hi, Skaz.
I have my little badges are Star Trek
he's
characters.
a Wesley.
He's Wesley, and there's a Geordi.
Nice. Cool. Yeah, we're getting a whole crew.
Yeah. And then my GG emote is Captain Picard. Here, let me show you. I just changed this recently.
What's GG stand for?
Good game.
Oh, good game.
Yeah, like victory when you...
Yeah. The other one would be Data doing, yes!
I tried that, and I couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
But that exact image I looked for. Yeah, so then...
Okay, so
this whole scene is about, like, grandstanding.
Let me
like,
give
this guy's, like, coming in and saying, oh, I can take your first officer. I can, like, take power from you, and you can't do anything. And then Cisco's just like... like kind of like stepping up a little bit and like saying this is a wall you cannot cross, and then he like picks up his baseball. He's like, "You're an idiot."
Yes, and the analogy to me is
What is this?
Java.
That scared the crap out of me. Am I still streaming? What did my computer just try to launch Java? Hey, GG's from Itska.
So,
Man, weed really changes the conversation. We smoked weed on the break, and now we're getting so entrenched in I don't even know what we're talking about.
To the
but
politics.
We're so into it.
The politics of this scene.
Yeah.
So the analogy to me is Donald Trump firing James Comey. And he said, I fired James Comey because the Assistant Attorney General Rod Rosenstein wrote a memo saying that Comey was mean to Hillary Clinton. He did something inappropriate in regards to Hillary Clinton during the campaign that ruined her chances of winning the election. He did a press conference that said, we're not going to charge Hillary Clinton, but she was bad about her emails. And so Donald Trump is saying, I fired James Comey because he did this that was bad for Hillary Clinton.
Okay.
And then the Democrats are like, you firing James Comey because he's trying to investigate you.
Right.
You're an idiot. We know this is what you're doing.
Right.
And he's like, no, definitely. And then he goes on TV and he's like, yeah, I definitely fired him to
Right.
take care of the Russia thing.
Right. So
Jaro is
Donald
coming in
Trump.
and saying like, oh, I thought you'd be happy that we took Kira away from you. We heard you didn't like her.
Yeah.
But he's not doing it in a Donald Trump idiot way. He's doing it as in a like, this is what I'm telling everyone.
As like an Emperor Palpatine way. Yeah, I mean, if this guy goes unchecked, the next thing you know,
Jaro with force
his
powers?
face gets all fucked up.
Darth Jaro?
Darth Jaro. Because that's obviously what happens. You have to look evil.
So
okay, I'm just gonna keep going here.
I was under the impression Major Kira's been nothing but trouble.
Look at his eyes. Like you can see so everything you need to know about this character is in the performance.
Oh, pause. Now go back, and then just watch the
I was
comment.
under the impression Major Kira's been nothing but trouble.
Who gave you that impression?
Watch the what?
Common knowledge.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Go one more. Go back.
Yeah, let's see that again.
He goes through 10 emotions.
Yeah.
Who gave you that impression?
3, 4,
Knowledge.
5, 6.
Yeah, the arc of that is like, oh shit, did I fuck up? And he's like, no,
No.
I know what to say.
And then that was
Common
good.
knowledge. And then yes, that was a good one. You can see it. Yeah, you can totally see that. Let's do it one more time.
I was under the impression Major Kira's been nothing but trouble.
Who gave you that impression?
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh. Maybe that's the wrong thing to say.
Oh, I got it.
Let me think. What do I say?
Common knowledge.
Got it.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Major
Nailed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Nailed it. Now this is a worthwhile deep dive.
Yes, totally.
We unveiled the 6 emotions of Frank Langella.
Yes. He's acting so hard.
Commander, Starfleet doesn't consult us when they wish to promote one of their officers.
Are you suggesting that this is a promotion for Kira?
Certainly
Sure.
It is. We need
After
to
a
find the proper
break.
spot for her. After all, she's the one who brought Leonalis back to us.
Well,
Yeah, and he's using that as if to say like Kira is now more respected
Right.
because she did this thing.
And we're sidelining her. That's the
Yeah.
other thing, is he's saying, I'm taking Kira off the board.
Right.
Non-violently. I'm
Right.
not killing her, but I can remove this piece from you.
Yes.
then that's a different matter.
Right here, what Cisco's saying, you're 100% full of shit.
Yes.
You're 100%
You
full
can
of
see
shit.
Cisco recognize it.
He knows right away.
Like watch him recognize that this guy's full of shit.
yeah,
Right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a different matter because like not because of what he's saying. He's like, "Oh, I'm speaking with a like
An asshole.
an evil mastermind."
Yeah.
Asshole
what
person,
Cisco's
yeah.
thinking right now is that there's a regulation that says, well, if the politician is technically a Star Trek bad guy, you don't have to worry about a lot of the other regulations. Like, oh, the gloves are off now. I can treat you as an enemy of Starfleet.
Yeah.
Yes, of course I do. For a minute I was thinking to myself, there's a warm wind blowing in from Minikoi.
Yeah, and now he's telling him, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's like,
wait a minute.
He's basically saying like, I see who you are.
Right, and then he's Jaro is the like, oh, finally a worthy challenger. Like I've just been pushing over these incredulous idiotic,
Yeah.
believe fucking anything idiot Bajorans.
Right.
I feel like, again, my theory that Bajorans are not skeptical and incredulous people mean that some people like this guy, who I feel is like, no, the prophets are bullshit, this is all nonsense.
Yeah.
Only thing that matters is me gaining power, can just cut swaths through Bajor.
Yeah.
And that's why people like him and Kai Wynn rise up the ranks.
Yeah, totally.
It's just an old saying from
Here's someone who's not
It all
buying his
started
bullshit.
with a famous ambassador from Minicoy.
Yeah, totally.
He used to bluster, exaggerate, and dissemble to get what he wanted. Not at all like you or me.
Right.
That is a great performance too. Like look at the sass.
Yeah.
Like watch his shoulders.
Bluster, exaggerate.
Wait for it.
Not at all like you or me.
Do you see like tiny little shoulder movement?
Yes.
It's so good.
Recognized him for what he was.
What he
May I
was.
assume you are satisfied with the assignment?
And he just changes.
Your vacant post?
Like now you can see in his eyes like you know who I am.
Right,
I
right.
have to change the subject.
Right. What's happened now is the
Battle lines are drawn.
the room has been booked. The
Yeah.
song has been chosen.
Yes, totally. And yeah, you see that in his
Yeah.
face.
I thought you'd want Lee to stay in the capital to strengthen the provision of government.
Frankly,
Right,
I'm not
pause.
sure it's safe.
This is saying like, oh, don't you want to unite Bajor?
Right.
I thought that's what your goal was.
Wasn't that the whole fucking plan the whole
Right.
time?
If in capital, with what's going on.
And he's just like, oh, I got another great reason.
Fires and graffiti were a nuisance, but 2 days ago, one of my fellow ministers was attacked. And
Pause here. I think he is saying to Cisco, I had a political enemy beaten up
Yes.
with my circle.
Exactly.
So do not mistake that I have power.
Yes.
And physical power that I can affect in the world.
I think that what he does with the baseball is to straight up threaten Cisco.
Yeah,
and say,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I have the power. I will have someone come and beat you up. And then he marks his, like you're saying, he marks the quarters to say, like, I know where your family
And I know where your
lives.
family is, right? I
Yeah.
can get to you.
we can't risk the same thing happening to Lee Knowles.
Just pause it again, sorry. Be a shame if something happened to this nice Lee Nollis you got here, wouldn't it? He's like the mafia coming in doing this.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, this
but
is-
it's all so subtle.
It is.
But
It's-
I feel like most people that watch this would probably pick up on some layer of what we're talking about. Like maybe
Right.
not consciously.
Exactly.
Because like
Right.
for me, it wasn't
It's
really
there.
until we started talking about it. It wasn't even really
Right.
consciously
But
in
the
my mind.
scene
But
is such a good scene, and this is why,
Right.
because it warrants a close reading.
totally.
Look at it this way, Commander. We're entrusting Bajor's greatest hero to
Now
you.
pause. This is him going, I also know that Lee Nollis is a bullshit artist, that he doesn't even want this job. I know that his story is fake. I know that you've got a useless thing that couldn't even unite Bajor if I wanted to, which I obviously don't want to do.
Yeah.
Could you have a better liaison officer than Lee Knowles? I think not.
And then pause again. This is like, I'm saying like Kira is garbage. Like he's insulting. How could you not want somebody as good as this?
Right. It's so like textured.
This whole episode
It's so
is
good.
this is the throwing shade episode.
Yeah.
There's another scene that is
It's the throwing shade and it's the Vedic Burial, like wafting in on the wind episode. Nice butt. That guy's a nice butt.
my thought was just like, who's this? But yeah, I love the like him checking out his ass.
Wait, let's see that
Better
again.
liaison officer than Lee Knowles? I think not.
Look at that ass.
Speak to you on the comm.
Yeah. Okay. So now on the comm.
So his son's been waiting for him. So
Right.
this happened before or during the meeting, probably before the meeting even happened.
I really think you ought to come down, Dad.
Yeah.
On my way.
And at this point, I still think he's like, what's going on? Space anomalies? What's weird? Like, there's
Yeah.
you locked out?
What's the problem?
Look.
Now.
Well, we made it out of the cold open. Do we need to go back?
The question is,
Can we talk about how fucking gorgeous this opening sequence is, and
It
I
is
don't
very
get sick of looking at it because it's so pretty?
your question was, is that manipulation or is that conscious acting about that scene for like the act break? Is it the result of like
is his long stare? Is that like a would he be staring that long in real life if it weren't for the fact that we were going to commercial and he has to stare that long?
The reason that we went back through this whole scene is so I could say to you definitively
that everything we were just talking about, he's thinking about the fact that Jaro is coming after him personally.
No, not him personally.
What's he thinking right now?
My son. You threatened my son. He thinks he can come to my house.
Yep.
And threaten my son.
No, you win.
And it's the
if we're rating
musical
that,
swell that ruins it.
Yes.
You had said that the music swell didn't count.
Okay, so here's the way to judge this. If the music is gone and we cut to another scene, would that pause have been that long?
Oh, right. Probably not. They're gonna come in. They're gonna.
Okay.
Without knowing what's gonna happen after this, they're gonna hard crash into something that is probably like tonally jarring.
Okay, so with that in mind, how do we rate this like 0 to 10? Was that like...
Am I gonna blame the beautiful sandcastle, or am I gonna blame the drunk idiot that falls on it?
Yeah. We should just never do this again.
Why not?
I mean, we're gonna do it because it's fun, but I mean, like judging that moment like that, like this has opened a can of worms that I don't even know how to shut.
Then you need to stop saying bullshit like an upswell timpani is not emotionally manipulative.
I didn't say that.
Commercially manipulative?
I didn't say that either. My whole thing here is that like growing up as a kid, watching Captain Picard stare off at the screen in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah.
I just like those things seem ridiculous sometimes.
Let's pick one and we'll do a deep dive.
I just want to rate it. Like, how ridiculous was this one?
0.
You think 0? I give it like a 2.
I want to find a Picard one and then pick like what's the 5 minutes that leads up to the stare in space, and then we'll step through it because
I mean maybe this is how we start episodes now.
Because I feel like this one is defendable, but there are other ones where you're like,
right?
What are you thinking? There's like nothing to be thinking about.
I agree. I think that you defended this one really well.
Thank you. Because it's two great actors.
I mean, that discussion really opened my eyes to how textured that scene was.
And it was the point wasn't to do like a deep dive. It was to build the case of the emotional weight that these two actors put so much work in their goddamn eyes.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
Yeah, so much. Both of them.
I'm still thinking of the 6 emotional states of Frank Langella. So this side derailment was worth it for the discovery of that.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, most fun I've had all day for sure. Don't get me wrong.
All right.
Okay.
What are my notes?
Next scene. Like there is a version of Doug Space 9 where we go through moment by moment of the episode and analyze it.
Well, this episode is going to lend itself to it because I know what the next scene is now.
This scene I'm dying to talk about. This is like
it's beautifully executed.
The Kira going away party.
This is a sketch.
It is a sketch. It's totally a sketch.
Star Trek sketch comedy.
Let's go through it.
Come in.
Okay, so the first person to come in is Odo, and he's here to yell at her.
To yell at her for making a choice that he doesn't want her to make.
Right.
Don't have much choice.
It's Odo being selfish.
Because we know that Odo's in love with Kira.
Yes.
Like, because we've seen the show. Spoiler alert.
Right.
I did that backwards. We'll get better. We know that Odo's in love with Kira, so he's just personally upset that she is leaving, and that's why he's so mad.
Right.
Like, but I don't think that he knows that.
He doesn't, no.
I think that as far as he's considered... Okay, we actually learned so much. Also, nice head nod that he just did. We learned so much about Odo in this scene because he says to Kira that you're the only other person, like I'm paraphrasing here, but you're the only other person I know who has a personal code that sticks to it as fiercely as I do.
Right.
And your code matches mine. And I think this is actually, if we're looking at like, does Odo love Kira?
If he doesn't already, he does now.
Sure, yeah. And I think that this is the first time that we have proof of that.
Yeah.
Because the show's going to tell us that in what, season 4 or 5 or something?
Right.
And I've always been curious, like, is that planted?
Does it
Because
come out of nowhere?
feel like
Right.
it's planted.
Yeah.
But I think that if you look at Odo as being an emotionally stunted person
100%.
who has never been in a relationship, we know that from his time with Loxana Troy. We know that he's never been in a relationship before. I think that this actually is a good argument that he is in love with Kira at this point. This scene.
Federation rules. They're all meaning.
And look at that sass. It's so good. And also, like, the way he talks about a personal code, I think is so emblematic of Odo because he doesn't give a shit about the rules of Starfleet. He cares about his personal rules.
Right.
And they usually line up with Starfleet, so he's found a way to work within it.
Right.
And even You know, he even did that under the Cardassian rule
Right.
too, where he like whatever government is in power, he can find a way to work within it and still make whatever he wants to have happen because he
Right.
lives by his own code.
Right.
Yeah, but he learns to respect and work with Starfleet because their code is close enough to his.
Well, because they're, for one, not running a slave camp.
Yeah. Which got me thinking a lot about like this type of character in science fiction. Like Malcolm Reynolds is one who's like this, who just lives by their own code no
Right.
matter what, and
Yeah.
doesn't give a shit about what anyone else tells them.
Han Solo.
Yeah, and it's a very romantic notion, but if you really think about it, like he does not take editing or criticism from anyone.
Right.
And that's actually super dangerous.
Yeah, that's-
And Odo, if he like picks up, hey Jermaine, what's up, man? If he picks up a an opinion that is not kosher with Starfleet, then he like could become really dangerous because
Yes.
he's also a shapeshifter who
Right.
can turn into a mouse.
Right.
I guess it was a rat, but he has his sense of mass is completely distorted.
He can turn into a glass that breaks.
But if we're looking at like the entire universe being compressed into a tiny little point of light in the Big Bang,
A singularity?
yeah, then Odo could be a rat.
Yeah, you can.
I just fixed that problem.
And you could use that singularity to power your Romulan starships.
Do you you're gonna send me down a Romulan starship power? Wait, do you?
Don't listen to the lies from Big Dilithium. You can safely power a ship with a contained singularity. Are there explosions? Yes, but have you seen what happens to humans in warp drives?
Yeah, I mean, matter
Shit goes weird.
Matter, antimatter.
It's not safe.
That explodes. If you go past warp 10 within matter, antimatter ending, you know what you turn into?
Lizards.
Salamanders.
You know what's gonna happen?
You
You're
can
gonna
have
get
sex
pregnant.
with the captain. That's canon.
Canon.
Do you sidetrack here? Do you
Warp 10 canon is
buy
my
the
favorite
Big
canon.
Bang?
The concept?
Yeah. Do you buy the fact that like the entire universe was compressed into like a tiny little ball that was so tiny, like it was like microscopic? Like,
I mean, I've never seen anything that says it couldn't happen.
but you don't believe that Odo could be a tiny mouse? I have caught you, sir. I have caught you in a
Okay, yeah.
logical inconsistency.
If we're saying that the Odo's science is based on the idea of the universe starting from the Big Bang,
Yeah.
and that scientifically explains Odo, then I'm fine with it because then it makes Odo's magic mushroom still a solid 8.
So my problem with the Big Bang is that I feel like, I mean, I know very little about the science of it, but I feel like the general idea is that we can tell that the universe is expanding, and then if we like, and we can use like telescopes that look far away, which are basically seeing light from the past, you know, because of like the speed of light and all that. So if you look at something far enough away, that light took time to travel, so we know that it happened long ago. We can calculate that time based off the distance.
Right.
So we have like, then who created the ball? Like who created the ball? Like yeah,
The singularity.
the singularity.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's gonna get me totally off topic. Hold on, that's a good question though. So hold on. Obviously the answer is Odo.
Well, in this case, Gene Roddenberry created the singularity that is at the heart of the origin of the Big Bang of the Star Trek Prime canon timeline.
Maybe changelings are powered by singularities. Maybe Odo is just a singularity.
Here's my point.
Okay.
Do I believe that the universe used to be microscopic, or
Yes.
let's say even this big, a marble? Yes. Do I think it weighed as much as the universe weighs now? Yes.
Right.
Odo, when he turns into a mouse, weighs less than he does when he's Odo. He does something the universe doesn't do.
Okay, that was good. That's
you.
good. That's good. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that like we've taken pieces of evidence and extrapolated that at one point the universe was compact, all matter was compact into one place.
A little ball hamburger.
And I don't understand the math or the science behind that or the leap in logic of that.
Right.
And it's probably because I don't know anything about science.
Right.
And like if I studied it, maybe I'd come to the same conclusions. But it's just such a leap that it's hard for me to wrap my brain around.
Sure.
And like hard for me to like quote unquote believe it. if
To
that
me,
makes
it's
sense.
as believable as there's a mushroom network running through the universe that you can teleport through with a spaceship.
Sure, and that's a problem because
Also,
one is
the
based off
universe
science and the other is garbage from a stupid television show, and the fact that you believe them both equally concerns me.
Right, but you're saying also the universe used to be this big. Like, okay, that seems made up to me.
That's what I'm asking you. That's the question. Do you believe that is fact, or does that seem made up to you? That's the question.
Oh, I believe that it's fact, but it sounds super made up. Just like
This is not helpful.
Okay. Here's an analogy. One criticism.
This conversation is my favorite.
One conversation that came up about Discovery frequently from people that didn't like Discovery, and even some people who liked Discovery, was time crystals. There was like, ugh,
Yes.
time crystals. This is
Totally.
sounds like
I forgot
this
to bring
sounds
that up.
so super not Star Trek. They're like, what are we in a fantasy now? And a lot of other people were like, excuse me, do you not know that starships were powered by dilithium crystals? And then they're like, yeah, but dilithium sounds more science-y, right? But time crystal is a phrase which it doesn't. It's used in science. But it's not time travel. But it's a thing that we have on Earth.
It's a colloquialism to call that something to call that rock. I rubbed up against time crystals because they kept saying it. I'm like, that's dumb. Like in the episode where
Could you picture me at home going, space magic mushroom time crystals?
I can't picture it because you just did it.
Yeah.
Now I'm just imagining it. But
so yes,
the episode where we met what's her name, Michael's mom.
Yes.
And they started talking about time crystals. I'm like, time crystals? Come on. But then, like 2 episodes later, they went to the moon
Klingon planet.
The moon of the time crystals.
And they call it something else.
They call it something else, exactly.
Right.
And it fixed it for me because,
Right,
like,
it translates to
time
time
crystal
crystals.
is a colloquialism for something easy to call this Klingon rock that bends time around it.
It's what do we call this crystal that allows us to travel through time?
A time crystal.
Quantum.
It's
phase
actually
time crystal.
It's
time
actually
crystal.
the best explained version of time travel in all of Star Trek because they show you like this naturally occurring
It's
rock
powered by a thing
that changes time around it, and if you touch it, you'll have a vision of your own future.
Right.
That apparently
locks in a timeline
right. somehow, and the Klingons have been studying this for generations, so they understand it better than we do. But anyway, that crystal has a way to affect time, and if you can find a way to like hack into it with science, and then you can create a suit that'll travel you through time. That's the best explanation of time travel
That's a good one.
that Star Trek has ever had.
Yeah, it's better than slingshotting around the sun.
That's one.
It's better than a cold start of the warp core.
That's another. It's better than like following the Borg through a weird time portal that they created and then recreating it and traveling back to the future and never mentioning to anyone else that we've solved time travel. It's better than that too.
Yeah.
And I love that movie. That happened in First Contact. It's a great movie.
Yeah.
But that happened. Yeah.
To affect a thing that we have as a historical record.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fucking like Captain Kirk slingshots around the sun in a Klingon vessel with Spock, who claims that time travel is impossible.
Right.
Who I kind of like how Discovery is kind of implying that he knows it's possible but has to pretend it isn't, because
Right.
that fixes a canonical issue. But with a person who's there saying time travel is impossible, they do it in the jankiest way possible, and then apparently they don't have time travel technology by the time we get to Next Generation, which is like 170 years later.
Right.
That does not make sense.
But
I don't care. I don't care because I love Star Trek. So who
I
cares?
want there to be in the future, in our world, a Star Trek Temporal Enforcement Agency show. Where
I know.
they have a show that just takes place in like the 33rd century.
It's Quantum Leap, but it's Star Trek,
Yeah, and they're just going back and they're
yeah.
like fixing time stuff.
Because that is the B plot, or not the B plot, but that's like the subtext of Enterprise.
Right.
That you have a temporal police officer who's from the far future of the Star Trek universe, who has ended up in the past. And if Discovery's going around to that time period, aren't they? Of like the temporal Cold War?
I forget when the temporal Cold War was, but it's like it's 32nd or 33rd, but it's up there. It's Enterprise J, which a lot of people hate.
I think they're going past the temporal Cold War with Enterprise.
Also, here's the other.
I'm sorry, with Discovery.
Yes, but they also can ignore it because Star Trek Prime Timeline canon had always established that things that were happening extemporaneously from the show you were watching could also be collapsed or folded down. Like, the only sustained time travel offshoot is the Kelvin universe with the J.J. Abrams.
That we've followed. I think the millions exist.
Right, but we don't really... It'd be an interesting project is to go through all of Star Trek and label every single branched...
31st century for the temporal Cold War.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so then we have to do the math here. We're in the...
It's 32nd or 33rd that they're going to.
They're going to the 32nd or 33rd. So they're going past the Temporal Cold War.
Yeah.
That's right.
Here's
I think I read that somewhere.
Do you want to have another weird, in-depth, interesting discussion about Discovery Canon? Calypso had been called, and it's mentioned online, like in Memory Alpha, people say Calypso takes place in the 33rd century. But it's because in the episode, Zora, the AI, says, I've been waiting for 1,000 years since the Discovery left. So people went, oh, Discovery takes place in 2350, so in 1,000 years, it's this. But Zora never says 1,000 years from when.
Right.
So Calypso could be even further into the future.
So Calypso was probably 1,000 years past
where they jumped to,
when the end of Discovery, whenever that is,
right? Which could be
could be back in time again.
Could be back in time. Could be the 33rd century. Could be whatever.
Calypso was the turning point of Discovery for me. Like Calypso. I don't know if you and I talked about this much, but Calypso for me was one of the best pieces of
it was the first
Star
time
Trek
you
ever.
told me that you were thrilled with Discovery.
I adored.
You said that it showed you the potential of what they could be doing.
Right, with different characters.
Yeah.
But then they brought on Pike and Spock, who were the different characters that I needed, because I was like really invested in both of their stories. And I was more invested in Ash. I was more invested in Michael also, even though I'm still like confused by Michael as a character.
Right.
But I am invested in Michael. I'm still not invested in Stamets, but I'm so invested in Culber that I care about what happens to Stamets.
Yeah.
Because I want Culber.
You care about Culber so much, you also care about the people
His
he
boyfriend.
loves.
Yeah.
Even if you don't like them.
Yes.
Which is the way real life works. I have friends where I'm like, I like you and I will like your partner, even though like if it wasn't for you, I would not like your partner.
Wow. Yeah.
I think that's legit.
Yeah.
If you're friends with couples, that happens.
Yeah.
Don't tell Andy.
I'm like, are you talking about Andy?
Yeah. I mean, she's okay. She's just, she's the best. Yes, I agree.
Okay.
You deserve the best, too.
Well, thank you.
Meaningless to you because you have a personal code.
Yeah,
that's
for sure.
always mattered more. And I'm sorry to say, you're in slim company.
Yeah, so he has a hard time connecting with people that don't have a personal code, and we just found that out.
Odo is a character who is alone in the universe and has always felt alone in the universe.
Yeah.
And for the first time has met a person who is not, he's given up on physically finding someone who is his species.
She's not repulsive to him.
Well, no. So people aren't like him physically, and people don't think like him. So I'm never going to find someone who is like me as a shapeshifter. I did finally find someone who thinks like me, who I can yes, you get it, I get it, we're simpatico.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a major part of his major attraction to the Major.
Yeah. She's like, I'll miss you too. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Well,
I guess I am gonna miss her.
Yeah. She's like, you catch a feels, Odo.
Yeah.
Have you asked Cisco for help?
I'm sure he'll do whatever.
This is where Odo we get to see gross Odo.
Gone to him?
Well, what do you want me to do, Odo?
Fight for what you want. It's what you do best.
Well, maybe I just want a vacation.
Idiotic bureaucracy.
It's also funny that Odo right now still thinks like, oh, this is just politics.
Yeah.
Like, there's a whole game, there's a deadly chess game that Cisco and Jaro are playing up here. And then Odo is just like, why is the bureaucracy fucking you? It's like, it's not that.
It's kind of cool how Cisco doesn't know what the game is yet, but he can tell that there is a game.
Yeah. And Odo is acting as if like, can't you just ask someone?
Yeah. Odo is so much more like station focused, whereas like Cisco's looking at Bajor. Yeah, and the political system there as a whole, and is concerned.
Odo's doing this thing of like trying to solve a problem for someone else who doesn't want you to solve it for them.
Right, and he's trying to get her to solve it in the way that he wants.
He wants, right.
Lee Nallis can handle the job, believe me.
Well, you did fairly well at it once I smoothed your rough edges.
And she's actually kind of buying into this whole narrative of like Lee Nallis is better at the job. Like,
she doesn't know he's a fraud yet. She still worships him. I
think that even if she found out that he was a fraud, she wouldn't think of him as a fraud.
Probably. I don't remember how that comes if it gets to fruition. But you're right.
I can't remember either.
Because she's a classic Bajoran, non-skeptical person who will believe racks of bullshit. But she's a good person and she has a generally good judge.
I feel like Kira is more skeptical than most Bajorans.
She is. The more skeptical Bajorans are the ones that do better. Like I said, that's how Jaro and Wynn rise up in the ranks,
Yeah.
What's so funny?
I love this.
You did fairly well. Once I smoothed your rough edges.
Smooth your rough edges.
All right.
Yeah.
And the timing of the entrance is really good.
Yeah, this is a great
Cry in my synth ale. I thought I should return this epitelic lotion. No, if you like it.
This is a waltz. This is like a well
I know.
choreographed. It's
It's
beautiful.
so good. And you get a sense of their friendship, which we haven't gotten before, where they're
This scene does
they're
so
lending
much.
lotion to each other.
Yeah. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
it's just
now we got Bashir. And I love how Bashir is just clueless the whole time.
He is. He just comes in. He's a goofy doofus.
I think that he's here because he's like, maybe I can get laid
Could I get
before she
kissed?
leaves.
Right, yeah. Can we-
Because he's a
Right.
scumbag.
Right. And he's still thinking, like, we could probably make out. We're not going to do it.
Yeah.
Kira's not to do it on the last day, but maybe we can get some kisses.
Never mind, Doctor.
And I love the staggered conversations.
Yeah.
Did they give you any alternative?
And this is.
I do care.
I do care. No, they haven't. No, they
Yeah.
didn't. I love the answering of 3 stacked questions.
Yes.
Brilliant.
This reminds me of Frasier.
Come on in.
Yeah, this is yeah, it's like a set piece. It's a sitcom. You
Yeah.
know. Frasier would do those. It's like this is about beats and structure.
Yes.
Come in.
And then they have this bond now because she knows that he's willing to die.
They just went on the mission
For the
together.
right
yeah,
thing.
yeah. And also, Chief is just being a regular guy derp.
Yeah. Even in the last episode when she was like her body, like physicality around the Chief really changed
Interesting. Yeah.
in the middle of the episode.
Yeah.
Because she's always guarded.
Right.
That's the word I'm looking for. She's so guarded, but then like she kind of loosened up around him a little bit. And it was that moment when she says, you know, like, we come back with Leonalis or we don't come back. And he's like, okay.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, okay. I can relax. This
Yeah,
guy's
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
But then in the very next episode, when he comes in the room, she's like visibly happy to see him. It feels like a purposeful choice. I mean, this is the first scene, I think, of the whole show where you really start to get a sense of the chemistry of the whole cast together.
And I think the proof you're looking for is verbally expressed explicitly at the end of this scene.
Okay.
I think it's the purpose of this scene.
It's Kira's decision to make. Unless, of course, you want me to talk to Cisco. I knew what I was doing. I knew the risk.
That's not what she asked.
Right, Oda's treating it like a fucking trial.
It's been a pleasure.
O'Brien, I just wanted to be nice.
I mean, I think O'Brien is just a stand-up guy who, like, his friend is leaving. He just wants to say goodbye.
And Quark-
I don't think O'Brien has an ulterior motive here.
Now here's Quark walking down the hallway 3 minutes before the scene is happening. I'm gonna make out with Kira on her last day on the
But
ship.
it's the moment he walks in the door, he's like, a party?
A party?
That's good too. I mean, I'm trying to have an interesting day.
I'm glad I didn't dose the non-alcoholic beer yet.
What's that?
Bottle of my favorite Cynthia, I think. That's very thoughtful.
And very small.
Very small.
I was anticipating a far smaller gathering. I thought
Yeah, he was
perhaps-
anticipating a
But also,
one-on-one gathering.
I'm just like, he's
Big
just,
smile, shoulder to cry on.
As I was saying,
he's explicitly gross.
Yeah.
Is this a joke? Did you plan this?
Nobody could have planned this.
That's a great
That's a
line.
great
Yeah,
line.
it's good delivery.
That is a writer who's like
And then,
doing this.
yeah,
One
totally.
writer's like, nobody could have planned this.
It's a really good line, and he delivers it well.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But then Vedic Bareil like
Oh
wafts
my
into the
God.
room, and everyone, and he like, I imagine that like the smell of pine just fills the room, and everyone like stops talking. He's like, "What is that lovely aroma?" That's what I'm imagining.
What, okay,
I hope I'm not interrupting.
can you stop for a second? Vedic Bareil at this point in time knows that the prophets want him to doink Kira. So you have to go into this scene knowing that this dude, the gods that he believes in and factually knows to exist,
Yes.
have said, you're gonna have sex with this woman. This woman, he's probably known this for a little bit, maybe, or maybe he found out today, but this woman who was on a space station has now been fired and is going to Bajor.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I just want you to think that he knows this coming into this.
Yeah, I think there's another. I think that is one read of it. I think another read of it is that he's been attracted to her.
He has been.
Yeah, for sure. And
Yeah.
then like what you see when you look into the Celestial Temple is a mix of the prophets trying to show you through your own mind. They're trying to communicate with you through the relationships that you have in tension.
Right.
So they're seeing his attraction to Kira and showing it back to him as a mirror.
Right.
And then she sees him also, and that's how they discover their mutual attraction. Not that the prophets are telling them you're going to do this, but that like the prophets are trying to communicate with them through their own like latent attractions that they're sensing.
Sure.
And that's just like kind of a cool love story.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like
so
that.
So in this
too.
version of it, I would have Bareil meets Kira not in this episode. They've met before.
Yeah.
So after that past episode, off screen in between, he goes back to his temple and he has to praise like,
yeah,
oh, prophets of the wormhole, whatever. Like, I have really got a super hard on for this lady who's up on the space station. It's making me question, maybe I want to quit being a priest because I want to toink this lady. I'm so conflicted, but I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And then Prophet's giving Vision, like, just fuck her. Like,
Yeah, totally.
Just don't, yeah, well, you know, why not, dude? Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
And then he's like, oh, sweet, I love my religion.
Yeah.
And then now he comes to the space station having had his gods give him blessing.
Give him a pass.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe shown him a vision of the future of the two of them naked together.
Yeah. I'm sure that you're right, because that's what she sees.
Right, right.
Yeah.
These are my
Here it is.
these are my friends.
That's what you were
like,
saying.
It's a little hammy.
It is hammy,
but it's well delivered,
yeah.
and it's such a great button.
And they
on
all
that
look,
scene.
they're all like, oh.
I feel
all three of them.
I think they're all like, yeah, we know.
No, they're like,
cute.
I
Cute.
had no idea you were coming to the space station.
Well, nowadays it's probably wiser not to announce these things.
he's here, like, he's like, he is, I'm gonna fuck that lady.
He's totally that. I even like, and even the first time I saw this, I'm like, he's into her. You know,
everyone senses it and they're like, well, like, we gotta get this dude.
Yeah.
This dude is so horny, we have to leave the room.
Yeah, we have to get out of the room.
Violence is seriously.
Odo doesn't get it. Everyone else gets
It
it.
seems there are more weapons on the street now than during the occupation.
How could that be? Where would they be coming from?
I try to concentrate on more spiritual matters.
Yes, of course.
Like taking you on a date.
To suggest that you
I understand your duties here are finished.
Hey, I hear you're looking for a job.
Yes, they are.
Do you have any immediate...
I mean, that is a great performance too. Like, you just feel
And everyone,
you
all
like
5 people.
you feel his desire.
Yeah. And everyone turns their head.
Come and stay at our monastery.
Also, he is rocking that robe.
Yeah, it's pretty good. He does a good bathrobe.
It's weird, like how good that like random drapery looks on him. It's like random and intentional at the same time. I love the Bajoran clothing of the. I don't like the uniforms that much, but I love the religious clothing.
yeah.
Like Kai Wynn has like the Sydney Opera House on her head.
Yeah.
It looks so cool.
Yeah, they put some effort into this for costuming.
Yeah.
They're at least consistent. You may think like, you know, Ferengis are just like, you know, these garish things, or Jake Sisko's are just buy any 2 vintage items, cut them in half and sew them together.
Yeah, it's like, I want one shirt that goes to here,
Right.
and then 2 other shirts that are here and here, and then a jumpsuit on down below.
Just cut stuff up and sew them.
Yeah. So we get a nice walk around. She's getting ready to go, and then Lee Nallis shows up in his uniform.
Oh, that's right. First time seeing him.
I just want you to know that there's.
So yeah, and like he wears the uniform so well. And honestly, like every time I watch this, I get so conflicted because I like Lee Nallis so much. And part of me is just like, well, am I upset that Kira's replaced? Because I love this guy.
Right.
And his dynamic with the crew is like fresh and really great.
See,
throughout the whole episode.
I never take a reading like that on my first go through of this, because what I wind up having happen all the time is I'm like, well, you know, I mean, he's not really doing this job. I'm like waiting to see like, well, how are they getting rid of him? Like, what's the how are they going to get to this point?
Yeah, whereas I was like building up hope,
right,
that he'd stick around.
Major, I'm sorry. I didn't want this job.
The directing in this is so good because like every character has a subtext.
Yeah.
Every single one, and that has to come from the direction.
Neither did I.
Yeah, this is a very it's why I like the arc. It's a layered thing, you know.
Yeah.
But it needs the other episode to build up to it.
I'm
Right.
sure it will for you as well.
So it's hard to judge episodes like
I don't even know what I'm supposed to
alone.
do here.
Yeah.
How does a Navark fit into this command structure?
I love that they made up a word for him.
Yeah.
Report directly to the prophets.
They did it.
But from time to time,
the young girl was she a Petrarch?
Petrarch, yeah. Or Tetrarch or something.
Right.
All right, so then we're heading down to Bajor.
Docking bay 3.
This is the moment. Don't look at his dick.
Don't look at his
Don't
dick.
look at his dick. Don't look at his dick.
My eyes rip here.
It's a very awkward moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait, go to act break.
That one I'm like, yeah, that's. But also they played music again. They still
Right.
The music.
The music is a problem.
Yeah.
They did such a good job visualizing Bajor in this episode.
Yeah,
Like
this
the
is
map
nice.
paintings and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of detail there. Like, there's one later on, or was this the one where there's like a building in the front left? Oh, this is the one, and there's like people moving inside of that building.
Oh, nice, nice.
Or maybe they're not moving. I thought they were. My mind tricked me to thinking there was people moving in there. No, it's just the window.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the 3D.
I thought I had seen a person walk in there, but it's not. So that's just a miniature probably that they shot. And then put on top of this, and then they move the water. I mean, obviously...
Yeah, I know there's a discussion of, like, when they switched from models to CGI, like, with Voyager and...
Right.
But I don't know where it fits in with, like...
Well, yeah,
design.
that was definitely, like, a matte painting.
Yeah.
May I make a friendly
Deep Space Nine, a lot of the battles later on, they started doing digital stuff.
But, like, that, and that one, the dome with that reflection looked very CGI, not matte
Oh,
painting.
you thought so? I think
I think that's why you saw the movement, because it's like...
I think that's just a miniature, that they're moving a camera
Oh,
by.
it's a miniature and a matte.
Yes, I think there's a miniature rotoscoped in front of a matte.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good enough
Like,
at these
that thing on the left is definitely a real object.
Gotcha. Okay.
But then they animated the water.
Right.
Inside of this matte painting. Okay, so yeah, if you like look on the back... Okay, whoa. We're doing this again, you guys.
Well, this is you. I just asked, and now you're...
I'm into this shit. I was so into ILM as a kid. Okay, so you have that building in the front that I think is a miniature. Then you have a similar building behind it that is a painting.
Right, because it's so flat.
It's very flat, and everything else behind it is flat. But then inside of this flat painting, they've also animated the water. So I think that there's three things happening.
Right.
That's my guess is three things. One miniature, one matte painting, and then animated water.
Right, and then they're just zooming past the miniature.
Yeah, you can see how the building behind moves with the background.
Actually, a closer look of that now, thank you, because now I can see that the tower looks so much like the inside of, like, alien spaceships. It's that same spray-painted, gold spray-painted latticey.
Totally. Vedic Brow just blew in again.
Oh, God.
He just, like, wafts into rooms.
Because he's trying to hook up with Kira, because that's what his wormhole alien gods told him to do.
Yeah. So we get a little bit of, flirting that happens, and then we come up and get this. We got to check out this orb vision.
Wait, before the... Oh, yeah, the orb vision.
Yeah, I'm good on the flirting. You good on the flirting?
It's because the wind comes in after this.
Yes. I love it. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure we weren't skipping.
We are not skipping Vedic Wind. Are you kidding me?
So this is the third orb of prophecy and change.
Prophecy and change. Also, like, the shape. If someone were to say, like, can you design for me the tier of a prophet? Like, what they came up with is so good. It's so good. Like, it's not tier shaped, but when you hear tier of the prophets, that shape works in my mind.
Yeah.
It just like makes perfect sense.
I always thought that it looked like the wormhole, where it's like this is a physical representation, except it doesn't need to be turned sideways for all spaces in any direction.
For me, I always thought
but it's like two openings that come down through and then come back out.
Yeah, it's like two funnels.
Yeah.
And Space Batman.
Just the third orb.
And this is so cool because like this is a hardcore religious experience for Kira.
And this is also the first time they start to, I think, delimitate. They've said there's 9 orbs, and this is where they're like, oh, they also have names.
What do I do?
The orbs have their own special superpowers. See, he knows that this is just like, self-insertion fanfiction porn between him and Kira.
Okay, there's like a force field around it.
You don't want just anybody to touch this, do you?
Well, it seems like, is the force field something that the Bajorans put in there, or is it like, do the prophets have control of this force field? You see, like a force field goes down.
Right.
So, it seems like maybe they have a force field to protect it, the Bajorans built.
Right.
But then in order for the prophets to reach out and commune with an individual, they have to drop the force field.
Right.
Which is so cool. Like,
right. It means that they found a way to contain the tier.
Well, it's just this little sign that they are not omnipotent gods.
Right.
They are using technology to communicate, and that technology is blocked by this shielding somehow. Like, we can't teleport people in when the shields are up.
Right.
You cannot like project your mental state into another person.
Yeah, shields are the no sign of space magic.
Right.
That's like a null spell, like no spell here.
So then to me, it's telling me that the producers are saying like this is not like that. Like these may be the gods of this place, but they are not omnipotent beings. They're just advanced enough that they are indistinguishable.
Right.
Like that famous quote.
Our space magic is as strong as theirs.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like a piece of technology from the prophets, really.
Yeah.
Dax.
That's so confusing to see
Listen
Dax
Kira.
dressed
I
as
can't
a
hear them. It's all right.
a Vedic.
Listen.
It's nice though. I mean, it works.
Oh yeah, it's great. But there's a second every time I see her, I'm like, who's that? Oh, it's Dax. What's happening?
Can you hear them now, child?
God, she's so good in that part.
Yeah.
They're calling to me.
Oh, because he leads the
Listen
circle.
to him,
Yeah.
Maurice. Allow yourself to hear them.
And she's wearing his uniform.
They're calling to you.
Oh yeah, because
Blasphemy.
now they're not
Listen
wearing the
to
same.
them,
not
Maurice.
this one.
Yeah.
Help me to hear them. I don't know how.
But you do.
You hear them naked with me.
You do.
I think this stuff is great. Like,
Yeah,
I'm really into it.
I like it.
Because there's nothing like.
I mean, I don't like Barial, and I think he's a creepazoid.
Oh, I love
But
Barial. You
I
like Barial?
Oh God, no, not at all.
I think he's a great character.
He's a good man, but he is off-putting.
Really?
Like I
think
get that
he's super
Odo
hot.
can't make a human face, but what's his excuse?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like developing her character, and like I don't know, it's just it's a really cool scene. I
Yeah,
really like
well,
it.
and it sets it up because they do have a romance. Like,
And you know that if they made this in the 2000s when Enterprise was being made, they would have shown a lot more skin. And I actually really like the way that it's presented.
it's tasteful.
It's very tasteful. They use decontamination as an excuse to have a sex scene, you know?
Oh, whenever they could.
Last night alone, we
Also, I love this Magic the Gathering
So,
card that he uses to call.
Yeah. I'm just fascinated that Odo has a friend.
Yes. No, like he doesn't have a friend. He has a source.
He calls him old friend, and these guys have a rapport.
Well,
troops.
okay, that's fair. I'll give you that one.
Like, they used to work together, because...
Yeah.
Old friend. Oh, we're getting a call. I don't know why it makes noises on my computer. Oh, shit. How can I make my computer... I'll have to call her back. How can I make my computer not make noises when I get phone calls? Maybe I need to close Gmail.
Oh,
Let's do that.
goodbye, Gmail.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
So yeah, he's got an old friend, probably from the occupation days when.
Well, because he's part of the Bajoran security force, so maybe someone that he came up with through the force or something.
Right.
Yeah,
right,
who knows?
Yep. I've always wondered about that. I've never looked at how old Odo is, basically from when he started taking humanoid form.
We might find out in the episode where we meet that guy who raised
the
him.
doctor. Yeah. The guy with the bad hair.
Good episode.
Yeah, it's real good. Goodbye, iPad.
Look at the aliens in the background.
Oh wait, this is keep watching. This is the suitcase scene coming up now in the background where the 3 green aliens are.
What are you talking about?
So yeah, just keep an eye outside the promenade.
Spatial, the provisional government, the Federation being all of it.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't notice that.
Turn into a couch. You mean because of this?
It's a suitcase full of latinum that someone is walking out of quarks.
Yeah, that's awesome.
my like.
I didn't
Quark
notice that.
leaves the bar for a second. He just gets fucking robbed.
Yeah.
And he accepts this as a part of business.
So this is the scene where Quark is deputized, which is fun.
It's funny.
I like it.
It's like it's cornball.
Yeah, but he strong arms him into becoming a deputy, but it's like this kind of fun interchange where
you're a prisoner or you're a deputy.
Yeah, totally. But you can kind of tell that Quark's enjoying it.
Yeah, this is classic Odo Quark dynamic.
Yeah.
Oh, but
so
Vedic win?
And then so he tells her, you were part of my vision. And then she lies about being in his vision, which is interesting to me.
Right, and he's at least honest. He says, "I came to the station to invite you here because of my vision."
Yeah.
Right, and she's like, "Nah, I respect her for that. Like, it's none of your business to tell you that I'm part of your weird God space sex dream."
Yeah. He asks, and she says no. And I love that they hear the gunfire in the distance here.
Yeah.
That's such a cool little touch.
What a pleasure to come upon such a
flowing
flowing
exchange.
exchange of spiritual harmony.
Right.
So good.
Oh, hello, horn dogs, who I know are out here probably fucking Barial, fucking somebody in the gardens.
Yeah, she implies that something untoward is happening.
I think her first statement is that everything she says is ironic and sarcastic.
Yeah.
Oh, an outpouring of such
Yeah.
flowers, spiritual harmony.
Yeah, she's like insulting Barial that he's spending time with a woman at all on like sacred ground.
Not even a woman, but this person in particular,
Who she pretends to not remember.
who she thinks is terrible.
Yeah.
Right?
Vedic Win.
We've met before, haven't we?
Yeah.
Major.
You're beneath me, so I'm not even gonna know your name.
Like Kira called her out on knowing that she like tried to kill Vedic Barial.
Yeah. They have the same Jaro Cisco relationship.
Yeah.
That's right. Major Kira.
Major Kira.
And this is so
Major Hot Pants.
So like politicking of like pretending that thing that happened. Well, maybe it didn't happen.
Yeah.
you know?
Oh, I love it.
Maybe we've never met before.
This is just like that other scene. It's but they get to do it
From the space
from the little
station.
cute little space station.
Yeah.
I do. Vedic Win.
Oh.
Good for you, Vedic.
You deserve
Good for
a
you.
whore.
That's exactly what she's trying to say. Recreation.
Yep.
Major Kira is here to explore her path.
A worthy endeavor for someone who has led such a life of violence.
She's just like everything.
Yeah, dig.
is such a This is the episode of Shade.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Had they consulted us.
Yes.
No one has ever been held to that formality.
You're right, of course. But I've always consulted with the Assembly.
I would do it differently.
I think of it as a courtesy.
Yeah, it's great.
It's really good, but it's so frustrating to watch.
No, I love
so,
it.
like,
this is delicious.
Yeah, no, I agree.
when it's done
I
right.
agree.
You know?
Oh yeah, it's perfect.
It
It's
has
so
to be
good.
written. It has to be written right and delivered right. You know.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing is that it's already been confirmed to us as viewers that she, like, is a horrible person who tried to assassinate Barial.
Right.
We know that from the last episode of last season. So then to have her come back and just like throw so much shade and then like I don't know, like this whole thing just like act like she knows better. It's just infuriating, but I love it. It's so good.
And it is such a power move of, yeah, I know that you know that I'm like a bad person and evil and you can't stop me, but I can basically say fuck you to your face without giving away the fact that I'm evil, you know?
Yeah, totally.
It's great.
I love it.
Nothing more.
Nothing less.
How long will you be with us, Major?
I love this too.
I'm not sure.
Feel free to stay as many days as you like.
Like maybe even a week. If necessary.
Boom,
yeah, stay
boom,
as long as you
boom,
like.
boom.
As long as you leave very quickly.
Boom, boom.
And he looks at her. He looks at her. It's like, this is what I'm dealing with.
you see the bullshit?
Oh, this is interesting. It's the same.
I bet it's the same setup
place
from a different
a different angle. Yeah.
Or further back.
I think it's a different matte painting because
now
the
there's
angle is
people-
different.
Now there's people down.
It's like, was this one matte painting that they? I think that they used one miniature,
right,
and then two matte paintings because this matte painting is a different angle. But then they also have a foreground of a building.
Right.
Like, is that an actual building,
That
or
looks,
is that?
yeah, because it looks like you can see where like little carpets pulled up and.
Yeah, or is that a miniature of some kind? And this shot doesn't move.
Have them withdraw from the
Right.
northeast quadrant.
I also was wondering, is this the guy who played the Cardassian in the last episode? This scene is also fascinating.
Yeah.
Like this whole episode is so good.
This episode is worthy of this. It's all a bunch of scenes like this of conveying of
multiple layers.
Yeah.
I'm Benjamin Sisko.
Look at that, like slight reaction.
Session of the executive committee last year.
I remember, Commander. I was impressed by your talk.
As I recall, you disagreed with all of it.
Yes. But you presented your arguments well. What can I do for you?
Right, and this is the other end of it, of like, we can be honest with each other and disagree.
Yes.
Call it defending the city.
There is concern in some quarters that the military is unwilling to confront the forces.
Are
of the
you
city.
in on it? This is what this conversation is.
Been speaking, Commander.
I've been observing troop movements.
Cisco walks in and goes, "You know how big my dick is, and I got some questions for you."
The military withdraws to a safer position.
You
can't possibly appreciate that this is Bajoran against Bajoran.
I appreciate.
So, do you think that this military commander is in the circle?
Well, actually, I don't. So I don't know watching it, and I don't remember from having watched this multiple times, which I think is a testament to the scene where it's Jaro. That's what I was saying. Like, it's obvious Jaro's in the circle, and Jaro's saying that he's in the circle.
Yeah.
If this guy is in it, then he's playing his cards tight to his vest.
Right.
Because I think the reading of this is like, the circle are like assholes. They're like the alt-right, people going out and causing damage and like being disruptive to society, right? They're the Proud Boys of Bajor. And then this guy, one reading is if he's not like an asshole, like, and I also want them to win, then it's like, but these are Bajoran people. I could crush them with the military.
Right.
But, maybe there's a way to diffuse this and not turn it into civil war.
That's my read.
Right.
Based off of his performance and his reactions to Cisco, he seems like a genuine guy to me, and he seems like he's just trying to save Bajoran lives.
Yeah.
But he's also, and the way he responds directly to being accused of like avoiding conflict on purpose to maybe help the circle, he doesn't respond well to that.
Right.
So I think I think that he is a good guy.
That the provisional government will stand only if the military supports it.
We are all patriots, Commander.
Right. That feels heartfelt.
We have intelligence that the circle is being armed by the Kasari.
The Kasari.
See, his uniform is actually pretty cool.
I haven't heard that.
We've been trying to track the movement of those shipments.
And that does seem like an earnest, like, you have intelligence I don't have.
Yeah.
I would like it.
I guess I just like the gray Bajoran uniforms better.
Oh, that's right. I remember how the scene ends where he's like, wait, you could have
Right.
There is
lured me with your information, but you just gave it to me.
Yeah.
my first officer, Major Kira Nerys.
Yes, I know Major Kira.
I understand she hasn't been reassigned yet. It would mean a great deal to me to get her back.
That's out of my purview, Commander. You might want to discuss it with Minister Jaro.
Right.
Okay, that's interesting.
No, because this is... So he is the kind of character that you would... He's like an Odo, but who won't break the rules. Like,
right.
At least at this level. Like, how many times would have Odo have been like, you gotta take that up with Dukat? Like,
right.
I can't just do whatever I want.
Do you think that this general knows that Jaro is leading the circle?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Right,
Okay.
and I don't think...
Yeah.
See, I think Cisco knows, but he knows that he needs proof.
I think Cisco has a feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commander Cisco, you told me about the Crisari before you asked the favor regarding Kira. You could have tried to trade that information for the favor.
What I love about this also is it's basically exposition about the undertones of the interaction that we've been adding to like these other scenes, and I think legitimately uncovering what's there. Like we're not making up stuff that's not there. This scene is basically spelling it out for you as well.
Yeah.
You're like, it's giving you the close reading through the voice of this character. Like,
Yeah.
do you know, now that I think about it.
Right. And also the type of politicians he deals with are probably doing that type of shit all the time.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, he's probably in this really unique position. He's a fascinating character that I wish we got more of.
I agree.
Where, he's in this interesting like position where he is trying to maintain security, but also like prevent civil war.
In a reboot of DS9, you would want to focus a lot more on Bajor and on the ground conditions, because you do so much on Deep Space Nine, and you could do so much more with like politics on Bajor and families and people. Like, who's the security person here? You could weave the two of them together a lot closer and be a lot more effective.
Yeah.
For an
I
emotional
agree.
connection.
I agree.
And this is someone who would be in that show.
Yeah, he should be a main character.
Yeah, because he's like the military on the planet they're above. He's the Cisco of the planet.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's interesting that like they know enough to show us that character, but not enough to develop that character.
Because they don't care about...
I mean, that's an unfair statement, because like this episode is operating at a very high level.
Yeah,
I mean, like compared to what we've been talking about on this
Right.
show.
It's just because I want a different Deep Space Nine that's like, yeah, let's go in deep with like deep safe Game of Thrones.
The problem is that it's just all so good, we just want more.
Yeah.
Like you show me that scene and it's so cool, I'm like, I want this character all the time. But I want Leonalis all the time, I want Minister Jaro all the time, I want Vedic Barile all the time, I want Vedic Wynn all the time. It's just all so good.
This is the thing that Discovery can do, where it can take something that's like this. They do a good job because they make it a 3 episode arc.
Right.
But this would be
A season.
beautiful as a 12 episode arc.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so now we've got Lee Nollis talking to the Crisari, which I think we can skip over because he's just like trying to stall them.
Right.
But then this is where we have to go. So Miles O'Brien has dropped off this crate
Right, here's
on the
your
Crisari
shit.
vessel,
Any additional problems then?
Yeah, we'd come to the same conclusion.
and now he's gonna bail.
Line out.
Yeah, this tricked me too because it was like,
I was like, Odo's got to be this crate that he just walked in.
no,
with,
I
but
didn't
no.
think that. I didn't think that at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I was here, I was like, oh, they tried to find out what they're wanting, and they were wrong. It's not the Crisarians.
Oh no, I was 100% sure. Like, watch how he carries this crate into the room.
Okay.
I'm like, he's
which-
planting
which is-
Odo as a crate in this room,
We should be able
100%.
to have this all cleared up in a few minutes.
I just like how you're like, we don't have to watch this, and you're like, it's this, it's obvious. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, now we have to go back.
I didn't. Yeah.
Like, this is like, let me drop off Odo real quick, which is what he's doing. It's just that I thought Odo was the whole crate.
Lieutenant?
We don't want to hold up the Crisari any longer than necessary.
But I guess the crate is one of their crates with stuff in it, so Odo just became a manifest
Yeah,
thing.
he's like a label.
Do you think that it actually says stuff?
Yeah, we'd come to the same conclusion.
Do you think that because Odo is that label right now? Do you think it is actually what it's supposed to, or does it just say, "Hello, my name is Odo. I was born on October 12th, whatever."
Well, given Odo's magic abilities, I'd say it definitely says something. It probably says what's underneath it.
Oh, yeah, there's a label underneath it.
He's basically become transparent.
Yeah, is he just like transparent? Wait, let's go back. Okay, look. That there's two of them because that label, when that one turns into Odo, you can see that the other one is further back in the thing. So he's like
oh yeah,
a little tablet-shaped thing that's sitting on top of another one.
Right, he's mimicking the exact thing behind him.
Yeah.
But he still can't do faces, so whatever.
Right, so he was filling that space.
Yeah.
I love this scene. Like, Kira's just standing and staring.
Major.
I do like this little monastery area they're in, though.
I mean, even this scene has a lot of interesting subtext to it. Where, like, he's basically fighting to get her back, but
Right.
she's, like, having this experience here that's changing her, and she got to look
Right.
into an orb, and he can tell that something's different about her, and he's, like, trying to figure out if she really wants to come back.
It puts them off the same page, which they
Right.
were on the same page earlier.
Right. But similar to what happens with Lee Nollis, like, when he tells her what's going on, she comes back to like her normal self and says, "Oh, I gotta go back.
Right,
I gotta help out with
A
this."
lot has happened here.
Yeah, you can see her doubt with wanting to go back, but then by the end of the scene, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's given me a great deal to think about.
Yeah, she's coming sincerely to her beliefs.
Yeah.
But again,
And he's just reading her. He's like,
he's like, I thought you didn't buy into all the
Yeah.
Bajoran bullshit, honestly.
you will say what you will about Benjamin Sisko, but he's a really good judge of character.
Yeah,
he can just
absolutely.
read people and make decisions based off of it. But they're the type of decisions that are harder to run by Starfleet, whereas
Right.
Picard is more of like a read the situation.
By the rules.
He's a good judge of situations.
Oh, yeah, sure.
More than Sisko is, I think.
Yeah. Picard is also blindly optimistic in TNG a few times, and it fucks them over.
Right.
We've been so isolated.
Yeah, so she doesn't know the bad news.
Right.
Well,
And he's telling her the bad news to be like, don't get your head stuck in the clouds.
Yeah.
Because Sisko, I think, has a fundamental disrespect for the people that take themselves out.
Me too.
Yeah. He's like, I better get back. She's like, yeah, me too. And that's confirmation to him
Right.
that he's still fighting the right fight.
You're not just hiding in a monastery.
Yeah.
Which he, I think, is basically accusing her of potentially doing.
Right.
Or like, you're going to fall into this if you're not careful.
I don't think he was worried about that until he got there and then saw her and then became worried
She's like,
about that.
I touched an orb. It's like hearing your friend dropped acid and then went and watched The Dead, and you're like, you know what, I think I want to watch more of The Dead.
Yeah.
Really?
And this is interesting how you can hear a hypo spray and then she's passed out.
Yeah.
So she gets abducted.
She goes to the Triangle ship.
This is where Odo is, isn't
Oh,
it?
yeah,
She goes underground to that like classic Star Trek set that they use a million times.
Also,
Oh yeah, we got the Cardassian.
What's really funny about this too is that they're like, we heard it was the Crisarans, and then they say something like, oh, the Crisarans are whatever bio people.
Yeah.
As if like, oh, aren't all Crisarans good?
Right.
We'll be on our way.
No, this guy's an asshole.
Right. But it doesn't make sense that the Crisari government would be funding or would be providing weapons. But it does make sense that Crisari this one Krasari trader
Right.
is trying to make money off of like being an intermediary between the Cardassians and the Bajorans.
I'm just saying that they...
And you never see that mouse turn into Odo, do you?
Yeah, just...
This-
right.
This is the one thing about this episode that seems dumb to me.
What, then he just reveals all his plans right now?
That they tag their own cave. Like, why did they tag their own cave?
Okay, here's the thing. 20,000 years ago, on Bajor, it was more like the 80s is on Earth.
Okay.
And then there were some kids just tagging, spray painting, like, shh. And then 20,000 years later, this alt-right asshole people are like, we're gonna hide out. And then they find this cave and they're like, dude, this
and that
is our
becomes
symbol.
their
Yeah,
symbol. That's way better. That's way better. All right, now Frank Langella shows up. We find out that Jaro is
evil,
leading the circle, but we kind of knew this already.
Cisco certainly did.
And he's just trying to get information from her. This scene is a little bit more cut and dry, I would say.
Yeah, now we start to move towards like where they do some of the exposition stuff to move things along.
Yeah.
Which, because it's the nature of, you know, they don't have 12 episodes to draw this out.
Yeah. This was another great, just a really good like ensemble scene.
Yeah, because it's like Quark on the bridge, basically.
Yeah, which they've done a couple times, but it's always so fun.
This is Quark being a good guy in front of everybody, which I don't think it happened.
Also complaining about having to be a good guy.
Also, yeah.
I managed to find out where the Circle's headquarters is. In the labyrinths beneath the Parakian Peninsula.
Yeah, so I mean, all the exposition in this episode, I think, works really well.
This is also a payoff. Like, Odo made Quark a deputy. We don't see anything that happens. Then you cut forward, and the crew needs information.
Yeah.
And then Quark pops up. He's like, boom!
Right.
I got your information, motherfuckers.
Commander.
And I love this moment. I love this moment, but I pause on that for a second. But yeah, like Quark kind of revels in attention.
Yeah.
And he kind of revels in having the attention of being a deputy, even though, like, I don't know, he doesn't have morality. It's not good or bad. He's just bored. He just like wants to have fun.
I'm telling you, a 12-episode arc that's a reboot. This would be the season 2 of the reboot of Deep Space Nine. Would just be this episode stretched over 12 seasons, filled in with whatever other stuff that's good from season 2.
Yeah.
And it would also include at least a 1-episode subplot story dedicated to Quark as a deputy.
Yes, totally.
Deputy Quark.
Yes, I would watch the shit out of that. I love that Lee Nollis insists on going.
I can do this.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means to be
Because he, I mean,
but I can fight
he knows
in the
he's
trenches,
useless.
And I take orders well.
Yeah.
Right.
Besides, I owe her one.
I will argue all day that Lee Nollis thinks that he's useless, but is actually insanely useful.
No, he's
so competent and good at this job.
He knows what he is, which is a soldier.
Right. But he's not the hero that people make him out to be, but in a way he is.
But he's still a good soldier.
I mean, he did literally kill that Cardassian, you know? It like wasn't the epic battle, but like sometimes being a good soldier means allowing people to look up to you as a hero, you know? And that's the part that he's uncomfortable with. But he is honestly like really good at this job. And I think that he suffers a lot of
of the liaison.
Yeah,
I think he doesn't do anything as a liaison.
I think that he does great.
Oh wait,
the whole
no, he
episode
doesn't.
long.
He does one thing later. I think. I think he
does a couple things in this episode. Like he talked to that Krasari guy and told him to wait.
Yeah.
He insists on going on this mission.
Well, the mission is him being a soldier.
They were using that elevator again. They use that so much in this episode. All right, so they head down. They rescue. We get the firefight stuff. They rescue Kira.
Yeah.
There's a great moment where there's this extra holding his gun. It's about to happen right there, where his friend gets shot and he doesn't react at all.
When's my chance?
He's like, "Do you want me to shoot my weapon? No, I want you to hold a gun and shake." It's all he does.
Look for my opening. Look for my opening.
One more. I love that. And Kira's just like in a chair up here.
Right.
They did the best they could with an standing set. Like this set you see over and over in Star Trek, and they use it as so many different things.
Also, very dark. It's the sense of showing Kira all beat up. They don't. I mean, I don't think Star Trek was big on just like, oh, by the way, your main character was tortured.
Okay. Bashir was just shot.
Bashir gets shot.
Was there a moment where you're like, I hope he's dead?
I hope he's dead.
Was there a moment where you're like, well, I'm not mad?
So this is the thing. Whenever I watch these, I never think that anyone's in peril ever because it's Star Trek.
I know.
Whenever I see the complaints about like, I could never watch a Christopher Pike show, a new show, knowing what his fate is and knowing that there's no risk for Spock or for Pike, I'm like, Dude, did you seriously watch TNG thinking that Riker or Picard was ever in literal danger?
Right. Did you watch that season 2 finale where they did the clip show and think that they weren't going to solve the the plant bite that Riker suffered?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen in Discovery season 2 that like exploring what it means to be a person with that fate is fascinating.
Yes, absolutely.
Fascinating and so worthwhile, and he already knows that it gives his character a darkness. It makes him more interesting to watch, if anything.
He also now perhaps believes that he can't die. Because he explicitly says that in the finale of like, the bomb can't kill me. I know what I'm going to have to do.
Right.
Like,
and it seems like he discussed with that admiral what had happened to him. Right. Because she seemed to know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
That was a cool scene.
Because that, I think a Pike show then has to have things of like, I know I can't die, but like all of my crew could die.
Yeah.
So like I can't be like a reckless Superman that knows he's going to live through everything.
Right. Or even to have something like that happen where like he's in a shuttle that explodes and everyone else dies, but he lives through it, and then it like fucks with his mind or something. There's so much that could be good, and he's so good at that part.
I've already come up with headcanon for this hypothetical Pike show.
Yeah.
He doesn't let his crew know that he's going to have that end, right? Like that's kept a secret.
I think that he wouldn't tell him.
Right, but he always is like, let me beam down to the surface and take care of this by myself. Alone, no one else there.
Yeah.
Me alone on the surface.
Yeah.
I can't die, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But he can't tell them that, and they're like, we can't let the captain go down. It's the whole like Kirk thing. Like, you're not supposed to do that.
Totally. Yeah, it's such that's always been a fascinating story, like what happens to Pike in the original series. And like the reasons behind why it happened, because they had like the original pilot and they didn't have the budget to make enough episodes, so they had to cut that original pilot up, and then they thought of this new way of doing it by having him be crippled and disfigured so you couldn't tell it wasn't the same actor.
Yeah.
They made a great story out of like all the situational
real
stuff,
world circumstances.
which is like, you know, when you think about Babylon 5 backdoors being so unsuccessful.
Right.
And then you
the
look
real
at that.
world really hampered it.
Yeah, it's just fascinating.
Although it did, like, the mobster episode that maybe... I mean, I love it that it's in Star Trek canon, but it definitely did not need to be there. So, yeah.
Piece of the action, I think it's called. Yeah.
So, no, I did not think that Bashir was going to die, but I would have been okay if he did.
Yeah.
Get us out of here!
It's so funny, because the first time I watched the show, Bashir was always my favorite character.
And dude, that's a reasonable act break.
Yeah, that one...
Natural
That
flow.
one's great. It's usually the one...
Don't have time for this.
The distant stare.
Yeah, the distant stare, that's always the problem. Okay, where are we at?
Listen,
Let's see.
you asking about act breaks is what led us down the road of analyzing every minute of this episode.
Yeah, it's mostly the cold open act break that I'm concerned with. But there are sometimes weird ones all around. Alright, so shit's getting serious on the planet.
Get me Admiral Chakotay at Starfleet Command.
Chakotay.
So is it Chakotay? It's not Chakotay.
It's not Chakotay.
I thought it was Chakotay or something.
Chakotay.
Yeah, this I think is the same as the first matte painting where we saw the
with
shimmering
no
water.
Physical thing.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this scene is really interesting where you find out that
this is just
these two are in cahoots and like
evil
sleeping together.
Hot porn action.
Yeah.
The prophets have rarely encountered a pa as forceful as yours, Minister Jaro.
She's just replaced Pop with Dick.
Dick, yeah. She is horny for him.
Well, I think they were already sleeping together.
Oh.
B.
And they also play the same verbal games too.
Yeah, with each other.
Yeah.
Knowing that they're playing it. Essa is a cool name.
Yeah.
It belongs to me. I don't need your interpretation.
Then what?
Oh, right. So that's the other thing is that he's seen
I've made it very
the
clear to you
prophet
how I feel.
in the orb as well.
Yeah.
I bet. Actually, here.
Do you think that they showed him?
I think
Gwen naked.
Yes, I think all four of them, Kai, Jaro, Barial, and Kira, are all being shown that same vision from their perspective, though.
Yeah.
So that's why she's like, I know you two are fucking. We've all seen the same TV show, the Prophet TV show.
Maybe, yeah.
Where you two were doing it.
Yeah.
And then, like, he's seen the one where he's like, yeah, I'm in charge. Like, I become the leader, you know?
Yeah, so in that case, it would lead credence to the argument that you see a piece of yourself reflected back at you.
Yeah.
Because if he's seeing himself become the leader, which he, you know...
And this one is the orb of prophecy.
And
change.
change.
Right, so what I think that means is, like, based on what we know about all of you assholes, here's a projection.
Yes.
This is a 75% chance of success. However, it's the prophecy of it's the orb of change, so I'm showing it to you.
Or maybe
so
it's like the future you want. It's showing you something that you want to like clear your path to get it.
What if
maybe it's not? Maybe it has no.
What if everybody got what they want?
Well, they obviously don't.
So it's 3 people who've seen it so far. What if everyone gets what they want? He becomes in charge. She's still a Vedic, unclear. Barial gets to get naked with Kira. And now they're like, okay, well, let's show Kira. What does she see? She's like, no, we should stop this thing. We don't want to have the naked part. We want to have none of this take place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember exactly what happens to Jaro in the next episode, because I haven't watched episode 3 yet.
Right,
But we
right.
should come back to this conversation.
Yeah.
And talk about, like...
the prophecy.
Are they all getting what was prophesized for them?
Right.
Because we can assume from this scene that he was told that he was going to lead.
Right. And he believes he's going to lead.
And she was told that she was going to
so small.
have sex with Minister Jaro.
I hope so. I hope hers is a super pointy prophecy as well.
Because she has a lot of hesitancy to publicly support him.
Yeah,
because she's someone who's like just gonna fall on the winning side.
Well, right now
she's waiting till the dust clears to see which side wins before she jumps on.
Well, and she knows she's part of the government that is still the government, right? Like he's a small faction.
Right. She has more power than he does now. But if he were to take over, she'd jump ship.
Right. But she's not going to jump ship unless she knows that he's going to win. Or what he does instead is say, I'll offer you like a big thing if I win.
Yeah.
If you are the new leader.
Yeah, she's checking him.
Can you really make me the Opaka?
The Kai.
The Kai, not the Opaka.
Yeah.
And he's saying, you've seen the same prophecy where I do win, where like everyone's cheering my name.
Wait, yeah, let's hear that again.
Go back one more.
New leader.
If you are the leader.
Okay.
And he's like, you've seen the orb, lady.
There's gonna be a reason to doubt
I
it.
didn't say that.
I think that's my argument for them sharing the prophet vision from the orb.
Gotcha. My take on that would be that he's like, have you looked into the orb and seen something that says I don't win? Because if you haven't, you should tell me.
Right. And she's like, no, I still think she's saying we're seeing the same thing.
Well, I think that Kai Wynn has never seen... No, actually, we know that Vedic Wynn has never spoken to the prophets.
Oh,
we find that out far later.
Right.
I just remembered that.
That's right.
Yeah, so... She's looked... So we know... So that means that you can look into the orb and see nothing.
Right.
Which means that the prophets are choosing to speak to you.
Right.
So which kind of throws a wrench in this whole thing.
Random energy.
Yeah.
So
then there is intention behind the prophets.
Yeah.
Who they speak to.
Right. So Jaro's... I want to pretend that Jaro's seen it and he's told her about it, and then Kai Wynn just pretends like, yeah, I've totally seen it.
But I'm still into that. I like the idea that Jaro's seen it and it says that he's going to win, which we, I can assume isn't true.
Well, because really it's just a bunch of people cheering his name. It doesn't
Right.
show him winning. So he's taking a real loose interpretation of this prophecy.
Sure, yeah.
Prestige.
I know that too.
The people need leadership to return to the old values. Yours and mine.
Yeah, this is interesting that they're working together because they're both super conservative.
Yeah.
This is such a great backdrop. Like, that looks kind of real, you know?
Yeah.
In an interesting way that CG doesn't.
The prophets are smiling on you today, Minister.
It's also a good use of the internal set. Like it feels deserty and hot.
Yeah.
Dax?
I have Admiral Chakotay on subspace.
Commander, 2 assault vessels are headed this way in direct course from Bajor. They've given all non-Bajorans 7 hours to evacuate.
All right, so this is the ultimatum. They've got 7 hours to leave. And then this is the scene that we really need to watch, which is the Cisco talking to the Admiral.
Chakotay.
Yeah.
Not good. Jaro has the military, communications have been cut off, and assault vessels are on the way here.
Are you preparing to withdraw?
Admiral, we've just obtained evidence that the Circle has been receiving weapons from the Cardassians. If we withdraw, we'll be giving Bajor and the wormhole back to them.
Damn. It's a hell of a turn.
Nuts.
How do these Bajorans get in bed with the Cardassians?
They don't even know the Cardassians are involved.
you're saying that it's a genuine political revolution internal to Bajor.
Supported by the Cardassians.
But internal to Bajor.
See,
not what I'm hearing.
How is it internal to Bajor if the Cardassians are tricking them? Like, the Cardassians are an external power.
Right, but the war is not with the Cardassians.
Right.
The Cardassians are just... The Cardassians are doing what the Federation won't, which is taking a side.
This feels like such a cop-out to me. Like, this guy's just, like, looking for a reason to not get involved.
Have you seen Robert Beltran's discussions or quotes about that? That he's like, the Prime Directive is colonialist bullshit. It's just, like, letting people suffer for your ideals.
Yeah, but I think the alternative is, like, imposing your ideals on other people.
Right, so it's like, can they not find a better way to split the difference, you know?
My take on the Prime Directive was always like, if someone asked for help, you could provide it. If someone has the ability to ask for help,
right,
that means that they are advanced enough that you're not interfering. And
I don't
but that's not necessarily, but then if they ask for help, then you consider it. You don't provide it, you consider it.
Well, to give the help without violating the Prime Directive, you have to then, like, not leave behind technology, not let anyone know you help them. Like, if
I
you
guess,
just...
but it's like if you're helping free, like they couldn't step in to free Bajor from the Cardassians, right? They can't, because that's like an internal conflict, I guess.
Right, they couldn't fight the Cardassians.
Right.
But
unless Bajor was already in the Federation, in which case then they could.
They could, right. Or in this case, Bajor asked them for help.
Yeah.
In running the station, which then is basically keeping the Federation there, because the Federation would protect Bajor. Like,
right.
I think they've been asked. And
right.
The Federation, it's not like the Federation says, listen, you're going to be a dues-paying member of the Federation before we'll protect your planet.
Right, exactly. So that's why this makes no sense. Like, this feels like just this one person's interpretation of the Prime Directive. Which I guess, you know, is what we always comes down to, is like different commanders and different admirals, different captains always have different interpretations.
Chain of commands, yeah.
And then you can kind of like interpret it the way you think, take action based off what you think, and then argue for it.
He's making a huge sweeping choice. He must assume that this is going to just like solve itself quickly and not devolve into like quadrant-wide war. For him to not say like, you know what, maybe I'll go talk to Starfleet Command,
right,
and we'll get everyone to discuss this.
I think that Deep Space Nine is like a thorn in Starfleet Command's side, where it's a weird situation where you have like Starfleet facilitating a Bajoran station. It's like, should we even be there?
Right.
And then if it escalates at all, there's just like pressure to get out, and that's like, this guy's feeling that pressure and just wants to get out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Themselves and other people's civil wars, but we don't.
Right.
The Prime Directive applies, man.
See, he's wrong.
Admiral. Would you say that our people on the station are in danger?
Yes.
Then there's no other choice but to evacuate. We'll have to worry about the long-term political implications down the road. That's an order, Commander.
Right. I don't think he's
And he doesn't even try to appeal this decision.
Well, because
he just decides to cheat.
This is what I'm thinking, is that he's like, this asshole doesn't know what the Prime Directive is. I'm just going to do what I need to do.
Exactly. Yeah, he's just like going to do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Because like he basically says, you know, well, here, let's just watch.
I mean, a complete evacuation. I need to take all Starfleet instruments, materiel. In fact, all Federation property of any
materiel,
which is if you're going by the book, is probably true.
Yeah.
We're weak for all I know. But those assault vessels are going to be here in 7 hours.
So he's now concocted this plan that they're going to follow orders but not be done in time.
Pause.
I guess some of us won't be done by the time they get here.
He knows going into it that this is what he's going to... As soon as he's like, take care of everything, he's saying, we're going to need 3 weeks to get this done.
Right.
Okay, here's the theory.
I just wanted to pause on a better shot. Wait. There we go.
Admiral Chakotay is like, Ben, we can't do anything because this is a violation of the Prime Directive.
Are you reading that into that, you think?
Yeah. And then
I didn't get that at all. I felt like that guy's just like,
and then Sisko is like, you know, if this is a Prime Directive violation, then we're not supposed to leave any scrap of material behind to corrupt the society. That's the correct reading of the Prime Directive. You know, you don't leave any. So he's like, oops.
It's like he's using what that admiral just said against him.
Right. I don't really think the admiral is...
The admiral's not winking. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that because it's such, in my opinion, and I was kicked out of Starfleet Academy pre-law, so I may not have a full grasp of the Prime Directive, but I don't believe that the Admiral's reading of it is a correct reading of it. I think he's correct in principle that this is an issue of sovereignty with a non-aligned planet, a non-Federation planet, but it's not a Prime Directive. Its Prime Directive is pre-warp society corruption. This is just saying Bajor is an elected...
Prime Directive is non-interference, and not just non-corruption of pre-warp societies. It's a policy of non-interference in internal matters of other worlds.
Okay. Which is probably why they kicked me out of pre-law.
Well, shall we rate this episode?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Prime Directive is such a fascinating thing because, like, it's the type of thing that there's been so many times in my life where I felt like I could just get behind it. Like, I want to have something to get behind, and the Prime Directive is like a really good one, it seems. But then you run into situations like this where it binds your hands from doing the right thing.
Right.
So, like, if you have relationships with these worlds and you know that something wrong is being done, why does it violate the Prime Directive to step in at that point?
Right.
You know, it feels like it shouldn't. It feels like that's what Starfleet should be there for.
Right, but that's so if you look at like it being analogous to current global politics, you know, we don't have a single world government, but there is clearly a consensus of countries that say you should not meddle in what I'm doing in my country.
Yeah.
I may choose to go invade another country, but that's also my business.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen. Like, we don't have... There's still low-level stuff because, again, it is like the Prime Directive. People are going to violate it.
Yeah.
But, you know, we, like America, or even like the European Union or Western countries or China, they may not like what the elected officials are doing in another country, but they're not going to be explicitly like, let's go in here and fix it.
Well, that's interesting because America used to be isolationist,
right?
Until World War II, when we like finally stepped up to like the world stage,
right?
To like, you know, help. I guess World War I.
Yeah.
But yeah, before that, like that was a big deal for the United States to like
let's help
put troops on other soil.
Right. We're picking
and now
sides.
we do it all the time.
Right.
Like now we do that thing where we're like, okay, well we don't like this government, so we're gonna go try to take it out.
But we do it
like we do that in Central America. There's like a long history of that.
Right, but we don't do it explicitly. The way that like we do it the way the Cardassians.
According to what the public is told, we don't do it explicitly. But
it's not acknowledged by the leaders of our government.
Right. I was talking to someone recently who had like done some research about our history in Central America and how we've like toppled regimes in Central America.
We Section 31 it big time.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like the information is out there and easy to find, but like our government doesn't really acknowledge the fact that we're doing this shit.
What's happening?
And like, you know, what's going on in Iraq and has been for a long time was never about 9/11. It was always about oil.
Right.
And they pretended it was about 9/11.
Right. So that's an interesting case because that's where that's like a Jaro move where you have a public action that took place that you can then use as a justification, like as your cover, like, oh, this is why we're invading Iraq.
Right.
You know.
But now we're in this situation where there are like human atrocities happening in countries that are already in.
Right.
And we're not necessarily doing anything to help.
Right, because we go back to our current global communities version of the Prime Directive where you don't go in and take over other people's countries even if they're doing horrible things to their people.
Right. But our government like goes in and takes over other people's countries if it serves our interests and not when it's a humanitarian issue,
right?
Which is really frustrating.
Right, it's Section 31. But we also don't take them over. We undermine them and try to get our puppets running them
and try to install leadership that's more sympathetic to what we want.
We're the Cardassians in this example.
I mean, our country is not as great as we were all brought up to think it was.
I know, yeah.
It's really frustrating.
And when I'm saying like that the world doesn't do this the way that like Starfleet does, I mean that it just like what they show with Starfleet, like it's not official. Like I imagine in this conversation, Cardassia is not like it is our public policy to fund the Circle. This is a Tal Shiar. No, wait, those are the Romulans.
Tal Shiar, yeah, that's
is that the Romulan Secret Service? Obsidian Order.
Obsidian Order. Right. Oh, such a good name.
This is the Obsidian Order.
Yeah.
Operation. Sure. 100%.
Yeah, I'm with you. But it's interesting to watch something like this and then like think about our government and how like, I don't know, like sometimes I feel bad living in America. It's like I'm participating in part of the problem.
Right.
But then the other side to that, I talked to someone about this who was like, no, that's like backwards thinking, because if you see a problem in your home, you have to try to fix it,
Right.
you know? And one of the best ways we have to do that is to vote.
Right.
And yeah, like, but
Vote.
then
Get out the vote.
But then the problem is like, you know, redistricting, gerrymandering, and, you know, electoral college issues and all that kind of stuff. So
Right.
I don't know. It's like, does your vote get counted, and does it matter, and is there interference? And
I think about that
this
in
whole
Star
can
Trek
of
all the time
worms.
because they have
Yeah.
a president of the Federation. It's like,
Yeah.
who elects that asshole? Is it
Yeah.
like planets?
Who's
Like-
never been portrayed as human ever.
Right.
And
Right.
all the different variations and iterations of Star Trek.
Except for Archer, he was the first president of the Federation.
Was he?
He should have been. He's like George Washington.
That might be right. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I know that he like
It was
gave
Archer.
a speech
Archer
that
was the
founded
first
Starfleet, or
president of
founded
the Federation, and then they're like, we don't
want humans anymore.
We don't want you.
Yeah, that guy won't stop jumping back and forth through time to solve other people's problems, so we really need to get someone
And
else.
he's always getting into someone's business.
Yeah.
You know what? We need a prime directive.
Yeah. We can't have a president who's also going back in time to solve crimes in Miami, you know? Or New Orleans, I guess it is.
We call it the Archer directive.
All right, guys, let's rate this episode. There's the straw poll for chat. Click it, rate it. Doug, what do you say?
Oh, I feel like I bored the audience out on that last one. This is a 9. I really like this episode.
9?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a solid, layered episode that has just all-around good acting. You know, it's a great midpoint for a 3-arc story. It's like the empire of this arc.
Yeah. Yeah, this episode is like juicy.
Yeah.
There's just so, I mean, I have never in my life gone in that much detail on an episode of television and taken
Right.
it apart and found so much to appreciate.
Because I don't think that it was like you were so high you just watched and analyzed every minute of it. I think this was a intentionally dense episode.
Right.
You know.
I agree. There's like so much. This is my 3rd time watching this in the last couple of weeks. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, it's still entertaining.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
still
yeah.
good. There's still so
I
much to
rewatched
see.
it again this morning.
Yeah, I watched it last night.
Yeah.
I watched it a couple weeks ago, and then when we kept pushing it off, I watched it again last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the only thing against this episode is that it is the middle of a trilogy, so it is incomplete.
Right.
So it's a little hard to judge it as a complete thought. But I'm gonna.
Well, I already told you.
Whereas, like, you know, In the Hands of the Prophets from last season, the finale,
Right.
has this level of depth, but also is a complete thought, and therefore is a better episode in my memory, or just like means more to me, I guess. Not necessarily even better.
Is that the school one?
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I give that a 10. I can't even remember it.
You gave it a 10, yeah.
But then I was like, oh, right, the school blow up one.
Yeah, so I'm going to give this an 8.5.
Yeah. But see, it was like I had said to you before, where I'm judging this as part of the overall arc.
Right.
And so this is like a real...
Right. Ooh, chat gives us a 9. Thank you for voting, sir.
Thank you for voting. You have outsized influence in the elections, and you should abuse that power as any good
Bajoran would.
All
right. What do we do first? Favorite character.
Favorite character.
All right. Favorite character. Who do we want to nominate?
Cisco and Jaro.
Lee Nallis
and Kira. Gwyn.
Barial.
Who else had good? The
Odo.
military dude.
Military dude.
Oh wait, no. Can I suggest a different name?
Yeah.
Bajoran Cisco.
Bajoran Cisco. Anyone else? Favorite character? Quark?
Quark, yeah.
My Deputy Quark.
Deputy Quark. Oh, now I want to change my vote.
All right, guys, let's vote on that. There's your poll number 2. What do you say, Doug?
I don't know. Do you have a strong?
Do I have a strong?
If you don't have a strong choice,
favorite
I'm going to do a
character?
shot from the gut choice.
This one's so hard.
Okay,
and it's...
shot from the gut.
Okay.
Bajoran Cisco.
Bajoran Cisco?
Yep, I'm going on the limb here because I'm taking this character in an episode that was packed with strong characters, as evidenced by our deep analysis of the scenes. The Bajoran Cisco shows the potential of what could be done with this kind of thing stretched out over 12 seasons.
Yeah.
So I like that he represents that in a perfect way.
I'm gonna go with Vedic Barile.
Oh, all right.
For the way that he enters and leaves a room.
The mist.
Yeah.
The worshipful mist. He is like a vampire.
I just love him in this episode. Like, he's so contained and calm, but then you see his excitement to be with Kira, and it like adds this dimension to his character that we haven't seen before. And he just like has such a calming presence, and I just want to be around him.
Yeah.
And I have a little bit of a crush on him. And he wears a robe very well, so I'm going Vedic Barile. All right, and chat says Cisco.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, Bajoran Cisco, excuse me.
Ah, nice.
Yes, I almost got that wrong. And I'm putting him in here as Bajoran Cisco.
Yeah.
Okay, and then best performance. This one is really hard in this.
Yeah.
Best performance.
Cisco.
Lee Nallis, Cisco.
Jaro.
Kira. Wynn.
Barile. Odo Quark.
Bajoran.
Cisco.
Okay, that's it.
That's good. That's enough choices.
Yeah. All right. Poll number 3. Last one. Let's do it.
Yeah, strong. I don't even have to think about it. It is my man Francis Langella.
Nice. Yeah, that is a really good call. This one's really hard for me.
He got, I believe it was 5, if not 6, emotions from eye movement and a little bit of lip movement in 2 seconds, 3 seconds.
Right.
That dude took us on an eyeball journey.
Right, and you're right. And I already gave it to Lee Nallis for the last episode, and he wasn't in this one as much.
Right.
And I love Lee Nallis' performance in this. I really like Barile's performance. Vedic Wynn.
Ooh, yeah.
It's really hard not to give it to her in this one. She's so good, and you just hate her so much immediately.
This is where I would give her for best character. But I was
but I despise her so much as a character. I couldn't.
But we look at him differently.
But for me, that means that the performance was sensational.
Right.
Right. But like Frank Langella is so good in this episode.
Yeah.
I'm really torn. This is hard for me. It's between Frank Langella and Louise Fletcher for me for Kai.
Yeah.
Or for Vedic Wynn. Let's see what chat says. I'm trying to decide.
Ooh.
Bajoran Cisco.
Yes.
Wait, did I look at the wrong one? No, this is right.
This is
Best performance, Bajoran Cisco.
Nice.
Should we look up his name to be constant? I can't. You do it.
I'll look it up.
Okay. Best performance. There's going to be other opportunities to give this to Louise Fletcher, and Frank Langella is like
interesting.
You know, I have a hard time saying that one or the other performance is better, but I don't want to tie it. And I think that I can justify giving it to Frank Langella because of his eye movement in that first scene. Yeah, that was really wonderful. So I'm going to give it to Frank.
I think that's fair.
Are you looking up who played Bajoran Cisco? Because that's not going to work.
Yeah, I just realized that's probably not a good... The internet's not going to know what I'm at.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me help out here.
I thought of it better.
Oh, look, this is the guy who plays Lee Nallis on Wikipedia. That's him younger. That's cool. Here, chat. Here's his link, or his Wikipedia link, if you want to check him out. It's him in a black and white movie. Well, now I'm distracted. I just want to look at this guy. Okay, let's see. Homecoming, the Circle. Let's go to the Circle.
General Krim.
General Krim. All right, now we have to change it. That's right. General Krim. And who played him?
This is not good on my phone. It
was that a General Krim page?
No, it was the page for General.
Oh.
Like, excuse me, that's not...
Here, I'm here too with you. Stephen Mocked.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Nice. What else has he done on Star Trek?
That's it.
Really? Mocked had been Gene Roddenberry's first choice to play Captain Jean-Luc Picard in The Next Generation?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That's cool.
Well, and also, I can't imagine how easy it would be to come back to a franchise that has just been like far and away popular and knowing like,
yeah,
I didn't get picked for this, but also that guy is fucking killing
He's
it.
so good. While we're here, let's look at who played the other Cardassian.
Oh.
Who? Oh.
Was he? Which scene was he in this episode?
The one before.
So you have to go back one.
I did.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's
transport, labor camp, O'Brien, soldiers. I feel like I should go to Memory Alpha.
Yeah, this is too deep a dive for
Wikipedia can't handle the dive. The Homecoming. Need my research materials. Okay, where's the cast? Look at the contents here. Okay, also starring guest stars. Borum? Tigerian officer? Cardassian overseer? John Fleck, is that it?
Oh, Cardassian overseer, that could be it.
Dude, look at that. He is the fucking Suliban.
Wow.
Is that who we were talking about, the Suliban?
Yeah,
that's who I thought he was. That is awesome.
That's crazy.
Let me throw this up on the screen.
Good.
Boom.
That is
Can you see that? That was the guy who was the Cardassian officer. Yeah, they can see it. Okay, good. That's really cool. I'm stoked about that. All right, well, let's see what is next. We can just look right down here.
The Siege.
The Siege, part 3 of this 3-part story, and then Invasive Procedures is after that. Which I don't remember too well just by looking at it. But The Siege I remember loving, so I can't wait to talk about that.
If I had to guess about the Invasive Procedure, they have to take... Oh, is that the one where the guy kidnaps the symbiont and puts it in himself?
I don't remember.
And then he's like an asshole with the symbiont, and then they're like, we gotta give the symbiont back to Dax.
Maybe.
And also, we gotta figure out how to explain this shit because we are just making up how Trill work as we go.
Yeah, I do not remember. Oh my god, this episode, Rivals, this is one of the worst episodes of the whole show. Do you remember that one?
That's the
the
dark
rival,
episode?
the like rival.
That's where they show that... No, I don't remember.
There's like a casino that opens up on the promenade or something that like rivals Quarks.
Oh, no, I don't remember.
It's terrible. It's so bad. But yeah, that's what's coming up next. So next time, The Siege and Invasive Procedures. We were talking about doing a show next week because we missed it for so long. We're also talking about trying a different trying an evening
different
show.
Time, different day.
Yeah, we can't do our Friday time because schedules have changed, so we need to pick a new time. We tried today. Thursdays at 2 p.m. didn't seem to be the most popular time, but we also did it like last minute.
We got 4 people and 1 person who's stuck.
Yeah. Those of you who are here, there's been 4 people here the whole time. You guys are amazing.
1 person voting.
We've gone up to 7 people at one point, which is very exciting. But the 4 of you that are here, thank you so much.
Right, so let's...
You are a small audience, but you are high quality.
If we pick a different date and time, they get to have veto power over...
Yeah, so if you're here in the chat right now, you can let us know. We're thinking about like 6 p.m. Pacific time on... I don't know.
Sometime
after
a day to get people that might be coming off of work.
Yeah, like the after work.
When do people watch Twitch TV?
I don't know. I'm still pretty new to Twitch because I was on YouTube for so long. But I used to stream at 6 p.m. Pacific time on YouTube, and that was served me well for a while.
It's good. We could probably get some kids coming home from school.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Roach? Yeah. So let us know. We'll probably announce something in the Discord about what time, and then you can let us know if you hate it. Yeah, make sure you're in the Discord.
Solicit suggestions in Discord for the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, this was awesome. Thank you guys so much. 4 hours, 18 minutes, one of our longest episodes ever.
Yes.
But super fun, super good stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
A much needed dive into the circle.
Dog Space 9. Dog Space 9. Dog Space 9. Dog Space 9. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, 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 bark. Meow, meow.
Then the swelling...
Wait, there's a cat.
The swelling timpani. Break.
All right, now you can look away from the camera. Jesus, you made me stare for so long. All right, I'm gonna end the stream now. Bye.